Shock, fury, and betrayal war for dominance in Bastian's imposing features. He's looking at me the same way he did when he first discovered I was alive. As if he's realizing he doesn't recognize me at all. Tears have been rolling down my cheeks since I woke, but a fresh surge rushes forth as I wilt beneath his scrutiny. Bastian. They need it now, Drake interjects. As if in a trance, Bastian shoves out his arm toward the lab tech. Take it, he orders coldly. The poor tech is shaking as he tries to draw the enraged alpha's blood, and he's not alone. Every lesser wolf in the room is positively quailing in the face of the apoplectic energy. Bastian is putting off, myself included. When the young man completes his duties, he practically sprints out of the bay, heading off for the lab. No one says a word. We're all waiting with bated breath to see how Bastian will respond. Even the doctor. When Bastian finally finds his voice, he says just about the last thing I expected. Put on the gown, he commands, nodding toward the ugly garment at the end of my bed. You're being admitted. I blink. My limbs frozen in place. What? This isn't good. Luna whines, her tail between her legs. His wolf is really mad. I can't bear it. It'll be okay. I think back, trying to convince myself as well as her. I don't know where I find the courage to protest. But I do. I need to be with Lila. Bastian's eyes flash dangerously, and he finally acknowledges the other people in the room. Leave us, he orders, scanning the small group. One by one they file out, abandoning me, everyone but Drake. The Eros Alpha stands stubbornly inside the curtain, not looking at my mate. Instead, he watches me carefully, waiting to follow my cue. I really don't want to be left alone with Bastian, but I know that Drake staying will only result in a fight between the men. Drake will lose, and I'll still end up alone with Bastian. Only he'll be in an even worse mood. It's okay. I promise, Drake. He nods and slips out of the bay, ignoring Bastian's low growl of disapproval. Bastian prowls to my bedside, towering over me while I sit defenseless on the gurney. You've been through something very traumatic today. You're disoriented, weak and dehydrated. You need to be admitted. He may be right, but I don't care. My pup comes first. Arguing was a mistake. Bastian growls so savagely, I flinch away from him, cowering against the pillow. My decision is final, Celine. He thunders. His deep voice never rising in volume, but carrying the force of a brutal storm. The huge wolf reaches toward me, ignoring my fright and yanking my dress off over my head. He snatches up the hospital gown and removes my bra, bundling me into the scratchy garment while I sit there too shocked to move. Afterwards, I eye him warily, painfully aware that his anger has absolutely nothing to do with my resistance to staying in the hospital and everything to do with my lie. Bastian, I murmur meekly. I'm sorry. You have every right to be angry with me, but deflecting it this way won't help anything. Excuse me? He bites back. It isn't fair for you to punish me by making me stay here for treatment. I insist. Lila is more ill than she's ever been before. I can't be apart from her until I know she's going to be okay. Bastian steps back, rubbing his jaw and eyeing me like I'm a bug he'd like to smush under his boot. You've got a lot of fucking nerve. You know that. Tawet? He, Bastian's point of view. Celine is staring up at me like a deer in the headlights, her beautiful eyes wide and bloodshot. It's amazing that I can be so unbelievably furious at a person, yet still want nothing more than to hold them in my arms and kiss away their tears. I was livid when I discovered Celine had let me believe she was dead for 3 years. I was outraged when I learned she didn't think we were mates. I was irate when I thought she'd taken another man for a lover. But none of that is anything compared to what I'm feeling now. My heart is torn between joy and betrayal, between relief and wrath, between worry and bitterness. Finding out that Lila is my pup is the greatest gift I've received since finding my mate. I've loved Lila from the moment I met her, and I got over it when I learned she belonged to another man. I hated the idea of sharing her with Drake, but he didn't seem to want to be involved in her life, so I made my peace, even as my protective instincts rally and rail knowing she's not out of the woods yet. I'm elated and ecstatic that she's mine. Axel is still howling exuberantly in celebration, and I can't blame him, of course. All this happiness is tainted by Celine's betrayal. I wouldn't be feeling it so keenly if we hadn't reconciled. If I hadn't finally claimed her, or we'd been on rockier footing. I can almost get past the fact that she never told me Thordy that she didn't come back to Elysium when she found out she was pregnant. After all, Arabella was trying to kill her, and she believed I was in love with her attempted murderess. I may have had a right to know, especially given Lila's vulnerability as a Villana, but I know Celine thought she was protecting her pup. She thought she was doing the best thing for them both. I can even excuse the first lie. To a point, things were chaotic and challenging in the extreme when I first arrived in Asphodel, and she was still operating under her old misconceptions. The true crime is that she never came clean. We resolved all our old issues. Celine realized how horribly she'd been misled by Arabella and accepted how deeply I love her. We cemented our bond and are finally together the way we were always meant to be. We agreed to start fresh and move forward with no more lies twined, and still she said nothing. And to top it all off, the stubborn little creature just accused me of taking my anger out on her by separating her from our pup. Our pup. That's the first time I've thought the words, and I'll be damned if I'm not going to be chanting it over and over for weeks to come. What? Celine squeaks, drawing my attention back to our conversation. I stalk back to the bed, catching her chin between my thumb and forefinger and tilting her head up so she'll have no choice but to meet my gaze. You're my mate, Celine. I rumble harshly. Do you really think I wouldn't be making you stay if you'd told me the truth? Do you really believe I care that little about you? That I would risk your health to appease your will? She's scrambling to find a logical reply, yet she can't seem to conjure anything but half-formed stutters. That's not. I don't. I know you're worried about Lila. I continue, trying to cool my seething blood, and I'm offended you believe I would ever keep her from you out of spite, especially at a time like this. Tears hover on Celine's dark eyelashes, and it takes all my willpower to remain strong and not coddle her. You're being admitted because the doctors need to keep an eye on you. It's for your own damn good. And shame on you for thinking otherwise. Those precariously placed tears spill over, running down her pale cheeks in a steady stream. I'm sorry, she professes pitifully. As soon as you're both settled, we'll have them bring your beds together. I promise, taking her face between my lands and brushing away her tears with the pads of my thumbs. But I expect you to rest and do as the doctors say. Celine nods fervently. I promise. She's already looking over to the closed curtain concealing Lila's bay, anxiously hoping for a glimpse of the pup. And Celine, I say, pulling her attention back to me. When she sees my expression, her features become wary. Smart girl, when Lila is healed and you're both well enough to be discharged, you are in big trouble. She visibly gulps, looking so vulnerable I can't help but tease her Fendi. Just a little. I press my lips to her crown, lingering tenderly and thoroughly confusing the poor little wolf. She's flushed and fidgety when I pull away, and I flash her a lethal grin. As I watch the anxious emotions flickering behind her eyes, I realize there's one more thing to be very happy about. Now that Lila is mine, there is nothing stopping me from taking them both back to Elysium, where they belong. An alpha's pup belongs with his pack, and his mate belongs by his side. Celine has no more excuses to make 17 at least, not any I'll accept. She's lost. And we both know it by the time the lab has mixed the antidote for Lila. Celine is so exhausted, she's barely able to keep her eyes open. She's trying so hard to stay awake, but the last few days have been exhausting in more ways than one. As pleasurable as heat cycles are, non-stop sex for hours on end takes a lot out of you, as does resisting the hormones in order to function normally when you inevitably must. Running on almost no sleep, my poor little wolf had to cope with heat, her pup being kidnapped, then being taken herself. If it hadn't been for her time under the starlight, I think the stress would have toppled her over hours ago. I'm not in great shape myself, but I've been trained to endure war, to survive under the harshest conditions imaginable, and somehow persevere. Besides, just as Celine keeps herself going for Lila, I keep myself going for them both. I've stationed myself between their beds, holding my mate's hand and gazing at my pup in wonder. I'm a father. Not a surrogate standing in for another man, not a guardian or adoptive parent, but a real father. It still doesn't seem real. I already thought I was the luckiest bastard on the planet just for getting to call Celine my own and help raise Lila. Now I think I must be dreaming. You should really try to rest a little. I encourage Celine for the 12th time, stroking her palm with my thumb. I promise I'll wake you the second something changes. Celine shakes her head weakly. Number, she replies hoarsely. Not until I know she's okay. Luckily, we don't have to wait much longer. Celine has been watching Lila's vital signs like a hawk, and when the doctors finally enter with a syringe full of eerie purple liquid, she practically tries to jump out of her bed. I catch her before she gets very far. Not that it's difficult. Her movements are sluggish and unsteady. Like a drunk underwater. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Durand, the antidote is ready. The doctor announces, showing us the drug. I'm going to inject it straight into her IV so it will get into her system nice and fast. You're sure it's going to work? Celine frets. Nothing's ever 100%. The doctor hedges. But I've never known this treatment to fail. She presses the needle into one of the little ports along the clear tubes feeding into Lila's arms and depresses the plunger. The purple liquid slowly seeps out of the syringe and into the tubes, then disappears into the toddler's veins. It will take a little while to fully revive her. How long? I press, my agitation spiking now that the moment of truth is imminent. Half an hour, she theorizes. Give or take. Half an hour. I repeat to Celine, kissing her hand. That's not so bad. The waiting is terrible. But after 5 minutes Lila's vital signs begin to improve. Her heartbeat grows more steady and her blood pressure rises. Even her coloring starts to look a little better. Bastien. Celine shakes my hands as vigorously as she's able to, which isn't very much. Look, I know, baby. I assure her, it's working. For a moment I think she's going to start crying again, only she doesn't look relieved or happy as I might expect. What's wrong? She's too far away. Celine complains in a small voice. My lips compress into a hard line as I study the pup, observing all the wires and machines hooked up to her tiny body. It's impossible to put them in the same bed, but Celine isn't nearly as tangled up in equipment, careful to pull her IV pole with us. I scoop my mate up and settle her in my lap, moving the chair as close to Lila's bed as possible. She's completely limp, her wet cheek pressed against the curve of my neck. Still, she peeps. Closer. She needs to sleep. Axel gripes, his concern for our mate overriding his happiness about Lila. She's delirious. I'm not going to make her sleep before the pup wakes. I counter, she can make it a little while longer. Hush, sweetheart. I soothe, rubbing her back. It won't be long now. Why is this happening? She whispers. So quietly I almost don't hear her. Why is someone always trying to hurt us? My heart cracks wide open at these words, at the pain in her sweet voice. The worst part is that I don't have an answer. Celine's life has been one trauma after another, and it never seems to stop. I don't want Lila to live this way. She's not going to. I vow, not having the faintest idea how to fix any of this, but certain that I will find a way. I will not let this be my daughter's story Thundes, or my mate's not anymore. I promise Celine. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to make her safe. Unfortunately, Axel is right, and Celine has fallen beyond logic or understanding. She's spiraling deeper, delving into dark thoughts and buried fears. What did we do to deserve this? She continues wearily. Is life always this hard? You didn't deserve anything that's happened to you, Celine. Do you hear me? I demand, squeezing her more tightly. Hump. She grunts sleepily, not truly answering me. Life isn't always going to be this way. I soberly claim, we're going to make it better. We're going to be happy Sunday, all three of us. Celine nuzzles her face into my neck. I'm so tired, Bastien. Before I can respond, a tiny voice sounds on my right, Mommy. We both jolt, our attention snapping to the bed. Lila's two-toned eyes are blinking blearily, and she's squirming with discomfort, no doubt riddled with confusing aches from the machinery, as disoriented as she was a moment ago. The sound of her pup's voice rouses Celine like a blaring alarm. I'm here, Angel. She immediately answers, reaching for the child standing. I balance Celine on the edge of the bed, keeping her weight braced against me so she doesn't topple over. Her gentle hands flutter over the pup. It's okay, my darling. You're safe. Lila's little face twists up, and she begins pulling at the various tubes connected to her body. Mommy, Owie, no Lila. You have to leave those alone. Celine tells her. I know they hurt, but they're helping you. Her cheeks flush bright red, and I can't help but admire the color given how pale she was a little while ago. Even though I recognize what's coming. Lila begins to cry, overwhelmed by the aches, strange surroundings, and goddess knows whatever else the starlight did to her system. Celine tries to soothe her, but unable to hold the pup or fix her hurts, she soon becomes distressed. Within minutes I have two crying she-wolves on my hands, one whom I can't calm, and another who won't allow me to try. The nurses come to give Lila a sleeping draught, and Celine shakily croons to her until she goes under. The moment Lila's eyes fall shut once more, Celine collapses, passing out in my arms. Hey, Wes. Celine's POV. It feels as though I've been asleep for days. My body is so heavy and leadened, I can't lift a finger. I think I must be drugged. I feel so calm and restful. I can hear Lila's precious voice somewhere to my left, and I can feel Bastien nearby. Mommy's really sleepy, she's saying. She is. Bastien agrees. She had a very rough few days, you both did. What happened to Bad Man? Lila asks in return, undoubtedly thinking of Martin. He's gone away. Bastien informs her, and he's never coming back. That's good, Lila chirps, prompting a chuckle from her father. She giggles right back, pausing to linger in their shared amusement before speaking again. Bashoon, I's hungry. Well, we can certainly get you some food. He quips, an odd note in his low voice. When he speaks again, I understand why. But instead of Bastien, how would you like to call me Daddy? Daddy? Lila mimics thoughtfully. My heart flutters in my chest. He's offering my daughter the one thing I've never been able to give her. The thing I never thought she'd have. That's right, he remarks solemnly. Because that's who I am. I'm your daddy. I've never had daddy before. Lila muses. Well, you do now, he replies adoringly. My heart has been broken in so many ways over the years that I've lost track of all the fissures and cracks, all the fractures. Often I don't realize a piece was broken until it's mended, and this is no different. I never realized how badly I needed to hear Lila call Bastian daddy. To see my pup and my mate together, it's such a small word, a simple gesture, and yet it carries all the weight in the world. Now that the truth is out, we can finally be a family. We are a family, Sudi. At last, I shifted after Martin left with Celine and Lila. It's so cold in this basement that my teeth were actually chattering. I've never been so grateful for my fur. I don't know where he's taken them, or when he's coming back, but I'm not sure it matters. By now, Drake must know what I've done. If I ever get out of this place, I'm going to be in a world of pain, either from Martin's fists or Drake's hatred. Hell, it will probably be both. I've survived Martin's temper my entire life. I'm not sure I can survive Drake hating me. My stomach is growling so fiercely, and I can't remember the last time I ate. I've been trying to distract myself from the wretched pangs and my parched throat, but my thoughts can only drift so far before finding their way back. I hope Celine and Lila are okay. I still don't understand what Martin is up to. I was a fool for believing him, but I don't have the faintest idea why he wanted the she-wolves. I have a very bad feeling about all this. Did he leave me here so I couldn't run for help? Or is he simply not finished with me yet? I'm still pondering the idea when I hear the front door open, then a wolf moving through the house on all fours. A shadow appears beneath the door at the top of the stairs, and Hugo's familiar scent wafts down to me. Oh goddess, has he come to arrest me? The door jerks off its hinges, releasing a stream of yellow light filtering through the iron bars. Hugo is back in human form, squinting through the darkness. Sophie, he calls. Are you all right? I can't answer. I can't bring myself to shift back. I can barely breathe. I'm spinning into a panic attack, the walls closing in around me. Hugo curses under his breath, and I can see him fighting with the padlock on the bars. Just hold on, Soph. I'm going to get you out. I whimper as the room begins to spin, listening to the clinking and clanking of metal far above me. The last thing I remember is hearing a metallic crash as the lock breaks. Then everything is black. Hi. The world is blurry when my lashes part, and I can smell the strident clean of a hospital. It is a terrible, unnatural scent, and so powerful I almost don't notice the familiar aroma beneath. Drake. I think miserably, clamping my eyes shut again. Any other time I would be comforted and thrilled to find him at my bedside. Now I wish he was just about anyone else. He won't hurt us. My wolf Rose is always more optimistic than I am. She says it's because her instincts are stronger. I think it's because she often gets to stay safe inside me while I bear the brunt of Martin's anger. Hey. I heard that, she grumbles. Are you going to pretend to sleep all day, little lamb? Drake's deep voice skitters over my skin, and suddenly I can feel him next to me, warmth radiating off his big body. Soft fingers graze my uninjured cheek, and I flinch as if I've been struck. He TSKs, settling his hand more firmly against my skin, rather than pulling it away. Goddess, I could kill him all over again. This gets my attention. I hesitantly open my eyes, finding Drake's handsome face much closer than I expected. His emerald green eyes are clouded with anger and worry, his angular jaw covered in a dark swath of stubble. Kill. Who? I squeak. He sighs heavily, looking almost regretful. Martin. He's dead? I ask, unable to process this new information. Yes. Drake replies soberly. He can't ever hurt you, Soupy, or anyone else. One again. Sophie. Don't ask me why, because I haven't the faintest clue, but a sob rises in my chest. I don't know what's happening to me. I hate Martin. Hated. Rose corrects me gently. Hated. I hated my brother. He's done nothing but hurt me for years, and his latest transgressions have probably cost me my future. I know they've cost me the man I love. I shouldn't be sad that he's gone. Only someone truly sick would mourn their abuser, right? He was still our brother. Rose reminds me, he wasn't always evil. We grew up together, those memories count, and he's the only family we had left. I flinch again when Drake climbs into my bed, shifting me over, so he can stretch out on the cot and pull me into his arms. I collapse against him without shame, crying my heart out over everything that's happened over the last week. Santi, over the last few years. Drake strokes my hair, making soft shushing noises and murmuring encouragements my ear. That's it, sweetheart. Let it all out. I've got you. Somehow his words make it worse. He shouldn't be nice to me. Not after what I did. I don't deserve his kindness. If I'm capable of kidnapping an innocent pup, maybe I deserved Martin's punishments after all. But not this. I know he's angry with me. I can feel rage writhing in his chest, like a feral beast, lurking just beneath the surface and waiting to burst out when it probably. When I'm not a blubbering mess, I'm not sure how I can sense it so keenly. I've always been able to tap into Drake's feelings like this, and I stopped questioning it a long time ago. Stop. I moan, clenching my small fists so tightly my fingernails break the skin, digging into my palm in perfect rows of bloody crescents. Stop what, Soph? Drake purrs, his nose twitching as the scent of my blood fills the air. He instantly catches my wrists, prying my fingers out of their tightly locked position. Baby, what are you doing? Stop being knee. Ice to me. I weep shackily, despising his sweet words and pet names. He's always done this. Always called me by terms of endearment and showered me with physical affection. It's why it's been so impossible to get over him, to even look at anyone else as a possible mate. Look at me, Sophie. He growls, alpha authority heavy in his voice. I can only cower and cringe away from him until a second growl shatters the quiet, and my gaze jumps to his without my permission. Drake's nose is almost touching mine, and his dark brow is furrowed in disapproval. His large hands are still steadily petting me despite his pulled focus, and I can only think about how horrible I must look. You are not responsible for what Martin did, he claims falsely. I won't stand for you feeling guilty about his crimes. I drop my forehead against his chest, hiding my face and all but wailing. But I am. Celine will tell you. I kidnapped Lila. Celine already told me. He states firmly, nudging me with his shoulder. I know exactly what happened. I pause, trying to catch my breath. What? What did you think was going to happen? Sophie. Drake questions ominously. Did you think I would blame you when I'm the one who failed to protect you, to even notice what was happening right under my nose? Crinkling my nose in confusion, I tilt my chin up so I can see his face. A moment ago I thought his seething anger was for me. Now I understand, he's turned it towards himself. I open my mouth to argue, but a long masculine finger presses to my lips. You were locked in a cell when Hugo found you. You still bear his bruises. He rumbles furiously, eyeing my cheek. If Lila hadn't been in such bad shape, I would have stayed back to help Aiden exterminate the bastard. What happened to Lila? I ask fretfully, swiping at my eyes and smearing blood over my face. Drake tuts and presses the nurse's call button before answering my question, using his thumbs to try and wipe the crimson stain from my skin. Just an allergic reaction to the starlight. He shares, she's fine now. I still don't understand why he wanted them. I admit tearfully. I mean, he convinced me to help him buy. Suddenly realizing explaining my side of the story would mean admitting to Drake that I have feelings for him. I trail off. Yes? Drake prods, arching his brow. Just then, the nurse appears, taking one look at Drake and I, and immediately launching into a lecture. She chases Drake out of the bed and sets about wrapping the fresh injuries on my hands and cleaning the blood and tears from my skin. We remain silent as she works. But the tension in the air is unbearable. Before she leaves, she turns on the alpha. Sophie needs to rest. She doesn't need you getting her all worked up. Yes, ma'am. Drake salutes her, and she rolls her eyes before stalking off. When she's gone, he returns to my bedside, though he doesn't climb back in. Instead, he leans over me, an unreadable expression on his face. Now, where were we? The last 24 hours have turned my life completely upside down. I've always been so self-assured, so confident in who I am. After all, I'm an Alpha 2 strain. How could I not be? I may not be the strongest alpha on the continent, or even the best leader, but I've never needed to be those things. I've only ever needed to be a good leader for my pack, and I grew up knowing my place in the greater order. I may seem weak next to wolves like Bastion and Blaze Denizen, but they are not normal alphas. Denizen's reputation is nearly godlike, and Bastion is well on his way to earning the same status. I will never be able to compete at their level. But the fact remains I'm stronger than every last member of my pack, which numbers in the thousands. I'd wager I'm even stronger than the shifters in the Nova pack. I've seen Bastion's betas in battle often enough to estimate their skill too. It would be a close fight. But I'm relatively certain I would come out on top. Certain. The same way I was certain I was in love with Celine. It's not in my nature to doubt myself. And even though my wolf was never convinced about the beautiful Valana, I knew in my heart that she was meant for me. Seeing Bastion's mating mark on Celine made me furious. And when she and Lila were taken, I was devastated. Tev. But neither hit me as hard as learning Sophie was in danger. Just like that, everything I thought I knew disappeared. I'm only just beginning to acknowledge that I didn't actually know myself before today. And concerningly, I'm starting to wonder if I truly know my pack. I've never experienced fear like I did when Martin said Sophie would die. It was a savage and primal, a ruthless terror deep in my bones. My wolf went berserk at the words. And all at once I realized I was never truly in love with Celine. Infatuated perhaps, besotted even. But now that I know what true love feels like, I see what a fool I was. I always thought I would know my mate when I saw her. But I've heard stories about shifters who knew each other for years before the bond kicked in. Most of them were cases just like me and Sophie, wolves who grew up together and had their instincts muddled by childhood friendships. Looking down at the beautiful little wolf now, I don't know how I could have ever missed it. I haven't felt the instinctive pull to claim her yet, but there's no doubt in my mind that the connection will come in time. Even my wolf agrees. He incessantly begged me all night long to come see Sophie. But I couldn't leave Celine and Lila until I knew they were all right. I'm trying very hard not to look too smug and happy. Thyan. This has been a traumatic day, and Sophie is absolutely beside herself with grief, guilt, and anxiety. Phone. But finding one's mate is a big deal, especially when you already know they love you in return. Sophie is looking anywhere but at me, her cheeks flushed bright red. Has there ever been anyone so adorable? Has anyone ever smelled so good? My wolf replies. It's true. Sophie's scent is a combination of everything I love. Dark berries and vanilla bean, marsh flowers and fresh sea air. It seems like Sophie is going to ignore my question. But then she looks up at me from beneath her long, dark lashes, her hazel eyes looking very green in their red rims. You were going to tell me why Martin took Celine and Lila, sneaky little wolf. That is absolutely not where we left off, and she knows it. Was I? I arch my brow and Sophie's flush spreads to her chest. Well, I begin, deciding to play along. There was a bounty on Volana Wolves Sustinae, a very large bounty. Martin wanted it. Her lovely face twists up in confusion. Who placed the bounty? It's a very long story, and even I don't know all the details. I sigh. The real bounty is being offered by Blaze Denizen. Luckily, Bastion set up a shadow system to intercept anyone trying to collect the reward. So, when Martin tried to turn them in, she says, slowly piecing things together, he called us. I confirm, and delivered them at our feet. Thank the goddess. She breathes mournfully, clearly still beating herself up for her role in the ordeal. Why does the Calypso Alpha want them? They won't tell me. No matter that I can hardly protect my pack members from threats when I don't have all the information. But then again, I doubt Celine will be part of my pack much longer. It's truly astonishing. A week ago that thought would have sent me reeling. Now I just want her to be happy. I still don't trust Bastion. But Celine clearly loves him. I do know that if they're turned in, Denizen will kill them. Sophie's sweet flush disappears, the blood draining from her face. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have been quite so honest. Apparently he's been looking a very long time. That's horrible. Sophie exclaims weakly. Visible gears are turning in her head, undoubtedly churning with unpleasant thoughts and memories. She clamps her eyes shut, as if she's trying to hide from the feelings. I don't like this. I much preferred it when she was tying herself into knots over her feelings for me. So, how did Martin convince you to help him? Her eyes snap open, and she begins taking on that same squirrely energy she had earlier. That's not important. I disagree. I press. I think it must have been very important if you were willing to kidnap a pup. I knew the words were a mistake as soon as they left my mouth. Wincing, I amend. I'm not judging you, little lamb. I just want to understand. Sophie wraps her arms protectively around her small body, unintentionally pressing her breasts together. I can see the plump mounds even through her hospital gown, and my mind takes a decidedly salacious turn. I've never thought about Sophie's breasts before, let alone lusted for them. I must have been blind, goddess. I'm drooling over a woman in a hospital bed. Is this going to be what it's like? I ask my wolf. I'm going to be able to help wanting her even in the most inappropriate times? Pretty much. He replies, groaning internally. I turn my attention back to Sophie's face where it belongs. She's staring at her lap. I can't tell you. I can't resist reaching out to her, running my hands through her luscious hair. Why not? I don't want to ruin our friendship, Sophie whispers, leaning into my touch even as she backs away from me emotionally. I never deserved it in the first place. But if I tell you it will be over, and I don't want that. Sophie, you've got to stop saying you don't deserve nice things, I command firmly. You deserve to have everything you want in life. And if anything, I'm the one who's undeserving. I remind her, how many years of pain did you suffer at Martin's hands because I wasn't paying attention? She purses her lips, tightly determined not to answer. Tell me. I order, my voice rough and gravelly. That isn't a fair question, she says meekly. It's not like, again she teeters on the edge of revealing too much, catching herself just in time and redirecting. I mean, we're only friends, offended. Protecting me isn't your job. I'm not just your friend, I'm your alpha, I rumble. It absolutely is my job. As much as I hate to see Sophie's lip trembling, once again, on the verge of tears, I don't regret my harsh tone. She needs to accept this. She needs to know it wasn't her fault, and there is nothing you could ever say to me that would make me forsake you. I add for good measure, nothing. Sophie sniffles, her little red nose just begging to be kissed, but I restrain the impulse. A few tears escape her lashes, sliding down her temples and into her hair. They pool against my palm, and I fight the urge to brush them away. There will be plenty of time for kisses and cuddles later. Now it is most important that she submit. Do you understand me, Sophie? She nods shackily. But I'm not buying it. Sophie would agree to just about anything to put an end to this conversation. Say it. What? She chirps in surprise. Say that none of this was your fault. Say you deserve the world. And say that you know I won't ever turn my back on you. No matter what happens, I instruct. Sophie looks somewhat shell-shocked, and I want to kick myself over and over again. All this time my problem wasn't only that I didn't know myself. It's that I didn't know Sophie either. I knew only what she wanted me to see. I believed the mask she wore to cover up wounds still being inflicted. I'm getting impatient, little lamb, and none of this was my fault. She repeats obediently. I deserve the world. I prompt, the world. Sophie mimics. And I know you won't turn your back on me, no matter what. Good girl. I praise, kissing her forehead, as much as I want to hear her tell me she's in love with me, as much as I want to tell her the same and begin our lives together. I can see this isn't the time. This conversation has been evidence enough. Despite Sophie's feelings, she's clearly not ready to bring them into the open. Given everything I've learned today, I don't blame her. She has to come to me in her own time. Which means that I'm going to have to figure out how to be patient. I'm going to have to wait. I just pray. I won't have to wait too long. Bastien marked Celine. He knows the pup is his, all my best plans, all the money and resources I wasted, all the trouble I've gone to in order to keep them apart. It has all been for nothing. Bastien is going to bring this mate and pup back to Elysium, and he'll be stronger than ever. He'll have no distractions, no depression or grief to weaken his spirit. If anything, he'll have more of a reason to fight. He has something to protect now. To top it all off, Arabella has fled to the Calypso pack, leaving me completely high and dry. My only remaining ally is my mother, and she's more of a figurehead than anything else. When Uncle Gabriel killed my father, she instigated the plot, determined for our family to have revenge and to see me take my rightful position as alpha. She sent me to the best schools, found shifters to train me in one-on-one combat and battle strategy. She gave me all the tools I needed to succeed. She even set me on track to get a job that would permanently put me in Duran's orbit. As far as she was concerned, her part concluded when my education was complete. She made it my responsibility to design the plot and find allies, then set me loose. She hasn't set foot back in Nova territory since the day of the revolt. But she's got a powerful influence even at a distance. Sometimes I think my mother is the one who should have planned Dad's insurrection. She's cunning and ruthless in a way I can never be. She wants me to put things right and kill Celine and Lila. Like I should have from the beginning, she says. She insists it is the only way. But I can't do it. I might have been able to once, but I already lost that fight when I saved Celine from the fire. I don't care much about Bastien's brat, but I can't even bring myself to do away with her because of the pain it would cause Celine. I've always seen a kindred spirit in Celine. Only she's 1,000 times stronger than I am. I lost my father and my birthright. She lost her freedom and her wolf. She suffered for so many years, and I felt for her even before I met her son one. And what a mistake that was. As soon as I saw her, and saw how miserable she was with Bastien, I was a goner. Despite my promises to Arabella, I even started thinking about taking Celine as my wife when I finally got rid of Bastien. The blonde would have thrown a tantrum beyond all reason. But by then, I'd be alpha. It wouldn't matter what she wanted. As inconvenient as it is currently, having Arabella out of the picture actually makes my future plans for Celine easier. I just have to figure out how to get her away from Bashan first. I have to separate them. One way or another, I don't want Celine in the line of fire, and the worse their relationship suffers, the weaker Bastien becomes. Mother is threatening to come take matters into her own hands if I don't get things under control within the month, and I can't afford to let that happen. The clock is ticking. High day. Celine's Lila runs up the stairs in front of Bastien. And I, her tiny legs propelling her forward at a snail's pace. Not that we mind. We're finally home. Not at the pack house or a safe house, but back in the apartment where I raised Lila. My pup is all giggles and sunshine, thrilled to be back in the familiar space and away from all the stress of the last weeks. The hospital released us early this morning, and we spent the rest of the day packing up our belongings and shopping for essentials like groceries. Bastien has his arms slung across my shoulder, and he's whispering in my ear as I unlock the door. I hope you're feeling rejuvenated, little wolf, because it's been almost 2 days since I last had you, and my wolf is getting very impatient. Is that so? I ask archly, every bit as eager as he is. Though Lila's kidnapping and poisoning completely distracted me, my body was still awash with the tortuous hormones and impulses of my heat. Now that the danger has passed, and I'm no longer exhausted to the point of insanity, they've risen again to take control, not to mention. I will take any excuse to delay our inevitable fight about Lila's paternity. Right now we're still reveling in the joy of health and security. I want to keep that going as long as possible. And how do you propose we get a moment alone? I murmur back, nodding toward our pup, who is currently zooming around the apartment in an irrepressible burst of energy. Bastien shoots me a wolfish grin, nibbling on my earlobe as he points out. In case you hadn't noticed, it's almost 9 o'clock. That means bedtime for pups and playtime for mommy and daddy. It hasn't escaped me how frequently he's been using these monikers. I remember how strange and surreal it was to become a mother's side and to actually think of myself as a mommy. It fills me with joy to see Bastien experiencing the same wonder now. Despite our rocky start as a family, I snort. First lesson in parenting Big Bad Wolf. Pups are notorious for sneaking into mommy and daddy's bed, especially after a lot of stress and excitement. Bastien doesn't look concerned. Suis mature. After a bath and a lot of cajoling, Lila finally goes down. But Bastien doesn't even have all my clothes off before the door creaks open, and Lila's little head pokes into the bedroom. Mommy, can't sleep. Down to my underwear and hitched up against my mate while he kisses and licks his mark, all the while making delightful growly sounds. I try to respond naturally. I'm sorry, baby. I'll be right there. I promise. Pushing at Bastien's shoulders in hopes of prying his big body off of me. It doesn't do any good. He pauses his affections, but he doesn't allow me to put even an inch of space between us. His head raises to study the tiny creature in the doorway, and his features immediately shift from predatory to tender. Lila's lower lip sticks out in a full-on pout, and her eyes go big and wide. I want sleep with you. I know I predicted it, but I'm so worked up right now that the thought of going to sleep before Bastien ruts me makes me want to cry. I'm struggling to come up with an answer. Torn between my pup and my mate, if it weren't for the heat it would be no contest. My daughter comes first. Of course, little one. Bastien answers before I can get myself under control. He didn't think about it for one moment. He immediately caved. Lila already has her daddy wrapped around her little finger. I'm thrilled and frustrated all at once. I drop my face to his chest, whining softly. Hush, little wolf. I'll take care of you too. He rumbles, pressing gentle kisses to my hair. Lila is running toward us now, and Bastien scoops her up to snuggle between us. What were you doing? She asks sleepily, melting into my arms. Cuddling, Bastien says, a note of humor in his voice, but now we should all get to bed. My gaze jumps questioningly to his, and he gives me a look urging me to be patient. I sigh and climb into bed with Lila, turning onto my side and wrapping my arm around her. Stripping to his boxers, Bastien climbs into the other side, slipping his arm beneath us both, so we're curled against him. Lila is nestled between our bodies in a perfect fit, and she falls asleep so quickly I almost don't believe it. I can't help but stare at her with utter adoration. She looks so serene, so perfect I'm mesmerized. She's safe and whole. And in my arms, I couldn't ask for a better gift. After a moment, I realize Lila isn't the only one being watched. I look over at Bastien and find him watching us both in much the same way I was watching our pup. It's incredible, isn't it? I ask, how one little being can give so much joy just sleeping. It is. He agrees, a well of unspoken emotion rising between us. But I felt that way long before I met Lila. My heart swells in my chest, and I can feel his love pulsing through the bond. My desire spikes, and I feel myself squirming, trying to relieve the ache without disturbing Lila. Bastien. I know, baby. He leans forward to capture my lips, dark promise in his eye. Just hold on a little while longer. Once she's completely out 20, you're not going to know what hit you. Celine's eyes are glowing with barely contained emotion when I finally sneak her out of bed, unraveling Lila's plump limbs from our bodies, and slipping out from beneath the covers. Tossing my mate over my shoulder, I cart her into the living room and pull the bedroom door shut. Depositing Celine onto the sprawling sectional, I pounce, covering her body with my own and reveling in the feel of her bare skin on mine. I know the goddess created us for each other, but it never ceases to amaze me how perfectly our bodies fit together. My hips were made to rest in the cradle of her thighs, and even though her small size sometimes makes me feel like some sort of giant, her little form fits so snugly in my arms I could happily carry her forever. And that's not to mention the glove-like embrace of the sleek channel I'm about to bury myself in. What if she wakes up? Celine whispers in between kisses, her hands trailing over every inch of my body. She's exploring me as if she's afraid some part of me has changed in the last 24 hours. As if she's no longer certain I'm real. You're just going to have to be very quiet, I tease, licking and nipping my way down her throat. Bastien. I'm Sarah. Her words are cut off with a strangled gasp when I suck her nipple into my mouth. All protests forgotten. She arches her back, offering up her charms to my questing lips, biting down on her fingers to keep quiet. In truth, I'm not worried about waking the pup, because I know this is going to be over fast. We've both been waiting too long to be reunited this way, and are positively frenzied with need after denying our instincts for so many hours. I don't think I can be gentle this time, baby. I warn her. The truth is I need to be inside her so badly it hurts. My frustrated anatomy aches with unrequited lust, and my sanity teeters on the edge. I might have seemed in control to Celine when we put Lila to bed, but I simply have more experience being in rut. Good. She growls passionately, sinking her little teeth into the bulging muscles of my shoulder, swearing under my breath. I rip the thin undergarments from her body, groaning when I see the wetness pooled at her center. The scent of her arousal has been torturing me all evening, but I didn't realize how drenched she was until this moment. Celine is so ready, I don't even need to touch her. So I bury myself inside her with a single thrust. I sink into her soaked sheath all the way to the hilt, swallowing my mate's cry as she throws her head back with rejoice. I claim her savagely, giving her everything and taking the same in return. When we were married, I would have been afraid to take her so roughly. But now that her wolf has returned, she's egging me on, encouraging me and begging for more. I don't hold back, pinning her to the sofa as I pound into her tight heat, my pelvis slamming into hers almost savagely. I know the exact moment Celine loses control completely. When her efforts to silence her euphoric moans cease, and she begins crying out and whimpering without restraint, I pause, eliciting a snarl from Celine. Flipping her onto her hands and knees, I deliver a spank to her luscious behind, changing her snarl to a whine. I give her another, liking her plaintive sounds just a bit too much. Driving into her from behind, I drag her torso up, pulling her body against mine and covering her sweet mouth with my hand. Celine's back bows as her hips undulate into my thrusts and her shoulder blades shake against my chest. The muffled sounds of her pleasure growing louder. My mark is red and swollen, mere inches away from my mouth. And I can't resist. I sink my teeth into the imprint, not hard enough to break the skin, but forcefully enough to prevent her from moving as I chase my climax. When I feel it begin to tingle in the base of my spine, I slide my free hand to her slippery clit, spurring her to a sudden and explosive peak. Her body goes rigid as it takes her, and her spasming muscles squeeze my cock so fiercely that I cannot last another second. I spill into her with a ragged growl, riding her through the throes of ecstasy, and only stopping when her body goes limp in my arms. Celine's head lolls back against my shoulder, wearing a delirious smile that fills me with smug pride. I steal one final kiss from her lips, delving my tongue into her mouth and savoring the taste of my mate. I never forgot Celine's taste or smell in the years. I believed she was dead. But I never imagined I would experience them again. Now that I am, I never want to stop. But my little wolf is already half asleep in my arms, and I know we need to rest. The bedroom door is still tightly closed, and Lila remains dead to the world when we make it back to bed. Showered and freshly clothed. Celine is out the second, her head hits the pillow, and the last thing I see before I go to sleep is Lila unconsciously snuggling into her mother's warmth. A-C-Y sound. Celine. Some very silly part of me thought Bastien might actually forget about the DNA test. And my lie. He's been nothing but adoring ever since rescuing us, and after a morning of family time and frantic quickies whenever Lila takes a nap. I've almost forgotten myself. After lunch, Bastien pulls me aside, glancing at Lila out of the corner of his eyes and speaking softly. How are you feeling about Lila? His words may be vague, but I know what he means. The immediate danger may be past now that Martin is dead, but having my baby kidnapped in broad daylight has made me fairly determined to never let her out of my sight again. I'm afraid to turn my back, I admit in a whisper. Every time I do, I'm filled with panic, even though I know she's still here. Bastien TSKs and pulls me into a hug. I know exactly how you feel, he rumbles, lips moving against my hair. I've been that way ever since I realized you were alive. Guilt ties my stomach into knots. I hate the idea of causing Bastien to feel what I am now. I tilt my face up to tell him how sorry I am, but the words die in my throat when I see his expression. Luna immediately tucks her tail between her legs. Where there was only love and desire moments ago, there is now an alpha's stern disapproval. Cupping my cheek, he proclaims, "We need to find some alone time to talk." Talk. I squeak, not liking the sounds of that at all. Among other things. He replies ominously, "But I don't want to separate you from Lila if it's going to cause either one of you stress." It wouldn't cause you stress? I ask with mild disbelief. I've seen the way he keeps scanning the room for invisible threats every 15 minutes. I'm not talking about taking her out of the apartment. I thought we could go down the street to the cafe and leave her here with Aiden and Mom. He thinks about it, then adds, "And a full security team." I know Bastien's giving me an out. Being separated from Lila and facing the consequences of my lies are the very last things I want to do. However, I also know that my mate will see right through me if I refuse him just to get out of being held accountable. I try to imagine having Lila a few doors down, Knowing Aiden's mental link with Bastien will alert us the very second something goes wrong. I don't love the idea, but if the situation were different and we were using the alone time to mate, I think I might be okay with it to meet. In theory at least. My lower lips quivers. I hate confrontations. I hate people being angry with me, and Bastien knows it. It seems like no matter how much time passes, I can't shake Garrick's ghosty knot. When it comes to this, my mate is frowning now, as if a new thought is just occurring to him. How have you dealt with the episodes all these years? I know he's really asking if Drake helped me through them. But when my PTSD strikes, any man who isn't my mate becomes Garrick reincarnated. Sefty, even my friend. On my own. I answer honestly. He nods grimly, then compresses his lips into a hard line. We can't put it off forever. Little wolf. Bastien remarks gently, stroking my hair back from my face. And the sooner it happens, the sooner we can put it behind us. I know. I whisper, dread leaching into my veins tonight. Bastien considers me for one long moment, then agrees. Tonight. 17. The cafe is closed on Mondays, but when Bastien and I arrive the lights are already on, and the scent of roasting meat is emanating from the kitchen. My stomach rumbles in reply, and I look up at my mate in confusion. You gave someone my keys. His lip quirks. Just Donovan. I should have guessed. Donovan has always been a wonderful chef, and he takes every opportunity he can get to invent new dishes and recipes. Oh. I relax, calling out a hello to the beta. A disembodied voice returns my greeting, and then Donovan's head pops around the corner. His shoulder-length salt and pepper hair pulled into a ponytail. Dinner is just about ready, thuddy. 10 more minutes, and I'll be out of your hair. Feeling uncomfortable that the older man should be waiting on us. Bastien reads my expression and chuckles. Don't worry, he volunteered. He assures me, and it's not just for us, he's packing up boxes to take to the apartment. Oh good. I relax a little, looking around the familiar space. All of the tables are bare save one. A cozy booth in the corner is set with a pristine white tablecloth and gleaming silver flatware. Tea lights glow at its center, and a bottle of red wine awaits with 2 empty glasses. Bastien tugs me over to the booth, waiting for me to slide in before taking a seat on the opposite bench. My eyes widen with surprise when I realize he means to sit across from me. Bastien never lets me out of arm's reach if he can help it. Even before all this happened, he preferred to keep me close, touching me, more often than not. I used to think it was a show of possession or protection. Now I understand that he simply does it because he wants to. Anxiety skitters in my veins. My heart beating a little louder. I don't like this. Luna says, I don't either. I admit shackily, don't look so alarmed, baby. Bastien purrs, pouring the wine and offering me a glass. This is simply to make sure we don't get distracted. That's fair, I suppose. My heat can strike at the most inconvenient times. And if he's touching me when it happens, well, let's just say we won't be getting any talking done. Just then, the kitchen door swings open, and Donovan appears carrying 2 steaming plates. The food looks incredible when he sets it down in front of us, and even though I'm starving, I'm so nervous I'm not sure I'll be able to keep anything down. Bastien is frowning deeply. I think the scent of my fear is agitating him. I know he's furious with me, but I doubt he wants me frightened. I imagine it feels something like when I have to discipline Lila for being naughty. I know it's the right thing to do, but seeing her suffer the consequences fills me with terrible guilt. I would be horrified if I thought she was afraid of me. When Donovan retreats, Bastien raises his silverware, asking me something innocuous about my day and throwing me off completely. Later I realized he did it to help me relax and put some food in my stomach. Because for the next hour or so we had a perfectly pleasant dinner. It wasn't until afterwards, when a second bottle of wine came out, and we were both pleasantly sated that he struck. So, Bastian begins, leaning back in his seat and eyeing me with lethal intent. Where do you want to begin? I freeze with my wine glass halfway to my lips. What do you mean? He's all predator now. All alpha. Well, you have quite a few options to choose from, Celine. He rumbles. There's the fact that you failed to tell me Drake kissed you. There's the fact that you willingly walked into Martin's trap without telling anyone where you were going or what was happening. He sets his own glass down before his tight grip can smash it. And then there's the fact that you told me I wasn't Lila's father. Oh, goddess. I thought this was just about Lila's paternity. I completely forgot about Drake's attempted kiss and the ransom note. In hindsight, it makes perfect sense that Bastian would disapprove of those things. But I never considered his reaction in the moment. Gulping, I broach. Drake didn't actually kiss me. I wait for him to contradict or question me, but he simply sits there watching me with that same intense stare. He tried, but I deflected him. Bastian's chin dips, his silver eyes hard. All right, I'll amend that. You failed to tell me another alpha came onto you, because nothing happened. I insist. You're my mate. I picked you, and telling you would only have made things between you and Drake worse. Bastian sighs, and I can see him fighting for patience. Celine, I know you were never taught about these things, but did you consider what my mark signifies? I shrug, confused about why we're suddenly discussing marks. That we're mates. A claiming mark is an announcement to every wolf you meet that you are already spoken for. It protects you from unwanted advances from males and decides your status among the pack females. He explains evenly. To proposition any marked she-wolf is a serious offense. It disrespects her choice and challenges her mate's claim. But you're not just any she-wolf. An edge of steel enters his deep voice. You were marked by an alpha. Understanding clicks in my head. So if he challenges your claim on me, Bastian nods. Challenging an alpha is challenging an alpha too. It doesn't matter the motive. If he and I were to truly fight Sufin no betas, or back up. No interfering little mates trying to be noble, he teases, reminding me of their last fight, in which I nearly got myself killed. The winner would claim the loser's pack. Then, I think aloud, it's a good thing I didn't tell you because you would have been forced to meet his challenge and then you'd have been stuck with the Eros pack. I swear the corner of his mouth twitches like he wants to smile. Maybe, but that's not why you kept it a secret. I knew you would fight, and I didn't want any more violence. I reason, is that so wrong? Of course not. But I need you to understand that it isn't nothing if someone comes on to you. Bastian lectures. It's a very big deal, and it's very important that you tell me if and when it happens. Not only because it's an offense against me, but because it may very well mean you're in danger. Anyone willing to challenge an alpha for their mate isn't going to be very concerned with your consent. Okay. I agree sheepishly, and speaking of danger, he transitions cryptically. Why don't you tell me about Martin's note? I won't apologize for that. I counter, straightening my spine. It might have been a trap, but I would rather someone hurt me than Lila, and I would rather be in trouble with her than leave her in trouble alone. Bastian's molten gaze bores into me, and I can see the thoughts flickering through his mind. This isn't about a mother's instincts to protect her pup, he finally asserts. If it were just a matter of protecting Lila, there's no doubt you did the right thing. The problem is how you did it. The note said not to tell anyone. I remind him, I couldn't risk it. Again, he pins me with a long, assessing stare, clearly trying to find the right words. Sweetheart, have you considered what would have happened if Martin hadn't been the tipster? Actually, I've been trying very hard not to think about that. I would still rather it be me than her. But it wouldn't have been you instead. It would have been both of you. Bastien exclaims, his temper slipping. Pausing to take a deep breath, he clenches and unclenches his fist, finally setting it on the table. Do you realize that until Martin's phone call came in, we didn't have the first clue where you were? We didn't have a trail to follow, and we were nowhere near finding you. I blanch. Number. If he'd called a real seller instead of us, Lila would be dead from the starlight. Bastien states grimly, if he'd handed you over to the Calypso pack, Blaze wouldn't have agreed to kill just one of you. Not telling us what was going on didn't just endanger you. It endangered Lila. His words slice into me like a knife. And now I really do think I might be sick. I'm not saying any of this to make you feel badly, Bastien grimaces sympathetically. But Blaze is still out there, and if Sunday Goddess forbids something like this happens again, the most important thing you can do is maximize our odds of us finding her. We have to have as much information as humanly possible. But the note a dead hostage isn't worth anything to a kidnapper. Bastien softens his tone when he realizes how harsh he sounded. And while they might be able to hurt her and still collect, at least then she'd be alive Sudi. Which she wouldn't be. Blaze got his hands on her. I nod. I'm sorry, I croak, despite my earlier words. You're right. My mate looks ready to end this horrible conversation. And for a moment, I think the guilt might just win out. However, after a moment, Bastien seems to push through it, a resolute expression coming over his face. Listen. I know Arabella terrified you so much. You were too afraid to come back to Elysium when you found out you were pregnant. Bastien begins. Actually, I already knew. I correct him before I can consider the wisdom of doing so. His eyes flash dangerously. Excuse me, I knew. I repeat meekly, already regretting my honesty. I knew I was pregnant before I left Elysium. For a moment, Bastien just stares at me, breathing heavily and looking furious. Then, without another word, he stands from the table and storms out of the cafe. Hi day, horse. I only make it a few paces out of the cafe before I change my mind and turn back. All night, I've been tiptoeing around, trying to get through this fight without upsetting Celine. But I can't hold back any longer. I don't want my mate to be afraid of me. I don't want to trigger her and send her into a PTSD episode, but I have a right to be angry. Besides, fights are upsetting. There's no way to honestly have one if you can't express your feelings for fear of offending someone else's. Celine jumps when the door slams back open. The bell hanging above it jingly wildly. I stalk back to our booth, towering over my beautiful mate with steam billowing from my ears. How long? What? Celine squeaks, eyeing me warily. How long before you left did you know you were pregnant? I demand. My mate immediately drops her head, unable to meet my gaze. The moment she does, I know I'm not going to like the answer to this question. Answer me, Celine. I found out the day before our anniversary. Her eyes are turning red when she glances back up at me. The day you told me you were rejecting me, I feel like I've been punched in the stomach. You knew all that time. I hiss, trying to process this information. In hindsight, the puzzle pieces begin to click into place. Her illness, her refusal to go to the hospital, the way she stopped drinking alcohol and caffeine. Why couldn't I smell it on you? And? If she was in her wolf form, I have no doubt my mate would currently be on her back exposing her belly to me. She's curled in on herself, invisible tail tucked between her legs. I covered it up, she confesses hoarsely. The doctor gave me something to hide the scent. Axel is positively snarling in my chest, but I'm still struggling to wrap my head around this development. Why? I scent her tears a moment before I see them. Celine steps out of the booth, looking up at me plaintively. Everything I told you about the fire is true, but part of why Arabella tried to kill me is because she knew about the baby. When she tried to push me down the stairs at the hospital, it was because she overheard the doctor and I talking. She wanted me to miscarry. That's not what I asked you. I rumble. I thought you loved her. I thought you didn't want me, Celine cries. And she wanted me dead. She wanted Lila dead. I almost snap at her again for ignoring the question. Then I realize what she's trying to do. She's trying to explain herself before she admits the truth. You were already planning on leaving, weren't you? I question her bleakly. The fire forced you to go sooner, but you were always planning on leaving. Celine is practically sobbing and part of me wants to comfort her, but for the first time, my anger is more powerful than my concern. Weren't you? I snarl again when she doesn't answer. Yes. Celine yelps, jumping half a foot in the air. Yes. Drake and I had a plan, but then Gabriel died, and it seemed like you actually needed me for a while. But then you still wanted the rejection. I was going to go right after. The rejection was for you. I thunder, all the memories coming back to me. You never had a choice in marrying me and you were mooning over some wolf you'd known for 15 years. I wanted you to be happy. What are you talking about? Celine hiccups. I heard you on the phone with your friend, talking about how upset you were, that you couldn't be with the man you'd been in love with since you were 5. It's been a long time since I've thought about that time in my life. When I thought Celine died, I only wanted to remember the good parts of our marriage. I blocked out those last few months so completely, I actually forgot about the phone call I overheard. Celine is gaping at me, her tears slowing amidst her surprise. When she finally responds, it's with such exasperation and disbelief I almost miss her words. You idiot. Excuse me? I reply dangerously. I was talking about you, Bastien. Celine practically shouts. What are you talking about? I interrogate. We didn't meet until you escaped Garrick. Yes, we did. Celine corrects me, holding her head in her hands. When I was a pup, I got lost in the mountain tunnels and you found me. You rescued me and I had a horrible crush on you afterwards. I've loved you since I was 5 years old. Her eyes narrow as the irony hits her. And when you found out, you rejected me. I rack my memory for the event she's talking about, diving through the annals of my life until I finally resurrect a hazy image of a pup, not much older than Lila, crying in a dark cave. Horror and relief wash over me in equal measure. Why didn't you ask me about what you overheard? Celine questions me. Why didn't you just talk to me instead of jumping to conclusions? Oh, the way you talked to me when you thought I was leaving you for Arabella. I snap. When you thought I was having an affair, or when you found out you were carrying my baby. Celine stubbornly crosses her arms over her chest, and I'm amazed at how well she's holding herself together. Part of me is proud of my sweet mate for coping so well under stress and even wants to praise her. But I pummel that thought back fun again. That was different. She insists. I was still just a kid. I was still a wreck. Just trying to put one foot in front of another and scared of my own shadow. You were a fully grown alpha without a fear in the world. And now? I grouse. Are you still just a scared little girl that had to fake a DNA test rather than confront reality? I didn't have anything to do with that DNA test. Celine denies hotly. I don't know how it happened, but it wasn't me. Oh, come on, Celine. Give it up, I bark. You've spent years hiding Lila from me. You've been hiding her from the first moment you found out she existed. Do you really expect me to believe you weren't behind those fake results? I didn't even know about the test until the results were back. She reminds me fiercely, that doesn't change the fact that you kept up the lie. I combat. I might be able to understand it when I first arrived, but you learned the truth and still let me believe she was Drake's. My mate wrings her hands, her stunning eyes wide and shining as she implores me to understand. I didn't want you to settle for me simply because I mothered your pup, she whimpers. I needed you to want me for me, and after I claimed you? My hand closes around her nape, needing her to look me in the eye, needing to impose my dominance on her. Some of her anxious movements cease as she submits to my hold, and continue, we promised each other no more lies. You gave me your word, and still you said nothing. She tried to shrink back but doesn't get very far, looking so lost. It takes all my strength to hold on to my anger. I know. She concedes mournfully, not offering any more excuses. Why? I inquire desperately. I don't know. She laments, using her palms to try and wipe away her tears. Yes, you do? I press. Why didn't you come clean? Why did we have to wait for our pup's life to be in danger before I found out I had a daughter? I was scared. Celine cries pitifully. Of what? I growl. Of me. I knew how angry you'd be. She sniffles. I didn't want you to hate me. I just got you back. I didn't want to lose you again. Her words slap me across the face, and I stare down at her in disbelief. Did you think I would hurt you? Or take Lila and reject you? Celine shrugs helplessly. My anger spikes even though I know it isn't fair. How could you think I would do something like that? I ask in outrage, how could you possibly think I'm capable of hating you? I don't. She stammers hopelessly, trying to duck her head and avoid my gaze. I slide my hand into her hair, tangling my fist in the lost tresses and pulling her head back. Have I not made it clear how I feel about you? I snarl. Have I not shown you how important you are to me? Have I not claimed you thoroughly enough, mate? Despite her sadness and fear, the words spark the familiar scent of Celine's arousal, and her pupils dilate as she weathers my fury. We both know it's just an excuse when she shakes her head in denial. No, she whispers, her voice music to my ears. I guess you haven't. Oh, goddess. Why did I just say that? It seemed like a good idea in the moment. Bastien was watching me with that predatory gleam in his eye, and my heat sparked with a vengeance. One look and I combusted, flames of passion engulfing my body and driving all sense from my head. Luna got the better of me, convinced me I needed him more than I needed oxygen, told me to say whatever it took to make him claim me. But I just challenged him, told him he hadn't done his job as my mate enough, as if he wasn't already angry enough. He was going to rut me either way. I tell Luna ruefully, I didn't have to provoke him. Yes, you did. His wolf needs this BD, and so do I, she insists. She's right. I realize, and she's not alone in her desires. I need to feel Bastien's dominance. I need to feel his possession so deeply that it permanently brands my soul. Bastien's eyes flash, and the next thing I know I'm spinning, turning to face the table. Bastien clears the surface with one powerful sweep of his arm, sending glass and china clattering onto the bench. Pressure between my shoulder blades bends me over the table, and the next thing I know my cheek is flush against the cool wood. Bastien keeps one large hand splayed across the small of my back to pin me in place. Not that he needs to. My palms rest on either side of my head, but I don't try to rise. My heart races as Bastien flips up my dress and rips away my panties, my breath diminishing to a ragged pant. I can barely keep up with what's happening. But I don't need to. I know my mate will take care of me. I know, smack. Bastien's hand comes down hard on my exposed backside, drawing a startled yelp from my lips. Now I do try to push myself up, pressing my hands into the wood with all my strength. But I'm powerless beneath him. What are you doing? I cry in shock, even as another swat lands. Forgetting about standing, I throw my hands back to try and cover my bottom. But Bastien simply gathers my wrists and holds them behind my back. "What does it look like I'm doing?" he growls, his voice like gravel. Suddenly, I remember where we are, and I strain to see over the top of the booth. "Bastien, someone could see," I exclaim, thinking of the floor-to-ceiling windows lining the front of the cafe. "Then they'll see an alpha punishing his naughty mate." He replies nonchalantly, as if spanking fully grown women is something that happens every day. A series of 5 sharp smacks pepper my behind, Bastien punctuating each one with his scolding words. "I could never hate you." He says the phrase so viciously I wince. I know he's only using a tiny fraction of his strength, but my skin burns beneath his touch. I writhe, trying to escape his punishing hands and whining like a pup. "You are my everything, Celine," Bastien declares fiercely, rubbing my aching bottom and then delivering another whack to the spot he just soothed. "Don't you dare forget it." Tien, Bastien. My poor little mate doesn't know what hit her siden. Literally, I've given Celine a few playful swats over the years, even a few real ones in the bedroom, but I've never disciplined her this way. I was always afraid of triggering her post-traumatic stress, of reminding her of Garrick and making her afraid of me. To be fair, I didn't actually intend to do this. Axel responded to our mate's challenge so abruptly. I didn't even think about what I was doing. One moment Celine was whispering that I hadn't claimed her thoroughly enough, and the next I had her sprawled over the table with her luscious bottom on display. Bright red handprints mark her pale cheeks, and I can hear her sniffling softly. "I'm sorry," Celine pleads, still trying to wriggle out of my hold. Apparently my concerns about frightening her were unnecessary. Not only is she not afraid, but the scent of her arousal has grown stronger, spiking every time I land a spank. "You've been a very bad girl," I purr, giving her 2 strong smacks. Celine squeals in protest, more affronted than pained. "Doubting your mate." Smack, asterisk lying to him. Smack, asterisk keeping secrets. Asterisk putting your precious life in danger. This smack is the hardest of all, and my mate finally stops struggling. Her body relaxes, the fight draining out of her limbs. Little by little, she submits, accepting her punishment and yielding to my control. This time when she apologizes, she means it. "I'm sorry, Bastien," she murmurs, her voice thick with tears, "for everything." "I know you are, sweetheart." I flip her over onto her back, smirking when she hisses as her rear end meets the hard table. "But I'm not done with you yet." Her eyes widen as I reach for my fly, and she pushes up onto her elbows, frantically checking the windows. "Not here," she begs. "We're practically in public. The only reason I agree is because I don't want any wolves passing by to get an eyeful of what's rightfully mine." I scoop up Celine and cart her into the kitchen, kicking the door shut behind me and laying her out on the metal island. She sighs, and I realize the cold surface probably feels good against her stinging backside. Chuckling darkly, I withdraw my cock from my trousers, pulling the neckline of Celine's dress down to expose her breasts. Axel groans in my head as I sweep my gaze over her naked skin, the sight making my already rock-hard arousal stiffen further. For a moment I consider taking a picture of her. I would love to be able to see her like this whenever I want, spread out like a feast for me to devour, disheveled and needy, ripe for the taking. In the end, I'm too impatient. I may have reasserted my dominance in the dining room, but I've yet to reassert my claim, and I can't wait a second longer. "Hold on tight, little wolf," I instruct, teasing her swollen clit with the head of my cock. "You're in for a rough ride." Wayasidai Wentindas. Rough. was putting it mildly, in the delirious aftermath of our lovemaking. Bastien lies with his head pillowed on my breasts, bent over the island counter in exhaustion. As I run my hands through his soft hair, I feel completely boneless, drowsy, and satisfied beyond belief. The strange thing is how peaceful I feel. Not just calm but light as a feather. I didn't realize how heavily the burden of my secrets was weighing on me until it lifted. Even my guilt has faded. It was still eating me up inside before Bastien bent me over the table, but somehow his spanking freed me of it. I still can't believe he did that. I still can't believe how much I liked it. It hurt like hell, but every time his hand fell my sex throbbed and clenched, needing to be filled. Deep down, I secretly loved Bastien, taking me in hand that way, dominating me with so much raw power and control. Somehow, it made me feel safe and cared for. Like some sort of catharsis, which set everything right with my mate. I hazard shifting my hips and hiss with discomfort. My backside is even more sore than it was before. Which isn't surprising given how ruthlessly Bastien rutted me. The big wolf lying on top of me rumbles contentedly, and lingering kisses shower my breasts. "You took that so well, baby," he croons, petting my sides. "I'm very proud of you." While his praise fills me with warmth, there is one thing I have to make clear. If you ever, I begin sleepily. "Spank Lila, I will." Bastien's head suddenly jerks up, his expression so horrified that I stop speaking. From the look on his face you would think I accused him of murder. "I would never," he proclaims, straightening up and taking his comforting weight with him. "Spankings are for naughty mates, not innocent pups." I snort, adjusting my dress to cover my nudity and gingerly sitting up. I'm sore in all the right places, and I really could use a nap. I stretch, emitting a little moan before I catch Bastien watching me hungrily. "Oh no you don't," I tell him, wagging a finger. "I can't take any more of your love today, mister." Bastien laughs, swooping his head down to steal a kiss before righting his own clothes. "That's probably for the best." He agrees reluctantly. "We still have to talk about the move." That stops me in my tracks. "What are you talking about?" I ask, furrowing my brow. "What move?" I think surely he doesn't mean. Bastien looks down at me with steely-eyed resolve. "We're going back to Elysium." "What?" I ask, unable to conjure any other words. "I've been away too long," Bastien sighs, "and so have you." He adds pointedly. Suddenly, I realize he must have dropped everything to come here. He has so many responsibilities in Elysium. I don't know how he managed it. Who's been running the pack while he's been busy chasing me around Asphodel? The council. Next, I wonder how none of this occurred to me before. We can hardly be together while living in separate cities. In Bastien's mind, I probably agreed to come back to Elysium the moment I let him claim me. The last card in my hand had been needing to keep Lila near her father, and that excuse went out the window when I told him the truth about the DNA test. "Bastien, I have a life here." I reply hesitantly. "You had a life there too." Bastien reminds me, brushing a few strands of hair out of my eyes. I correct him. "I had you and nothing else. Here I have a business, friends. A purpose beyond standing beside you and looking pretty. That's not what I want for you, Celine. You can have all those things in Elysium. You could have had those things before, if," he trails off, uncertain why I hadn't shown an interest in opening a cafe or having a life of my own when we were married. Puzzled and clearly concerned, he asks, "Did you think I wouldn't let you?" I exhale heavily. "It wasn't anything you did. Well, not in the way you mean." I amend, reaching up to stroke my mate's clenched jaw. "You have to understand, when you first rescued me I was completely helpless. I did need you to do everything for me. And you were so willing to take on that role that you never pushed me to step out of my comfort zone or do anything for myself. At the time I thought it was because you didn't think I was capable of standing on my own 2 feet. I share, reaching into my memories. If I coddled you, it's because I love you. Bastien informs me, looking perturbed. I didn't push you because taking care of you was never a burden to me. I wanted to do everything for you. I never wanted you to have to struggle again. I know that now. I assure him gently, but I never learned how to fend for myself. I never got far enough out into the world to find myself, to figure out who I was and what I wanted out of life. It had only been 3 years, Bastien argues protectively. You made incredible progress in that time, considering where you started. Goddess, Celine, you were trapped in a basement through your entire adolescence. He reminds me sunny as if I could forget. You had to learn everything from scratch, all while trying to figure out how to be a wife and an alpha's mate, and I did it in a bubble. I proclaim firmly, when I came here I didn't have a choice. Drake helped me get the apartment and provided for me financially, but I had to figure out how to survive on my own. I had to figure out what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. So do those things in Elysium. Bastien beseeches. It won't be like before, Bastien. You said it yourself. Being an alpha's mate is a lot more than just being a wife. I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but I'm not sure how successful my efforts are. My mate is looking grumpier by the minute. It's a full-time job with a lot of responsibilities. If I go back, I won't have a choice anymore. Dragging one large hand through his hair, Bastien huffs in frustration. What did you think was going to happen when I claimed you, Celine? That you and Lila would stay here when I went back home? He eyes my flat tummy. For goddess's sake, you're probably breeding already. Excuse me. I squeak, not sure I heard him correctly. Bastien rolls his eyes. You're in heat, Celine. The man seems determined to tell me things I already know this evening. So, I exclaim, throwing my hands up. My mate appears to be praying for patience, bringing his palms together and speaking very deliberately. You're the most fertile you'll ever be, and we've had unprotected sex a dozen times since it began. I blindly reach behind me, seeking the edge of the island to brace myself. Suddenly my knees feel like jelly. How could I have failed to connect those dots? Without contraception, heat cycles almost always result in baby serum. It's kind of the entire point. Blood is rushing in my ears, blocking out all other sounds with a loud whirring. I've never considered having another pup. I wouldn't have ever wanted one with anyone but Bastien, and I never thought I'd see him again. I try to picture what it would be like to go through a pregnancy now. How different it might be from the first time with Bastien by my side. I try to imagine having another pup. A sibling for Lila, maybe a little boy Southern Sash. Luna is swooning at the thought, and I have to admit I am too. Now that I know it's possible, I desperately want to have another child with Bastien, but I'm not sure I'm ready to do it right this minute. We still have a lot to figure out. Lila and I are still in danger 7. What if I have another girl, another Valana in need of protection? There's something else. A niggling thought in the back of my mind. Bastien knew. He knew he might get me pregnant again. He seems to expect it, treating it like it's a foregone conclusion. What's more, we always used protection in the first year of our marriage, when having a baby would have been more traumatic for me than joyful. Narrowing my eyes at my mate, I push away from the counter, stalking towards him. Were you planning this? I hiss. Have you been trying to get me pregnant? Did you see I had a child with Drake and need to plant one of your own to spite him and lock me down? Bastien rubs the back of his neck, looking decidedly guilty. The thought did occur to me, he admits. But in my defense, I thought you understood the situation. You are unbelievable, I declare hotly. I know you didn't believe I would thoughtlessly jump into such a big commitment when things were so uncertain between us when we live in different cities. When my first pup is already endangered because of the blood I passed down to her. Bastian reaches for me and I try to back out of his reach, but he's too fast. Before I know it, the full length of my body is pressed against his, and his silver eyes are glaring down at me. "It's instinct, Celine," he states sternly. "It's my instinct to breed my mate, to mark what's mine and wipe away any remnants left behind by other wolves." Goddess help me, but his words are starting to excite me again. "I assumed your instincts were driving you to do the same. Were they? I think, was I subconsciously trying to seal our bond with another baby? Is all this lust really driven by that base instinct, to continue my line? Of course it is. Luna tells me, I want another pup. I want to raise them with our mate. I'm rarely angry with my wolf, but I am now. She might have known what was happening, but I didn't. I never even considered another child. I was too overwhelmed just coping with Bastian's reappearance in my life. Well, they weren't. Pushing against Bastian's chest and not moving an inch. I continue. I'm terrified every single day about Lila and this bounty. I was already carrying her when I found out about it in Elysium. I would never intentionally try to breed with that kind of threat hanging over my head. All the more reason for you to come home, Bastian asserts, entirely unyielding. You belong in Elysium. You and Lila belong with me. His massive hands squeeze my hips. And if you are carrying another pup, they'll belong with me too. I know that. I burst out, finally speaking my truth. I don't want to be apart from you. I don't want Lila to go another day without her father. Then, why are you fighting me? Little wolf, Bastian demands, emanating pure ferocity. Because I don't want to go back to being that person. My throat scratches uncomfortably, and I can already hear the tears in my voice. I don't want to go back to being weak and afraid and useless. You were never weak. Bastian growls, fire burning in his eyes. You survived things no other wolf could. You managed to hold on to your heart through years of torture and abuse. He professes, and you were never useless. Not to me. You know what I mean. I hiccup, unable to meet his gaze. I don't want it to be like before. I don't want to be bullied by jealous she-wolves and sit idly by while you govern the pack. Kissing my brow and gathering me to his chest, Bastian promises. That's not who we are anymore, baby. Promise me it will be different. I request in a small voice. Promise me it will be better. I promise. His deep voice wraps around me like an embrace, and even though my fear urges me not to believe him signed, I can't help but trust my mate, burying my head in his chest for one long moment to try and get hold of my tears. I make my decision. When do we leave? My small family is gathered in Drake Kavanaugh's office. Celine and I sit across from the Arrows Alpha, with Lila balanced between our laps, preparing to announce our departure to Elysium. I was anticipating a scene, given the way things went when the other man found out. I'd claimed Celine, however, now. I'm not so sure. Everything was so chaotic after the kidnapping that I didn't pay attention to the way Drake was looking at Celine. But now the difference is striking. Whereas he used to eye my mate with unrequited longing, now he studies her with nothing but friendly warmth. I have a feeling I know the reason behind this sudden shift. And while I still harbor some resentment for the little she-wolf who helped kidnap my mate and pup, solving my Drake problem might just be worth my forgiveness. I know she was a victim in all this, but the fact remains that my pup almost died, and the father in me just can't get past that. I know. Celine feels the same. I presume you've come to tell me you're leaving. Drake prompts us, a sad smile on his handsome face. Yes. Celine confirms, squeezing my hand. Before the week is out. Well, I can't say I didn't expect this. Drake admits ruefully. But I'm going to miss having you here, he tells Celine, before looking down at Lila. And what am I going to do without my Lila bean? Lila giggles and clambers down to dart across the room. Drake scoops her up and sits her on his knee, bouncing her enthusiastically while her peals of laughter ring out. This time last week, the sight would have sent me into a green-eyed rage, but I'm not bothered now that I know Lila is mine. Besides, when the girls were kidnapped Drake, and I had to put aside our differences, recognizing that their safety was far more important than our pride or egos. I don't think we'll ever be friends, but I do consider him an ally. Our affection for the she-wolves unites us in a way politics never could. Listen, Drake, Celine broaches, sounding emotional. I will never be able to repay you for everything you did for me. You saved my life so many times I've lost count, and in helping me you saved Lila too. She's right. If nothing else, I have to be grateful to Drake for taking care of my mate all these years. No matter how badly the idea makes me want to throw something, you've been an incredible friend to me from the day we met. Celine continues. I know things are a little difficult right now, but you have to know how grateful I am, and how much I care about you. Drake's expression goes very serious, and he looks straight at me now. I'm sorry for the way I reacted to your claim. It wasn't right, and not only because of the disrespect it showed you. His emerald eyes turned to Celine. I was wrong. I thought I was in love with you. Because you're so wonderful my wolf couldn't see anyone else. He smiles, and I'd recognize that look anywhere. This is a wolf who's found his mate, Sophie? I suggest, causing Celine to stare up at me in surprise before swinging her expectant gaze back and forth between us. Sophie. Drake confirms, beaming. She's still recovering, but when the time is right, heat infuses his tone, and I can practically read his thoughts. They're the very last thing any man should be contemplating when holding a pup. Clearing my throat loudly, I drag his attention back to the present. Celine frowns with concern. Drake, are you sure? Protectively cuddling Lila closer, he answers. You know it was never her will to hurt anyone, don't you? His brow furrows with pain and anger. Martin was hurting her for a long time. I know that, Celine says stiffly, and I wouldn't blame her if she'd only come after me. A growl bubbles up in my chest before I can stop it, and my sweet mate leans into my side, bombarding me with her scent. But I hope you understand why I can't forgive her completely. I do, Drake concedes, just as I hope you can understand why I can't hold her at fault. I understand. I announce before Celine can answer. My mate could burn down a convent and I wouldn't be able to hold it against her. That's the way of fated mates. The bond is wonderful and impossible all at once. Thank you. Drake bows his head. Celine opens her mouth to argue. And I drop my lips to her ear. How would you feel if it were me? My mate throws me a sulky look, but settles without further protestation. There's one more thing I have to ask you before we can put all this behind us. I broach carefully. Go ahead, Drake encourages. I don't want us to part on uneven footing any more than you do. It's amazing how much I can respect the other alpha when he's not drooling over my mate. We're still not sure what happened with the DNA test. I explain. Did you have anything to do with it? Kavanaugh looks every bit as concerned as I feel. No. I didn't know anything about it until the results came back. He starts bouncing Lila again, distracting her as our conversation grows tense. You had them run in Elysium, didn't you? Yes, I confirm, and I know it wasn't the courier. Given that the courier was my mother, who just yesterday told me she'd figured out Lila was mine even before the kidnapping, maybe the sample was simply contaminated in the lab. Celine suggests, not sounding like she believes it. Shaking my head, I caress her velvety arm. I don't think so. Little wolf, I wish I could shield her from this, but she needs to know what we're up against. Someone in Elysium has been undermining me for years. I think this is more of the same. Arabella. Celine immediately reminds me. Arabella was undermining you for years. She was already gone by the time the sample made it to the city. I remind her. I know. Celine agrees. But maybe she wasn't working alone. What do you mean? I ask in befuddlement. She wanted you out of the way so I would be free to marry her. What good would it do to sabotage me? Celine's brow knits up in thought, and I have to resist the urge to smooth out the wrinkles. She looks so cute, but I don't want her to think I'm not taking her seriously. Maybe we've been assuming the wrong motive, she suggests. Arabella always seemed like she was more interested in power than in you. Like you were simply a means to an end. If she wanted to control the Nova Pack and you made it clear it wasn't going to happen through marriage, maybe she would just try to get you out of the way, completely align herself with whoever has been working against you all this time. It's an interesting thought. And though it goes against my preconceived notions, I have to admit it makes sense. Arabella stopped coming on to me a long time ago, after I rejected her one too many times. Did I misconstrue her advances? Did I really know so little about Flynn's baby sister? Either way, I think you've got a very serious situation on your hands, Drake assesses, looking reluctant. Are you sure going back to Elysium is the safest option? Celine instinctively snuggles close to me, her unease absolutely palpable. She's watching Lila like she wants to grab the pup out of Drake's arms. So I press a few reassuring kisses to her temple. We're a family, I reply. We need to be together. Drake nods in understanding. Well, you know you always have allies in Asphodel. He grins at Lila, who is now playing with his wolf-shaped paperweight. And a second home should you ever need one. Thank you. Celine says again, leaving the couch to go hug Drake and retrieve our pup. You're welcome in Elysium any time. I'll miss you. He squeezes her tightly and hands over Lila. Both of you. For the first time, Lila seems to realize she won't be able to see her beloved uncle every day. Uncle Rake's not coming to Lyceum? A pang of regret slams into me. We've told Lila that she'll be moving, but I don't think she truly understands. After all, what toddler could? How much is she going to miss Asphodelthine, the only home she's ever known? What if she doesn't like Elysium? We don't have water and exciting animals, only caves and endless forests. No, my darling, Celine tells her gently. But he's going to visit, isn't he? She questions pointedly. Absolutely. He agrees, kissing Lila's soft cheek. And we can talk whenever you want. This seems to satisfy my pup, though I fear she still doesn't realize what all this means. I'm the last to depart, hanging back with Drake while Celine takes Lila downstairs. You'll keep an eye out for the bounty. I prompt. Every day, he vows, shaking my hand. But you can't keep this up forever, Bastien. Sooner or later you're going to have to deal with Blaze. His gaze shifts to the doorway through which my mate just exited. They'll never be safe until you do. I know. I sigh with resignation. That's what I'm afraid of. Leaving Asphodel is harder than I imagined. I've been homesick for Elysium ever since I left, but I have so many fond memories here. This is where Lila took her first steps and said her first words. This is where her young life began. Bastien seems to sense my sadness. He's been hovering over me all morning in the agitated way men do when they're faced with a problem they don't know how to solve. I think he feels guilty for putting his foot down about the move, but not guilty enough to delay it. I suppose prolonging the ordeal would only make things worse anyway. Lila is actually taking this better than anyone. Though I don't know how long that's going to last. She's been running around the docks while the men pack the boat, saying goodbye to all the fish and manatees, hugging her favorite buildings and even attempting to crawl into the mangroves to kiss them farewell. I almost fell into the canal, pulling her back, which would have been the perfect end to a very stressful week. Though it was probably foolish of me to live in a city like this without learning to swim, I've never been able to get over my fear of drowning. Not since I fell into the pool the night Drake and I met. With much cajoling and even a few tears, the Arrow's alpha convinced me to let him teach Lila. But I was never able to get back in the water myself. At least that will be one less thing to worry about in Elysium. I can trade my concerns about dying in a watery grave for ones about Blaze denizen and faceless enemies lurking in the shadows. How lucky am I? Bastien loops his big arm around my shoulders when all of my belongings are finally stowed in the hull of our chartered ferry. It's time, baby, clamping my eyes shut to try and ward off the inevitable tears. I nod. Come on, Lila Bean, I say, bundling her into my arms and taking comfort in her pure scent. It's time for a new adventure. I can only pray it's less eventful than our last one. Hey, Ite, Bastions. P.U.E. I feel like an absolute ogre. Celine's obvious sorrow as we float away from Asphodel makes me want to rake myself over hot coals. I hate knowing I'm the one who put that pained expression on her face. And even worse is knowing there's not a damn thing I can do to fix it. The city is growing smaller and smaller across the lagoon. And even Lila's exuberant mood seems to have become subdued. I imagine it feels very different to talk about leaving than it does to actually watch the only home you've ever known fade into the distance. Especially at such a young age. Axel whines as Lila's lower lip begins to quiver. Mommy, she asks, shakily, one day. Celine promises, trying to sound composed, tucking her more securely under my arm. I give shoulders a reassuring squeeze. Next week? Lila asks hopefully. No, Angel. I can hear the strain in my mate's voice. It's going to be a while before we can visit. But you're going to love Elysium, she says, redirecting the pup's train of thought. There are forests as far as the eye can see, plus whole mountains to explore and a beautiful lake. I'm going to take you to all my favorite places. And we live with Daddy, Lila chirps, successfully distracted. Yes. I answer for Celine, leaning down to kiss my daughter's nose. We're all going to live together and be very happy. Internally, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, desperately hoping that this is a promise I'll be able to keep. I don't know how the pack is going to respond to Celine's return. In fact, I have a bad feeling more than one person will have something to say about her hiding Lila's existence from the pack. Nonetheless, I'm determined to make things better for her this time. I won't stand for anyone making her life difficult. I'm still haunted by her words in the hospital. Those hopeless questions about why she's experienced so much hardship, her fear that Lila's path will be as difficult as hers. Despite all this, despite my guilt over failing her so completely, I'm overjoyed to be bringing my mate home. The house hasn't been the same since Celine left, and I never thought I would see her again, let alone live with her. It's as if the goddess delved into all of my wildest dreams and manifested them into reality. Sometimes I still have to pinch myself just to be sure this is all real. I'm eager to return home for other reasons too. Not the least of which is getting away from this strange floating city. I don't know how the Arrow's wolves can be so happy surrounded by water. I don't feel right unless I'm in the mountains, and it makes me horribly restless to be so far from the woodlands. Then there's the pack. I always feel uneasy leaving for more than a few days. Even though I know the council has been taking care of things in my stead. I would have heard if anything was going wrong at home, but I'll still feel better once I'm back in Elysium where I belong. More importantly, there are answers in Elysium. Answers about the forged DNA tests. Answers about how my mate survived Arabella's fire, how her death was faked without her knowledge. Neutralizing the threat. Blaze denizen poses as my #1 priority, but none of the things that have gone wrong these last few years have been his doing. From the day my father was murdered, something has been very wrong in my city. And I'm only just discovering how deep the rifts plunge. And Was. Celine. Lila and I sleep through most of the car ride to Elysium, still recovering from everything that has happened in the last few weeks. There were a couple of tears when we finally began our journey on land. But Lila loves the car so much that her sadness was short-lived. For a while I entertained myself by simply watching her take in the world, whirring past the windows. But her mid-afternoon nap put an end to that. Before I knew it, I was falling asleep too, dozing to the soft music emanating from the radio and the feel of Bastian's steady hand on my thigh. It's dark by the time I wake, confusing my bleary eyes as I return to consciousness. Looking around to try and figure out what disturbed my slumber, my attention quickly lands on Bastian, who is leaning over me with a tender smile. No longer ensconced in the driver's seat, my mate is standing in the open passenger door, looking impossibly handsome. Poor baby, he croons. You were tired, I moan reluctantly. Why did you wake me? His warm chuckle envelopes me as I stretch, glancing behind me to check on Lila Sufton, who isn't there. The car seat is empty, and I turn back to Bastian in confusion, absorbing our surroundings for the first time. We're not in Elysium, and we're not at a restaurant or hotel. The vehicles bearing all my boxes appear to have gone ahead, while our car and the one transporting Aiden, Donovan, and Odette remains here on the side of some remote mountain. Don't worry. Lila is with my mother. Getting ready, my mate shares before I can ask, relaxing slightly. It takes a moment for his words to sink in. Getting ready for what? Well, he replies with a secretive grin. There's one more thing we have to do before we go home. What? No, we did everything, I'm sure of it, I argue, flipping through my mental checklist for the move. I crossed off every last task from our to-do list before we left, made sure everything was accounted for. I'm certain we didn't forget a thing. Not everything. Bastian corrects me with that same smile. Suddenly I realize why he looks so dashing at the moment. He's wearing a suit he definitely wasn't wearing earlier. Celine, Bastian continues, taking my hand and kneeling down. 3.5 years ago, on the absolute worst day of my entire life, you rejected me. There's a decidedly haunted look in his molten irises, and pain swells in my chest as I remember those horrible moments in the burning cabin. I never accepted it, but I think we're in need of a fresh start even so. My heart thumps a little bit more loudly as I develop an inkling of hope. Is he saying what I think he is? You are the love of my life, the twin half of my soul, the mother of my pup. Bastian professes deeply. I never want to spend another day apart from you, and I never want you to doubt how desperately I adore you. Unable to take so many sweet words, I lean forward to kiss my mate, but he catches my face between his powerful hands, staring deep into my eyes. I didn't do right by you the first time around, but I'm determined to do right this time. Little wolf. Bastian's voice is hoarse with emotion. We've been through a lot, but I don't want to live in the past anymore. I want to put all the pain and sadness behind us and start our new life together the way we should have started it in the beginning. Celine, he says my name like a prayer. Will you marry me, Sadi, again? Sai-te. At first, I wasn't sure springing a vow renewal on Celine was a good idea. She doesn't tend to do well with surprises, but my mother convinced me that this surprise would be well received. It just goes to show, you should always listen to your mother, Sid, when you've got one like mine anyway. Celine is beaming, her blue and violet eyes shining and hair still disheveled from sleep. Sliding her hands around my neck, she asks, "Can I kiss you now?" Sweeping my thumb over an escaped tear. I purr. You have to answer me first. Celine giggles joyfully. Of course, D says D. Of course I'll marry you again. I don't wait for her to kiss me. Instead, swooping in and pulling her from the car, hitching her up against me. I finally dip my head to join our lips, slanting my mouth over hers and drinking her in. I only intended it to be a quick prelude, a sample of what is to come later. Instead, I find myself getting lost in my mate. Extracting kiss after kiss from her swollen lips and groaning when her delectable tongue slips into my mouth. Come on, you two. An amused voice sounds behind us. That's for after the wedding. Turning, I find my mother dressed in an elegant silver gown, watching us with unabashed delight and holding Lila by the hand. My pup is wearing a pristine fun though. I'm sure it won't stay that way for long foving white dress with a silky pink sash tied around her waist. She's twisting left and right, so the filming skirts float around her like a bell, and grinning up at us. Oh, Lila! Celine exclaims, pushing at my chest to signal I should put her down. Of course I don't. I wait until she turns a little glare on me and give her one last thorough smooch before setting her on her feet, sending her off with a swat to her behind. Her head whips around when my hand connects, her long dark hair flipping and shining in the moonlight. I think she probably meant to glare again, but she can only smile, eyes twinkling with carnal amusement. When she reaches our daughter, she oohs an HHS. Come here, Munchkin, let me see this beautiful dress. She twirls the pup around before scooping her up and kissing her tiny hands, making little nibbling noises as she says, You look so pretty I could just eat you up. Lila laughs and chirps, showing her mother all the flourishes and details on the frock before bouncing up and down with unrestrained glee. You get married now. She has to get dressed first, Mom says, brushing a strand of hair from Celine's eyes. It won't be your original gown, but I think I've found something equally lovely. Thank you, Odette, Celine murmurs, pressing a kiss to Mom's cheek. And you look stunning, by the way. Sure. Mom waves her off as they retreat towards the changing tents we set up earlier. You know, I remember the days when people used to make a fuss like that over me. She teases, nodding towards Lila. So do I, Celine jokes. But I think our glory days have passed. My Lila bean just shows everyone else up. Don't you, Angel? Lila nods firmly, and their laughter lingers long after they disappear from sight. Tawan. Celine. Mommy, you look like a princess. Lila murmurs in awe. Thank you, my love. I reply with a grin. I have to admit, I do look like something out of one of her storybooks. My reflection glitters in the long mirror someone managed to cart into the tent. The first time I got married, my dress was wispy and ethereal. A gauzy, fragile thing exactly like I was. This time, Odette found a creation that seems to have been spun from threads of pure moonlight. I've never seen anything like it. The pearlescent fabric hugs my modest curves, the neckline plunging to my waist and thin straps leaving my back and sides almost completely bare. The skirt billows out into a cascade of shimmering chiffon, with a modest train that flows behind me as I walk. It's still delicate, but where my first gown looked like it would dissolve in water and made me feel like a child playing dress-up, this one is anything but. The fragile-looking straps support the full weight of the garment, belying their appearance with untold strength, and the risque cut announces loud and clear that I'm a woman grown. I feel powerful and beautiful in a way I rarely have before. And I can't thank Odette enough. Enough, she says after my third outpouring of thanks. Let's not waste all this beauty on us. Your mate is waiting. My heart is pounding as we leave the tent. But it stops completely when I see the altar. What I took as a deserted mountainside is anything but. Below the tent, an enchanted woodland sprawls, wreathed in fairy lights and wildflowers. Lanterns cast glowing amber light over the petal-strewn pathway at my feet, which winds down to a shaded meadow lined with towering trees. And at the center of it, all is a simple stone altar, where my mate now stands looking up at me with the exact awestruck expression our daughter wore moments ago. Odette and Lila are already down below, and I begin my descent with electricity pulsing through my veins. Bastian's expression has gone from worshipful to ravenous and possessive, then back again at least 3 times. I can't take my eyes off him, and I can feel his passion for me as keenly as I feel my own desire. I can't recall ever being happier than I am in this moment. Even Lila's birth was tainted by my mate's absence. But here we all are to be together at last. This is how it was always meant to be, I realize. If it hadn't been for Arabella and Garrick, if there were no Blaze denizens and no scheming saboteurs, this might have been how our life was from the beginning. Bastien and I would have met in some perfectly innocuous way. I wouldn't have needed 3 years of coddling and struggle just to be rejected. I wouldn't have been forced to live as a shadow myself for so long, or be separated from my soulmate when we needed each other most. We would have gathered at an altar just like this, pledged ourselves to each other, and welcomed Lila's arrival with nothing but joy. We would never have to run. Never have to look over our shoulders for bloodthirsty Valana hunters. For a moment, the unfairness of it all rises up from a bitter well inside of me. Why couldn't that be our life, our story? Why did we have to go through all this pain just to get here? I think Bastien can sense the direction of my thoughts. It seems like he's able to do that more and more since he marked me sown, because he walks to greet me at the bottom of the makeshift steps. Pure love radiating from his handsome face. You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, he tells me reverently, taking my hand as I descend into the meadow. His arms snake around me in a protective cage when I land on the mossy floor, and then his lips are at my ear. Don't think about what might have been, sweetheart, he encourages. Think only about what lies ahead. We have a lifetime of happiness ahead of us, and we'll appreciate it all the more because of how hard it was to get here. Leaning into his warmth, I nod in agreement. He's right. There's no use dwelling on the things we cannot change, and this moment is all the sweeter because of how hard we fought to get here. So I let Bastien lead me down the aisle where the small gathering of shifters await, and feel nothing but joy as we start our lives together once more. We say our vows under the full moon and stars, reaffirming our commitment to love and cherish each other for the rest of our days, and kissing to the raucous cheers of our family and friends. I'm crying by the time it's over, and even Bastien looks like he might shed a tear. But then the time for pretty words and human traditions is over, and we look to the forest to seal our bond in a way we've only done once before. Bastien guides me out of the clearing and down the hill, before pressing me up against an ancient tree and kissing me senseless. My mate strips my gown off of me with relentless patience, kissing, licking, and nibbling every inch of flesh he bears and driving me absolutely out of my mind with need. With a wolfish grin, Bastien pulls away from me, and I realize I'm not going to get what I crave for a long time to come. Time to shift, little wolf, he announces huskily. Oh, I'll shift all right. I think mutinously, I'll give him the chase of his life for denying me this way. Without offering him any warning, I transform and take off into the night, running as fast as my 4 legs can carry me. Bliss bubbles up inside of me when I hear my mate howling in the distance, warning me that the hunt has begun. Bastien is chasing me now, and goddess, I can't wait to be caught. In the dawning light of early morning, Bastien and I emerge from the forest, dressed in our wedding garb once more. Lila and Aiden are already awake, though the beta looks like he would rather have slept in. I'm sure the excitement of her first camping trip rendered Lila incapable of staying in bed for a single moment longer than she had to, and her uncle Aiden must have been the weak link among her babysitters. He's rubbing his eyes, clearly regretting caving to Lila's adventurous whims. She's currently seated beside him in front of the campfire, but she has the squirrely energy of a pup who's been told she can't go play until she finishes her breakfast. When she sees us, Lila looks askance at our disheveled state. Mommy, you're dirty. Her little head tilts to the side as she takes in the sight of my muddy limbs beneath my dress. Bastien isn't any cleaner, but his suit covers him 100 times better than my gown. What were you doing? Her question makes me flush. less from embarrassment than the heated memories of our wedding night. I can still hear the predatory howls of my mate echoing in my head. I can still feel the wind on my face as I flew through the trees, my pulse racing faster the closer his howls drew. I didn't make it easy for Bastien. I evaded him for as long as I could, but he cornered me in a sunken stream bed and pinned me to the ground, refusing to let me up until I surrendered. I went from showing him my furry belly to lying beneath the massive black wolf in my human form, feeling impossibly vulnerable with the vicious beast looming over me. When I reached for his velvety muzzle, Bastien transformed back to a man, though he took me with such raw animalistic vigor that I wondered just how close to the surface his wolf remained. He ravished me completely, rutting me right there on the ground, then up against a tree, in the shallow stream, on the ground again. Eventually I had to shift back into my wolf and snarl at him just to give my poor body a break. Thankfully, my insatiable husband took mercy on me. At least I thought he had. No sooner had I returned to my human form than Bastien coaxed me into letting him take a look at my tender sex. But I put a stop to his mischief the moment his tongue came out to soothe me, as he put it. We were celebrating, Bastien answers Lila, noting my distraction with a smug smirk. That's one word for it. Aiden snorts under his breath, celebrating how? Lila's pert nose crinkles in confusion, but a moment later her features light up as she arrives at a possible explanation for all the mud. Jumping in puddles. No, my love. I laugh. Jumping in puddles is Lila's all-time favorite pastime. We let our wolves out to play. This announcement sends Lila into a tizzy. She abandons her breakfast and runs up to Bastien, who crouches down to her height and pulls her in for a cuddle before she can ask her question. Lila only indulges him a moment, quickly wriggling free and bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet. Daddy, I want a wolf ride. Now, it's my turn to feel smug. That'll teach him not to waste all his energy trying to rut me into a coma. Bastien pretends to think, rubbing his chin with his thumb and forefinger. What's the magic word? Please. Lila immediately begs, please, please, please. That's my girl. Bastien praises her, straightening up to unbutton his shirt while Lila dances around in triumph, with the sound of my daughter's high-pitched, yeah, 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 playing in the background. I study the worn lines around Bastien's rugged countenance. Unlike me, he didn't get to nap through yesterday afternoon. He drove all day and was up all night. And now he's paying the price. I bet you regret not sleeping now. I sing in a told-you-so sort of tone. My mate arches a challenging brow and drags me up against him, taking my mouth in a demanding kiss. His soft lips are relentless, and his skilled tongue teases my mouth open and thrusts inside with long, sensuous strokes that evoke thoughts of a very different organ. Despite my soreness, Bastien's dominance makes my thighs clench, trying to soothe the ache he's creating at their apex. He doesn't release me until I'm panting with need. A devilish glint in his silver eyes as he replies, not in the least. It's a good thing I'm starving and worn out, or I might be tempted to pull Bastien away for another round. Instead, I go sit with Aiden by the fire, shoveling pancakes into my mouth, and watching the giant wolf I married gallop around the meadow with Lila on his back. I'm sure the peals of her joyous laughter are going to wake Odette and Donovan. But the sound is simply too sweet to interrupt. When the older wolves emerge from their tents, I know they feel the same. Their smiles are every bit as wide as mine, and I wish this moment could never end. Ian, Shu, Bastien. Oh, how I wish this moment would end. Don't get me wrong. Under any other circumstances, I would be delighted to do this for hours. I would be thrilled to be Lila's pony or lapdog, or anything else she wanted me to be so. But goddess, am I tired. Still, I can't bring myself to put an end to the game until she's had her fill. Celine thinks I'm going to spoil the pup, and she's absolutely right, Suvi. At least when it comes to my time and affection. I have 3 years of absence to make up for. Besides, no one ever turned rotten from too many snuggles. When Lila's little arms get too tired to hold on any longer, I slow to a stop, kneeling so she can slide off my back. Once she's clear, I collapse onto my side with an exaggerated huff, letting my tongue loll out and panting dramatically. Oh. I crack one eye open to see Aiden standing next to Lila. I think you've done him in, little one. Wha's that mean? She asks curiously. Well, he's too exhausted to move. My beta exclaims before adopting a somber tone. We might have to leave him here. He is heavy. Lila remarks sagely, but we can't leave Daddy, no? Aiden inquires with a smile in his voice. Ah, well, I suppose the pack does need an alpha. My friend leans down and takes hold of my back legs. Okay, Lila, grab a paw, we're going to have to drag him back to the car. 2 small hands circle my right foot, and I feel a light tug on the limb. She's probably pulling with all her might, but it feels about as strong as a light breeze. Aiden, of course, has no intention of dragging me anywhere, instead letting Lila bear the brunt of the task. Are you pulling? I hear her ask, voice full of accusation. Of course I am. He sounds offended, and the gentle tugging on my front leg resumes, around the time I hear the pup begin to grunt with the force of her efforts. I open my eyes and pounce, smothering her in big slobbering wolf kisses while she giggles and squeals beneath me. I sense Celine a moment later, turning to watch the stunning she-wolf approach. I don't know how she managed to get herself so clean, but she's free of mud and wearing a fresh dress. She eyes our pup, who is still giggling in the grass before raising her eyes to me and crossing her arms over her chest. What was the idea, Bastien? To get her as muddy as we were. Looking down at Lila, I realize she is indeed very muddy. I exchange a wide canine grin with my daughter before offering my mate an apologetic shrug. She laughs softly and rolls her eyes, shaking her head in exasperation. Come on, pup. We need to get you cleaned up before we leave, Celine says, extending her hand to Lila. I let the toddler wrap her arms around my neck and pull her to her feet before nudging her towards her mother with my nose. However, Lila doesn't move. I want keep playing, she argues, pouting. I know, Angel, Celine answers, taking her resistance in stride. But we have to go soon and your daddy needs a rest. No, he doesn't, Lila insists stubbornly. I don't wanna go nigh way. Lila, Celine begins in a warning tone. You'll have plenty of time to play later. Be a good girl and come along. Lila stomps her tiny foot. I can feel a tantrum coming on and rumble low in my chest, giving the pup another nudge forward. She turns to scowl at me, seeming to forget that I am not actually her pony, but a very powerful predator. Her eyes widen when she sees my stern expression, and she instinctively lowers her gaze. I press my muzzle into her soft tummy, encouraging her to go to her mother. Lila clasps her hands on either side of my snout, giving me world-class puppy dog eyes. I want to keep playing. She begs in a small voice. Devious little thing. I think Mommy says no, so you ask Daddy instead. I shake my furry head, and Lila's pitiful expression scrunches up into one full of rage. Her cheeks flush bright red, and before I know it, she's thrown herself on the ground at my feet. Before she can begin crying and beating the earth with her balled-up fists, I carefully close my teeth around the back of her shirt and lift her into the air. The pup freezes, looking around in befuddled shock for a few moments before resuming her tantrum. I carry the angry bundle over to Celine, who receives her with practiced ease. I shift back to human form and drop a kiss on my mate's cheek. I'll come help as soon as I'm decent. I promise. However, before I can walk away, my pup turns her furious, tear-stained face to me. I don't like you more. She snaps before resuming her attempts to squirm out of Celine's arms. I know pups say all sorts of things they don't mean when they're upset. But I'm amazed at how deeply her words cut me. I feel like the air has been knocked out of my lungs. Celine emits a heavy sigh. I guess the honeymoon is over. By the time I'm clean and dressed in fresh clothes, Lila's tantrum has subsided. I find her and Celine by the campfire, the pup sniffling softly against her mother's neck. Celine trails a gentle hand up and down Lila's back, somehow soothing her and scolding her all at once. I know it's a lot of big changes and it's all happening very fast, she murmurs, kissing Lila's hair. It probably seems like all of these things are happening around you and you don't know what's going on. Just that all the grown-ups are telling you that everything's going to be different and you don't have a say in any of it. Lila nods, rubbing her wet, salty skin over Celine's collar. A wave of guilt washes over me. Here I thought her tantrum was just regular toddler mood swings. I took it at face value. But Celine knew instantly. I wonder if it's maternal intuition, or simply experience and knowing the pup so much better than I do. A few weeks ago, I would have felt bitter about her advantage with Lila. But now I simply feel wretched for causing my daughter distress. Maybe Lila was right to say she doesn't like me anymore. It sounds like I deserved it. It's all right to feel upset or scared or angry. My mate continues. I feel the same way sometimes, but you know better than to say mean things simply because you're feeling out of sorts. You hurt your daddy's feelings. I did mean it. Lila moans piteously. I know, Angel, but words are very powerful. Celine explains, rocking her gently. You can't take them back. Saying sorry doesn't make someone forget that you thought those things in the first place, and that hurts. Is he mad at me? The pup hiccups weakly. My wife meets my gaze over our daughter's head. Why don't you ask him, she suggests. Moving to sit next to Celine, I rest my hand on Lila's small head, prompting her to look up at me tearfully. Poor pup, you've had too much excitement, haven't you? Lila looks positively miserable. Like she wants to reach for me, but isn't sure if I'll take her. The thought nearly breaks my heart. I'm sorry, Daddy, she sobs, pulling her out of Celine's lap and wrapping her up tight in my arms. I answer. I'm sorry too, little one. She's so tiny, so fragile, I have to remind myself not to squeeze her too tightly. Please don't be mad at me. She cries, holding on to me as tight as she can. It takes me a moment to pry her off my chest, but I need her to look at me when I say this. Listen to me very carefully, Lila. I instruct seriously, staring into her two-toned eyes. There is nothing you could ever do or say that will make me stop loving you. I might get angry or disappointed sometimes, but that's only because I care about you so much. You can always come to me. And you never need to worry that I'll turn you away, because that will never happen. Her lower lip is still quivering, but she no longer looks so anxious. Just like Mommy, just like Mommy. I confirm, looking to Celine and searing her with my gaze, so she'll know I'm not only talking about a parent's love but a mate's as well. In some ways it's harder with Celine because Lila has only ever known love, so it's easier for her to accept these concepts. 4 little words drag my attention back to my pup, the 4 most perfect words that I've ever heard. I love you, Daddy. My mate's miniature is looking up at me bashfully. With red eyes and a red nose, her plump limbs still smeared with mud. Her tantrum is all but forgotten, and her proclamation washes away the hurt I was feeling a little while ago. I feel like my heart has swollen 3 sizes. I love you too, Lila. How ad. Celine. Though we got through Lila's fit with relative ease, I was right to think our honeymoon was over. Our wedding and makeshift campsite was only an hour outside of Elysium, so the final leg of the trip was swift and easy. Our arrival was another story. My breath caught the first time I glimpsed the beautiful city over the ridge of the North Mountain. In fact, I was so mesmerized by the sight that I temporarily lost the ability to speak. Luna had been ecstatic to be back in the fresh alpine air last night, but returning to Elysium makes me feel like a fish that has been trying to survive on land and finally made it back to the water. You might think I never wanted to see Elysium again after everything I went through with Garrick. But his dank basement was a world away from the incredible city where I spent my childhood. That dark cell was the exact opposite of the wide-open green spaces and towering mountain peaks dominating the Nova territory. Making it out into the city is what saved me. Elysium is where I found my freedom, where I met my mate. Bastien and I had 3 years of happiness here before Arabella returned, and even her horrid influence can't poison those early memories. More than anything else, I think this land is simply in my blood. My mother might have fled the Calypso pack, but they are mountain wolves. Two-thighed Elysium is my element, pure and simple. Look, Lila, Bastien pointed out the window. There it is, Ivy, your new home. Lyceum, she exclaimed. That's right, he confirmed warmly, reaching over to stroke my nape as I navigated the twisting mountain roads. And you see that big house right at the top of that ridge? Uh-huh, that's the pack house. That's where you're going to live. Bastien shared, sounding so happy that my insides melted. Lila continued asking questions and reveling in the scenery as we drove through the city gates and up the main road. However, my own excitement dampened the further we ventured into Elysium. The news had clearly spread about my returned Phi and Lila's existence. Bastien's sleek black car has always been like a flashing marquee announcing that the Alpha is away from the pack house. I've never driven with him without half the city turning to stare and signal their respect. But it hadn't even been like this before. It seemed like the entire pack was lined up on the sidewalks awaiting our arrival. These weren't just intrigued glances or cursory salutes from wolves going about their business. These people were expecting a show. Luckily, the windows were tinted so heavily that I didn't have to worry about anyone actually seeing inside the car, but I still felt the weight of their prying eyes. It didn't help that Bastien seemed taken aback by this development, though he hid his feelings better than I did. We forged up the serpentine streets towards the pack house and Nova Hall, our wheels bumping over the cobblestones and further fraying my nerves. And the closer we came to our destination, the larger the crowds grew. I tried to tell myself this was all because of Lila, because the pack wanted to see the Alpha's pup and nothing more. Of course, then all I could think about was the fact that thousands of people would be gawking at my pup, like some sort of circus animal Thundi. An idea that made Luna snarl with maternal outrage. So many people, Lila observed, making me wince. Bastien, I'd murmured nervously, unable to compose a sentence or voice my concerns in front of my pup. Easy, sweetheart, he purred, massaging my tense shoulders. They're just curious. Unfortunately, the note of tension in his deep bass belied his placating words. He didn't believe what he was saying. Reporters and camera crews were assembled at the pack house's security gate, and I breathed a little easier when we cleared the guardhouse and the gates closed behind us, safely locking out the Medi. Of course, my relief vanished when we rounded the final corner of the drive, and the house came into view. Half of the elder council was gathered in the mansion's doorway, and they did not look pleased to see us. I pulled into the garage rather than parking out front, triggering the door close button on the remote and waiting for the wide metal curtain to lower completely before stepping out of the car. I headed Bastien off before he could open the back door to extract Lila from her car seat, closing my hand over his on the handle. Tell me the truth, Bastien, I begged. Why are they here? He sighed, scrubbing his hand over his face. The truth is that I don't know, but it's not good 2D, is it? I demanded. My husband studied me for a long moment before answering. "No, baby," he acknowledged, sounding resigned. "It isn't. I'm tempted to have Celine and Lila enter the house through the garage, bypassing the gathered counselors and going straight up to our apartment. However, I know such a diversion would be seen only as weakness, and more than anything else, I refuse to give the men that kind of power over me. We'll enter through the front door with our heads held high. And if I have to incapacitate every last elder in order to do so, I gladly will." Our small gathering exits the side door, moving down the walk towards the front of the house. Aiden and Donovan flank Celine and Lila while I stride ahead, bracing myself for whatever unpleasant news awaits. "Gentlemen," I greet the assemblage without any hint of a smile. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" They are all looking past me, surveying my mate and pup with undisguised curiosity, and in some cases distrust. "You've been gone nearly a month, Alpha," the chief elder states, "and we've heard nothing but outlandish rumors from Asphodel Fifit, though it appears at least one tale was true," he acknowledges, nodding towards Celine. Extending my arm to my mate, I encourage her to come forward. She does so slowly, holding Lila tightly in her arms and instantly leaning into my side when she reaches me. "As you can see, the goddess has smiled on us," I announce loudly enough for all to hear. "My beloved mate is alive and well, and now that the danger which drove her from Elysium has passed, it is finally safe for her to return to the Nova Pax Suvi, along with my daughter." A few of their eyes bulge out in shock. "I thought the child was Kavanaugh's." One of the newer council members blurts out, "You were misinformed," I declare stonily. "With all due respect, Alpha," the chief counselor interjects, "how can you be sure?" To my surprise, and probably hers as well, Celine pipes up, "Because I've never been with anyone else." She hitches Lila a little higher on her hip, and because Bastien is in her every expression. Lila, suddenly finding herself the object of intense scrutiny from a horde of shifters, hides her face in Celine's neck. The movement jostles the neckline of Celine's dress, revealing my mark to the crowd. Muttering passes through the throng, and Axel mutters a string of curses in my head. "And tell us," the counselor implores, "how did this miracle come to pass? We all believed your mate was dead." "I would be happy to explain everything to you later," I rumble, "but as you can see, we've yet to even walk through the door after a very long trip. I would like to get my family settled and have a rest before we continue this discussion." None of the gathered shifters move. "Forgive us, Alpha," the chief continues, sounding like he wants nothing of the sort, "but surely you cannot expect to turn up with a woman who has done nothing but deceive us all for years and ask the pack to accept her as your mate without reservation." "Actually, I think you'll find I can," I snarl, letting Axel rise to the surface. "To do otherwise would be to question my judgment, and I'm certain that isn't what you intend." Menace pouring out of me in waves, I release Celine and move forward to tower over the aged wolves. "And if I were you, I would be very careful how you talk about my mate." Invisible tails tucked between their legs, each of the gathered men lower their heads in submission. But the chief continues to speak. "No one doubts your judgment, Alpha. I swear the man doesn't know when to stop, but matters of the heart can toy with even the most logical man's perceptions. Objectivity is impossible." Sensing my quickly unraveling temper, my mother steps forward. "Counselor, I would remind you that it is not only your Alpha who trusts Celine, but your betas and I myself." Ever the diplomat, she continues. "But if you are so concerned, perhaps you could tell us what it is about these circumstances which bothers you most." The chief raises his head, though he still can't seem to meet my gaze, instead focusing somewhere in the vicinity of my chin. "You put out a warrant for Arabella Winters, a she-wolf who has done nothing but help this pack while your mate faked her death. committed arson and concealed the existence of your pup Thibet, assuming she can be believed about the child's paternity. My hand shoots out, grabbing the man around the throat and lifting him off the ground as a savage snarl tears from my chest. I warned you once, counselor. I thunder, you should know better than to think I would grant you a second. My claws extend and muscles begin to twitch as I fight the shift. The counselor claws at my iron grip around his throat, gasping for air. Arabella Winters tried to murder my pregnant mate in cold blood on more than one occasion. She almost succeeded when she burned down my family's cabin. She is lucky she's only being exiled and not hunted. The words are pouring out of me in a vicious flood. All the fury I've been suppressing this past month finally detonating. My pup's life was endangered, and Celine did what was necessary to protect her. The entire pack should be grateful for the sacrifices she made to ensure the Alpha's line survived, and she is my line. Donovan and Aiden are both by my side now, trying to cool my wrath and balance my temper. This isn't the way. Bastien, Donovan says urgently, if you don't let him go soon, you're going to kill him. Think of Lila. Aiden adds, do you want her to see you kill a man with your bare hands? This thought, more than any ethics or logic, breaks through to Axel, and I drop the vile wolf where I stand. He crumples to the ground, holding his throat and coughing violently. Consider yourself relieved of your duties. My voice is edged with steel. I never want to see you in the council chambers again. Turning to check on my she-wolves, I find Celine and Lila wearing identical wide-eyed expressions. They seem surprised, alarmed even, but not afraid. Reaching for my mate, I turn back to the cowering huddle of men. Now does anyone else want to object, or can I take my family inside now? They scatter like a herd of terrified gazelles, muttering apologies and begging forgiveness. I didn't think so. I grouse, stepping right over the former chief counselor's prone body as we head into the house. Daddy's cranky. Lila assesses, reaching towards me like she thinks a hug will help. Glancing at Celine in amazement, I take the pup from my mate and settle her in my arms. Sure enough, she wraps her arms around my neck and rests her soft chest against my chest, snuggling close. I'm so stunned I can't find the words to respond to her, even if she is my blood. I don't know how any toddler could witness such a horrendous scene and not be afraid of me. The others are chuckling. Daddy is cranky. Celine agrees in amusement, rubbing the tense muscles between my shoulder blades. How do you think we can make him feel better? Lila pulls away from me, surveying me with a serious expression. You should nap. She finally decides. Naps always make it better. Veen when you don't wanna. Such a smart girl, Celine praises. But when I look over at her, the humor is gone and her countenance is drawn with concern. Her brows have knitted together and she's gnawing on her lower lip, though it's still swollen from last night's kisses, like a teenager at the height of puberty. The mere thought of our nocturnal activities distract me from the matter at hand. Though to be honest, I think I would jump at any distraction right now. I'm not the only one who didn't sleep last night. I remind Celine, letting some of my hunger for her Sudi, that ravening need that remains constantly simmering beneath my skin when she's near Sudi, seep into my voice. Celine shakes off whatever unpleasant thoughts put that frown on her face. At least enough to offer me a rueful smile. I'm not sure I trust your naps. Have you ever actually taken one? Oh, I've taken many naps, little wolf. I tease. You might even call me an expert. Oh, really? She arches her brow. Well, now I think I need a demonstration. Gladly. I vow, opening the door to our apartment. After we get settled and put Lila down for her own nap, Celine leads me into the bedroom with a tender look in her eye. This is the first time we've been back in this room together for 3.5 years, but the heavy emotion in this moment is about so much more than our history. We both know this won't be like our usual lovemaking, not playful and lighthearted. Not rough and wild, not a steady give and take of dominance and submission. I'm on edge after what happened downstairs. I don't feel like I'm in control 30. And I don't want to be. I'm exhausted from always keeping such a tight rein on myself. My emotions are swirling out of control, and I feel like I'll go mad if I don't find some release. I need to be with my mate. I need to let go and disappear into my passion, to forget all my troubles and spend a moment lost in time with her. I know Celine is still sore from last night, but I think she can see how desperately I need to be close to her right now. She takes off her dress and climbs onto the bed, laying herself out like a prize for the taking. Seeing her like this of Bindi back in my bed where she belongs, Sivan. I don't know how I've survived the last 3.5 years without her. I haven't even touched her yet, and already I feel some of the weight lifting from my heart. I've missed you so damn much, I murmur hoarsely, standing over her. Celine's eyes soften, and she rises onto her knees and crawls towards me. Show me, she implores, her nimble fingers undoing my shirt buttons. Come show me, Bastien. That's all the invitation I need. The day after we arrive home, Bastien is stuck in meetings from dawn to dusk. He barely made it home in time to read Lila her bedtime story. And when he emerges from her room half an hour later, he looks absolutely exhausted. I'm waiting in the kitchen with a tumbler of scotch, but Bastien bypasses the alcohol completely and wraps his big body around me like a blanket. Burying his head in the curve of my neck, he pulls my hair out of its pins so that it falls around him in a chocolate cascade. What happened? I murmur, brushing my fingers through his thick hair. He inhales deeply, breathing in my scent and sighing with relief before raising his head. There are dark circles under his eyes, but those molten irises are as sharp as ever. When he studies my lips and moves in for a long, luxurious kiss. When he's had his fill, he tucks my head under his chin and clutches me to his chest. Nothing bad. He shares, though in this position I can't see his face. It was just a really long day. What did the Elder Council say? I inquire, not wanting to bombard him with questions but incredibly anxious after what happened yesterday. It seemed bad enough that the city was rallying against me. The last thing we need is for them to turn against Bastien somehow. I imagine strangling the chief elder isn't going to earn him any brownie points. Believe it or not, Grigor wasn't exactly popular with his colleagues or the people. Bastien explains, referring to the man by his given name now that he's been stripped of his position. Oh, I believe it. I snort, finally setting me away from him. Bastien retrieves the glass of scotch, as well as the freshly microwaved plate of leftovers I prepared for him while he was reading to Lila. Apparently Arabella was working her charms on him for a while before she left. And our little welcoming committee yesterday was the result of his outrage over her exile. He continues, moving to the dining room table, working her charms. I repeat, following him with a glass of wine in hand. I don't know the extent, and frankly I don't want to. Bastien remarks, sounding fairly revolted, but I'd put nothing past her. Now I understand why he seems so put off. Grigor is about as old as dirt. The idea of anyone as young as Arabella charming him is disturbing subby to say the least. Anyway, it seems Grigor's been very busy trying to turn the pack against you ever since. My mate goes on. But luckily he's so vile that most people actually sided with you because he told them not to. What are you talking about? I scoff. It didn't look like anyone was on my side yesterday. To my surprise, Bastien grins, rising from his chair to collect the newspapers stacked by the door. I didn't go anywhere near them this morning because I was convinced they would be nothing but horrid. Now my husband drops 3 different daily chronicles in front of me, all boasting headlines that shock me to the core. Alpha returns. Rids Elder Council of Chronic Plague. Attempted murderess Arabella Winters exposed. Alpha's pup rescued by mother's sacrifice. Celine Durand alive and well. Gifts Alpha with a daughter. The pack came out to watch our arrival because they were curious after all the gossip. It wasn't an angry mob, just an interested one. Bastien declares. I don't understand. I breathe, staring at the newspapers. Was this you? Number, he smiles. A few of the elders got chatty with the press, but I didn't plant or leak anything. But this doesn't make sense, I insist. People hated me when I lived here. A few jealous she-wolves might have. And many didn't trust you were strong enough to lead without your wolf Tez. But that wasn't dislike. In fact, I'd say the majority of people had great sympathy for you. Bastien reclaims his chair, taking a big bite of pork. Unfortunately, the most powerful people in the city are also the most entitled and shallow, and they're the ones we have to deal with most often. But Celine, they don't represent average Elysians. You had much more support among the general populace than you ever knew. I sit back in my chair, struggling to take in this information. In all honesty, I'm starting to feel like a crazy person. It's like everywhere I turn, I'm met with some new revelation that contradicts everything I thought I knew. It's confusing and overwhelming subroutine, and I don't know how to handle it. Even if that hadn't been the case, Arabella made herself a villain, and you a martyr. Bastien relates, nothing earns people's forgiveness faster than self-sacrifice. How can you be so certain of all this? My hands are fidgeting in my lap, and Luna is becoming increasingly agitated. I mean, it's easy for you to say all that, but I know how I was treated when we started out. It's not like it was all in my head. I got pushed into pools and stalked. It wasn't just mean girls calling me a halfling. Bastien pushes back his chair and opens his arms to me in invitation. But I stay seated with my arms crossed over my chest. Number, I'm not going to let you soothe this away or distract me. Bastien, if I'm going to raise my daughter here, I need to know she's not going to go through what I did. His eyes sparked dangerously when I refused him. But I know I've made a mistake when I said, if I'm going to raise her. My mate growls low in his chest. I'm going to count to 3, little wolf. Or what? I bite? You'll spank me again. Bastien arches a brow that tells me he absolutely would, and he'd enjoy doing it. Even so, I don't actually get out of my chair until he says 3, when I stalk around the table and sulkily settle in his lap. Bastien purrs and rubs his huge hand deliberately over the curve of my hip. Careful, baby, or I'm going to think you want to be punished. My mate's words send delicious shivers through my body. And I'm praying that for once in my life, he won't be able to smell my arousal. But then his nostrils flare and a predatory glint appears in his eye. Nonetheless, he's perfectly solemn when he addresses my comment. I'm not trying to soothe this away or contradict what you experienced. I'm trying to tell you that I think you were right when you said you lived in a bubble here. And unfortunately, that bubble wasn't just my protection. It was a bubble of spoiled materialistic aristocrats. Bastien reaches for the nearest paper, his long arm easily closing the distance across the table. And I know because the proof is right here in black and white. He affirms gently, I also know because when we thought you died, Mom and I weren't the only ones mourning. Yes. A subset of young she-wolves saw it as an opportunity to replace you. But most of the pack was devastated. I'm staring down at the page in his hand, scanning the article beneath the huge boldface font. Celine Durand, forced to go into hiding to protect herself and her unborn pup, has finally returned to Elysium to reclaim her rightful place at Alpha Bastien's side. Shaking my head, I exclaim, all of these articles and headlines make it sound like I was doing some great, noble thing by leaving. When really I was a scared, stupid girl who got manipulated by a deranged sociopath. Don't call me mate stupid, Bastien admonishes, petting me to take the sting out of his stern rebuke. And trust me, that's the angle we want them to take. It might not feel authentic or be entirely accurate. But it's not false either, and the more people who run with this storyline, the better. I hear you. But I still don't trust this. I confess. It feels too good to be true. Oh, we're not out of the water yet. Bastien sighs. The council is throwing us a banquet tomorrow to welcome you home and introduce Lila to the pack. My heart sinks. Not another overly formal event full of two-faced rich people, and Lila's expected to go. What is a toddler going to do at a banquet? How is she supposed to be introduced? It's not like she can make a speech. Do we have a choice? I moan, not if we want to keep them on our side. Bastien informs me. I huff with disappointment, then look up at my husband with sudden skepticism. Wait, if the worst part of the day was being invited to a banquet, why was it so long and difficult? Bastien drops his head in exasperation. See, this is why I get angry when you call yourself stupid. He declares ruefully, nibbling my ear. My little wolf doesn't miss a thing. What is it? I press. I sat through about 10 different council debriefings, and every one was about some crisis that Gregor buried, so I wouldn't rush back to deal with the problem. Right now I think I'm less popular than you are, because a lot of issues popped up and I wasn't here doing my job. He takes a deep breath, glancing at me in a way that bodes nothing good. And it particularly concerns me, because the more time that passes, the more likely it seems I'm going to have to leave again. What do you mean? I ask sharply. Leave again where? Bastien looks like he'd rather do anything than answer my question. To the Calypso pack, Sophie. I don't have the first clue what I'm doing. I complain, throwing my hands up in exasperation. We're in the back of Celine's cafe. Drake is sitting at the kitchen island watching me fight with a lump of dough on a floured cutting board, and unless I'm very much mistaken, he's fighting the impulse to laugh. It isn't funny. I huff. I'm not a cook. I'm not a baker's sigh. I shouldn't be the one to take over this place. Drake arches his dark brows. You didn't want to move into the pack house, and you didn't want my money. Which means you need a job to make rent. He reminds me. This is a job, and a good one at that. Yes, I confirm, agreeing with his logic. But I can't do this job. I have 0 qualifications, semi-amateur or professional. We've already had this argument, about 8 times already. But it keeps resurfacing anyway. Drake knows I can't boil water without starting a kitchen fire, so I'm a little suspicious that he keeps pushing the cafe on me. I think he's trying to wear me down until I cave and accept his money or move into the pack house mun. But the last thing I want to do is watch him moping around missing Celine, and I don't want his pity either. Sophie, Drake says gently, hopping down from the stool and closing the distance between us. He stops so close to me that I have to tilt my head all the way back just to see his face. His lips quirk as he takes in my flushed face. You have flour on your nose. I swipe at my nose in frustration. Is that what you came over here to tell me? No. Drake replies with a wide grin, taking my face between his hands and brushing the white powder from my skin with the pad of his thumb. I came over here to tell you that you are smart and hardworking, and one of the fastest learners I've ever met. You might not be able to cook now, but you just need practice. In all fairness, I would love to learn how to cook 40 for basic survival reasons if nothing else. But learning to do it at home and doing it for a living are very different things. But why this job? I press. You're the alpha. There must be other businesses where you have sway. I do much better as a pet sitter or maid or something. Well, for one thing, this job is open. Drake still hasn't taken his hands from my face. In fact, his thumb is stroking my cheek now. And for another, this cafe has a knack for helping people get back on their feet. Yes, but I was never on my feet to begin with. I mutter. I know Celine took in a lot of strays. In fact, everyone who works here now has some sort of tragic past, but most of those people fell on hard times later in life. Neither was Celine before she came here. Drake counters, making all my limbs tense up. Hearing her name on his lips does nothing but remind me that he'll never be mine. He might get over losing Celine one day, but eventually his mate will come along, and then where will I be? Stuck watching Drake build a life with yet another beautiful woman to whom I can never compare. Goddess, what a miserable thought. Somehow I've got to find a way to break the spell he has over me. I don't want to spend my life looking on from the shadows while other people find happiness. I don't want to waste my best years loving someone who can never love me back. I lurch out of Drake's hold, turning back to my bread dough theth. Though I doubt the lumpy mass will ever actually become bread. It's somehow tough and soggy at once. Maybe Celine had the right idea. Maybe moving to a different city is the answer. I breathe. A fresh start. Number. The feral snarl makes me jump out of my skin, dropping my pathetic attempt at sourdough straight onto the floor. I've heard Drake rumble and growl at other shifters before. After all, he's the alpha. Ferocity is part of the job description. This is different. The sound was guttural and raw, so menacing it vibrated deep in my bones and thud. And it was directed at me. My friend has never so much as raised his voice at me. It alone showed this kind of animal aggression. My wolf should be cowering. I certainly am. But Rose is cool and calm as the big alpha bears down on me. My back is flush against the island, and instead of looking guilty or apologetic for startling me, Drake is prowling forward with eyes aglow. He doesn't stop until his powerful hands are gripping the island on either side of my body, caging me in. You are not leaving, Asphodel. Drake commands, blinking, completely taken aback and quivering beneath him. I scramble for words. It was just a thought. Well, it was a bad one. He rumbles deeply. What's happening? I ask Rose desperately. I don't understand. Why is he being this way? I don't know. Rose hedges. Maybe he thinks we really can't survive on our own. Drake, you're scaring me. I finally squeak, though the truth is I'm less scared than confused. I don't believe my friend will hurt me, but I've never seen him this way. Light flickers in his emerald irises, the raging flames slowly dying down as my words register in his mind. Drake's threatening demeanor softens, his white-knuckled fists unclenching and fangs retracting. Still, he doesn't move away. He doesn't free me from his arms. I'm sorry, little lamb. Drake purrs, dropping his head and nuzzling my neck. Well, that's new. Rose remarks. Is he smelling me? I reply, loving his nearness and hating it all at once. It's everything I want and everything I can't have. I can't bring myself to speak. Staying still as a statue until Drake straightens up. I didn't mean to scare you. He tells me huskily, that's the last thing I want. He thinks about that statement for a moment, then amends. Actually, it's the second last. What's the last? I wonder aloud, my eyes wide as dinner plates. You just said it. He growls. Before I can ask what he means, Drake's phone chimes in his pocket, and he promptly retrieves it. I might be offended that he's abandoning our conversation so abruptly, but I immediately know why he prioritizes the call. I'd recognize that ringtone anywhere, Celine. While the man I love strides out of the kitchen to speak with his beloved, his voice so full of joy that it breaks my heart. I'm left reeling against the counter. I don't understand what just happened. And I don't understand what Drake meant by his last comment. All I can do is sink down to the floor sous-dy, next to my so-called doe and cry. A-Y-C, Drake. When my phone rings, I realize it's already 4 o'clock, and therefore time for the FaceTime date I promised Lila. It's probably for the best too, because I was completely losing control in that damned kitchen. It happened so fast I didn't even know what I was doing. I just responded out of instinct. My mate mentioned moving away, and my wolf roared to life thivin, needing to stop that from happening at all costs. I route the call through my Bluetooth and hit accept a moment before stepping through the door to the main restaurant. Greeting the little pup exuberantly, "Hello, my love." Lila appears in Celine's lap, both she-wolves visible on the screen, though the toddler is taking up most of the frame. "Uncle Rake," she exclaims. "I miss you. I miss you too, Angel." I answer honestly. "It's not the same here without you. How do you like Elysium?" Lila apparently loves her new home and spends a quarter of an hour telling me all the things she's seen and done since they arrived. All about her new room and apartment, every detail her little brain can recall. When she finally runs out of information to share, Celine takes over, filling me in on the wedding, their dramatic arrival, and her concerns about Bastian's plans for the Calypso path. Nothing's decided yet, but he says he's been thinking about a trip there for a few weeks. She relays with a frown. "I think he's right to consider it, and probably he'll be right to go." I agree. You've got to know what you're up against. I know. I just wish there was another way. She sighs. By this point, Lila has gotten bored of the grown-up talk and disappeared somewhere into the background. So Celine takes the opportunity to ask me something she clearly didn't want to say in front of the pup. "Listen, I've been going through my boxes and I can't find Lila's favorite puzzle for the life of me." She relates in a whisper. "You know, the rainbow fish one. I know it wasn't in the apartment because we cleared it out, but I remember we had it at the safe house, so I'm wondering if she left it there. I know it's a trek, but could you check for me the next time you're out there?" For a second, I think I've misheard her. Wait, what? When Bastian first turned up, I took some of Lila's toys to the safe house so she wouldn't get bored. We were distracted when we left, so I wouldn't be surprised if we missed something. The she-wolf answers. "Celine." I state evenly. "What safe house?" A flicker of unease enters her expression. "The one you sent me to in the hills." "I sent you there?" I repeat, baffled. "Yes. You texted me from a burner or something." She pauses anxiously. "Didn't you?" "Number." I sigh. "I couldn't have because I don't have a safe house." "Hi, teen." Drake's grim face stares up at me from my tablet, his last words slowly sinking into my brain. "This doesn't make any sense. Maybe we misunderstood." Luna suggests with a whine. "We didn't misunderstand." Drake's words were completely clear, and I can tell from his expression that this isn't some sort of joke. He seems every bit as confused as I am. Only his first instinct is clearly to assume the worst, while I'm wallowing in denial. Just then, Bastian walks in, and Lila races across the room to greet him. "Daddy, daddy, daddy!" He snatches her up and tosses her into the air, causing the pup to shriek with laughter. "Lila, Lila, Lila." He mimics throwing her over his head a few more times before settling her against his broad chest and kissing her hello, "Daddy." "We went to Da Woods," she exclaims, launching into her account of the day. "The trees were so big they touched the sky." Lila has seen forests before 20 thigh, but never one like this. The pup had been so taken with the ancient sequoias dominating the Novan forest that she decided to name them. By the time she was done, the list was so long I had to promise to write down all the names when we got home. So she wouldn't forget. Lila is rattling off her favorite ones as Bastian carries her into the living room, his wide smile disappearing when he sees the look on my face. I rise from the sofa before he can reach me, still holding the tablet. Bastian's eyes dart between Drake's face and my own. "Baby?" Glancing at Lila, I hedge. You remember when you arrived in Asphodel, and I took Lila to stay at that house in the hills? Yes. He agrees, sounding like he doesn't appreciate the reminder. Well, I begin, licking my lips nervously. I thought it was Drake's house. I thought he sent us there for our vacation. I censor, still eyeing my pup. But it wasn't him. Bastian's brow knits together. What do you mean? When I got back to the apartment that day, I got a text from an unknown number, with all the information we needed to find the house and everything. I explain, wincing when I see his expression. Lila, who has realized her father's attention is no longer on her, huffs. Daddy, are you listening? I'll tell you what, little one. Bastian suggests, if you give Daddy a few minutes to talk with Mommy, you can have extra dessert at the banquet tonight. She readily agrees, toddling off to play in her room, while I throw my mate an exasperated look. Really, bribery? She's got to sit through a formal dinner surrounded by adults. I figured we'd be rewarding her anyway. Bastian replies, changing course and closing the distance between us. You followed directions from an unknown number. I can see the anger simmering up inside him. You drove out into the remote wilderness and blindly walked into a house based on the word of some mysterious stranger. I assumed the message was from Drake. I countered defensively. I thought he was using a burner phone or something to contact me so you couldn't trace the text. I mean, who else would have known what was going on in that moment? I inquire, who else would have been trying to help me? It was a fair assumption, Bastian. Drake pipes up from the tablet. A low growl rumbles in Bastian's chest, and he looks down at the other alpha. I thought she'd found her own hiding place. I didn't press to find out where because I figured if I didn't know you couldn't beat the information out of me. Drake admits, rubbing the back of his neck. We're in our own apartment, guarded by the Packhouse's elite security force. But Bastian starts looking around like he expects monsters to pop out of the walls at any moment. I sidle closer, sliding my arm around his middle to anchor him. It seems to do the trick. Bastian's arm locks down on my waist, holding me tight to his side as he returns his attention to Drake. Can you get a team out there? Of course. I'll go myself as soon as you send the address. Drake confirms. But Celine is right. The real question here is who knew what was going on between you two, who had the access to not only know Celine was alive, and that you'd found her, but that she needed a getaway. It had to be one of your men. Bastian asserts coldly. The only people who were in your office with us were our betas and your guards. Bastian grumbles, and I know it wasn't my betas. I don't think we can assume anything right now. Drake combats. Assumptions are what got us into this mess in the first place. The bigger question is why, I breathe, pulling the men's attention. If it was someone in Drake's camp, it was probably done to help me. But if it was someone in yours... I looked to my mate, unable to continue. Bastian finished the thought for me, looking grave. It was a betrayal. It's a betrayal either way, Drake corrects. Whether they wanted to help you or not, they went behind my back and hid this information. That doesn't portend good intentions. My mind races to process all this new information. I hate to think someone could have betrayed Bastian or Drake. But I don't see any other explanation. Whoever sent me that message had to be from within our inner circle. Still, I don't understand what could have motivated anyone else to send me to that house. I'm so confused. I confess, whether they had good intentions or bad, why this? Why help me hide? How could that possibly benefit them? I should think that's obvious enough. Bastian rumbles darkly. They did it to keep us apart. Tendai. Bastian. We need to get ready for the banquet. Celine's sweet scent wafts over me a few moments before her arms slide around my neck from behind, and her cheek comes to rest against mine. Her skin is still dotted with drops of water from her shower, and I'm sure if I look over my shoulder, I'll find her completely nude. I'm seated on the edge of our bed, trying to work through the unexpected revelations that came to light during Celine's FaceTime call with Drake. The Eros Alpha agreed to send investigators out to the house this very evening. But I can't get over the fact that someone has clearly betrayed us. Is that why I've never been able to pin down the person responsible for all the trouble caused in Elysium since Dad died? Is it possible one of my own men betrayed me? We have to be over at the hall in an hour. Celine's tongue traces the shell of my ear, and her sharp little canines nibble my earlobe. I have a feeling the mischievous she-wolf is trying to distract me, though I suppose that's actually quite a bit of time. When you think about it, I can't contain my chuckle. Come here, you naughty thing, hitching my arm behind me and snagging my mate's waist. I drag her around and into my lap. I purr, breaking my eyes over her bare curves. You look awfully underdressed for a banquet, little mate. Oh. Celine looks down at her naked body like she's only just noticing. Maybe you're right. She agrees, trailing kisses up my neck. Her dripping wet hair sticks to my shoulder as her round bottom undulates over my quickly hardening arousal. We're going to have to do something about that. I tease, clamping my hands down on her hips to cease her movement. I won't have every wolf in the city drooling over my mate because she can't decide on an outfit. Are you sure it won't do? She asks, undoing my shirt buttons one by one. After all, you'll have to dress to match. Maybe you just need to see it on both of us. Get the full effect? I arch my brow, shrugging out of my long sleeves. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to get me naked. Celine flashes me a devious grin. Is it that obvious? The next thing I know, she's sliding out of my lap, kneeling between my legs and tackling my belt buckle. Before I know it, she's pulled the leather implement free and slipped her small hand into my trousers, palming my engorged member. Oh my! Celine murmurs with faux concern. Well, you certainly can't go to the banquet like this. I can only groan, cupping her cheek in my hand as she looks up at me from beneath her long, dark lashes. Would you like me to care of this for you, Alpha? A growl of primal lust vibrates in my chest, her words instantly triggering my dominant instincts. I think you'd better, I remark sternly, tangling my fist in her hair. Since it's your fault I'm in this state. Celine's two-tone eyes glitter in the dim line as she pulls my cock free, her pink lips hovering just inches from its swollen head. Your wish is my command. Whoever invented stilettos was a sadist. There are a lot of things I remember disliking about these wretched pack events. But until now, I forgot how agonizing it is to stand in high heels for hours on end. Of course, the Alpha's mate has to look the part, so I don't have much of a choice. I have to cram myself into constricting, uncomfortable designer clothes and strap torture devices to my feet in order to be taken seriously. Granted, I suppose I do look good tend, but at what cost? Bastien has it easy. He's standing next to me in the same black suit he always wears to these things. Meanwhile, I'm over here gasping for air in a skin-tight cocktail dress with so many straps and cutouts that I needed a map just to get into it. Lila's silver and black party dress matches mine in color. If nothing else, she looks absolutely adorable, and she's already stolen the spotlight from both Bastien and I Shui, rightly so. It seems like every elder counselor, ranking pack member and aristocrat in Elysium has already come to pay their respects. And the evening has barely begun. Everyone who meets Lila has done nothing but sing her praises, saying how lucky she is to have inherited her mother's beauty and her father's spirit. They've congratulated Bastien and I on our reunion, but it's fairly clear that everyone really came out to get a peek at my pup. Lila really has borne it all well, acting on her best behavior and patiently enduring the endless mingling. She's been delightful and sweet, not the least bit cranky, despite the fact that it's already past her bedtime, and we haven't even eaten dinner yet. In short, she already has the pack wrapped around her little finger, and I couldn't be prouder. By the time we actually get around to the banquet portion of the evening, I've relaxed more than I ever imagined possible. I've seen enough people faking nice over the years to recognize when someone is only pretending to be friendly, and most of the guests in attendance really do seem pleased for us. Of course, there are exceptions. In between courses, Bastien takes Lila for a breath of fresh air in the garden, and I take a much-needed bathroom break. After relieving myself and washing my hands, I pause to check my makeup in the mirror. As I reapply my lipstick, the door swings open, and a trio of she-wolves appear in my periphery. With a knot of dread already forming in my belly, I see a flash of silky red hair Sunty one. I recognize all too well. Trying to harden myself for the inevitable confrontation, I glance at the women in the mirror, greeting them coolly. Ladies, 3.5 years ago, the beautiful redhead now blocking the door almost killed me, pushing me into the pool during Gabriel's birthday party after saying a rash of horrendous things about my marriage. The last time I saw her, Bastien was publicly punishing her for those actions, a fact I'm sure she hasn't forgotten. Well, if it isn't the halfling, she drawls cruelly, prompting titters from the two minions at her side. Back from the grave and trying to pass off some other wolf's bastard as our alpha's pup. Her lip curls. Honestly, if you had any decency you would have stayed dead. Luna surges forward the moment she calls Lila a bastard, and I have to forcibly restrain the urge to shift. Dropping my lipstick, I turn to face the she-wolf head-on. You mutt, is your head really so empty that you've forgotten what happened the last time you disrespected me? I question harshly, or did you simply not learn your lesson? Her blue eyes burn with fury at my insult. Careful, Celine. Bastien's not here to protect you now. I let Luna shine through my eyes, feeling power surge through my veins and relishing the startled expressions on the women's faces. I don't need Bastien to protect me anymore. I growl, and if you say one more word about my daughter, I guarantee you will see just how much I've changed since we met last. I've shifted many times now, but I've never felt this strange flood of electricity. It feels like sparks might fly from my fingers any moment. Then again, I suppose I've never shifted amidst a threat. She snorts. Oh, so you think you are tough now that you somehow found your wolf? Sneering, she steps forward and lets her own wolf rise to the surface. I've been shifting since I was 13 years old. At best you have what subby 3 years of experience. I could trounce you in my sleep. I wouldn't be so sure about that, I snarl. I'm also a mother, and you just insulted my pup. But then I suppose a spinster like you wouldn't know anything about maternal instincts, pointedly eyeing her up and down. I match her sneering expression. Though you may have a point, you are at least twice my size. You bitch. The redhead lunges for me, her hands reaching for my throat with claws extended. I don't know where it came from. I don't even know how I did it. But one moment the furious she-wolf was charging towards me, and the next she and her friends were flat on their backs on the grimy floor. I didn't even touch them. I raised my arms to defend myself. But before our bodies could connect, some sort of shockwave pulsed out of me. I felt the strange swell of power rising deep inside me and must have unintentionally pushed it outwards. It slammed into the she-wolves and knocked them out in one go, while I was left standing there in confusion. What the hell? I say aloud, staring at my hands in bafflement. Whatever just happened was not normal. Shifters cannot hurt each other without touching one another. At least, not normal shifters. People always talk about Vallana wolves being powerful, having special abilities, but I'm suddenly realizing I have no idea what they include. The only Vallana I ever knew was my mother, and she died before she could tell me about my powers. Clearly, I have some research to do. Stepping over the women's unconscious bodies, I stroll out of the restroom feeling rather triumphant. It might not have been on purpose, and I might not have the first clue how I did it, but I'd be willing to bet those she-wolves will think twice before messing with me again. When I get back to the banquet, dessert is being served, and true to Bastian's promise, Lila has 2 pastries on her plate instead of 1. I've already opened my mouth to tell my mate about what happened in the bathroom, when I glance at my own plate and realize my daughter isn't the only one with 2 desserts. My lip quirks. Am I being rewarded too? The alpha leans over Lila's head to give me a searing kiss, showing no concern for our audience. When he finally drags his mouth from mine, he shifts his lips to my ear and his heated voice answers. After the way you helped me get ready for the banquet. Hell yes, you're being rewarded. Hi. It's almost 1 in the morning by the time we get back to the apartment, and Bastian has been holding Lila ever since she passed out at 10. We're exhausted both mentally and physically, and I want nothing more than to climb into bed and go to sleep. Unfortunately, we've barely set foot in the apartment when Bastian's phone starts ringing. He glances at the screen and grimaces before looking over at me. Can you take her? Baby, he asks, offering me Lila. I gather the sleeping bundle into my arms. What is it? He simply shakes his head. Nothing good. I can tell he doesn't want to take the call in front of me, especially when he bends down to kiss Lila goodnight, then also kisses me. Don't wait up. Uneasy but needing to get Lila to bed. Not to mention out of these damn shoes. I retreat, only catching Bastian's tense greeting as he steps back out the door. Tell me, Lila doesn't even stir as I remove her shoes and party dress, before tucking her into bed with a quick kiss. Slipping off my heels, I contemplate simply going to bed as I so dearly want to, but it makes me nervous that Bastian wouldn't talk in front of me. I'm certain he's gone to his study, and it's late enough that I doubt he's got anyone guarding the door. Making a split-second decision, I tiptoe out the door and slip downstairs, moving as silently as I can through the sleeping house. My heart sinks as I near the study door. I can already hear Bastian's voice, and he's not happy. Destroy them, destroy every last file, and don't let anyone watch them first. To my shock, I hear Drake's voice reply. Are you sure? It's possible this asshole is on one of them. My mind reels. What on earth are they talking about? What files, and why is Drake calling Bastian instead of me? Why is he calling so late? This has to be about the safe house. Luna surmises. They were going out there tonight. They must have found something bad. Bastian's gruff reply pulls my attention back to the conversation in the study. They're too smart for that. You never know. They weren't smart enough to put a failsafe on the drive. Maybe that wasn't their only mistake. Drake reasons. Fine. Check the footage before and after. My mate concedes. But I don't want anyone going near the recordings from when they were actually there. Footage. Recordings. What the hell is going on? I understand where you're coming from, but you should consider reviewing those files yourself. Drake encourages. Trust me, you want to know if anyone but Celine and Lila were there. You did say the perimeter alarms went off. I gasp out loud, understanding finally clicking. There must have been security cameras at the house. But why wouldn't Bastian want the footage to be reviewed? Wouldn't that be important? Hold on, Drake. Bastian murmurs, and the study goes oddly silent. I press my ear more tightly to the door, straining to hear what's going on inside. Bastian's scent permeates the heavy wood, and for one glorious second I feel soothed. Of course, that was before I realized the scent was not coming through the door at all. It was coming from behind me. Hear anything good? Bastian growls over my shoulder. I leap a foot in the air, yelping softly as my heart races with sudden panic. Spinning in place and steadying myself against the solid doors, I find a very large, very angry alpha towering over me. Bastien emanates disapproval. His silver gaze narrowed in reproach, his jaw rigid and arms crossed over his chest. I quail, guilt assailing me as I shrink away from him, my cheeks flushing bright pink. How in the goddess's name did you do that? He ignores me, closing one powerful hand over my nape. What do you have to say for yourself, little wolf? By now my initial shock has subsided, and I realize I have no reason to feel guilty. Straightening up and giving my mate my best scowl, I state, I have a right to know what's going on. Then knock on the door and come in, Bastien admonishes. Don't eavesdrop. If I was in there you wouldn't have spoken openly, I argue. You came down here specifically so I wouldn't hear. Drake called you instead of me because he didn't want me to know either, so do right. We did those things for damn good reason. Bastien grumbles, reaching past me to open the doors. Moving into the room, I see the bookcase concealing the side passage he must have used to sneak up on me, still standing wide open. Well, that explains that mystery. Bastien's phone is sitting on his desk, and I circle the sprawling mahogany surface to retrieve it. Drake's eyes widen when he sees me, but before I can say anything, Bastien plucks the device from my hand. Some advice, Kavanaugh, he drawls, sitting down and pulling me into his lap. If Sophie shows any propensity for eavesdropping, you'd do well to train it out of her early on. Don't make the same mistake I did and overlook it because it's cute. Excuse me. Train it out of her, I hiss. Bastien's eyes flash dangerously. That's right. His arm is like an iron bar around me, far from the gentle embraces he usually prefers. Drake sighs. Celine, how much did you hear? Enough to know you found security cameras at the house. But I don't understand why you don't want them to be reviewed. I share, turning to my husband. Both alphas don the same tight-lipped expression, like they don't want to answer my question. After a moment, Drake shoots Bastien a look that seems to say, she's your mate. My mate really is fuming, his molten gaze boring into me. Damn it, this is exactly why I didn't want you on this call. I have a right to know. I say again, no one is denying that. Celine, Drake interjects soberly. The issue is when knowing does more harm than good. I don't like the sound of that. Returning my focus to Bastien, I murmur, Bastien. Looking as if he wants to throw something, Bastien emits a bitter exhale. They weren't security cameras. He rumbles, shaking his head in frustration. It's painfully clear he doesn't want to tell me this, and equally clear that he's livid I forced the situation. They were spy cameras in every room of the house. Common areas, bedrooms, bathrooms. My blood turns to ice as his words register. 1,000 horrible implications racing through my head. What? Bastien's mouth is a hard line. His eyes closed in resignation. Baby, whoever sent you there was watching you. Hi. Went? Bastien. I swear. I could wring my mate's little neck. At the same time, I want to bundle her in my arms and kiss away all her fears. Tell her that none of this is real. When I saw Drake's call come in so late, I knew he must have found something like this. Something so bad it couldn't wait. So bad he didn't want to tell Celine. I already regret telling her the truth. The moment the words were out, all the blood drained from her face. Her porcelain complexion turning a shade of sickly green. You mean, she stammers hoarsely, the whole time? When when we were sleeping, and when we went to the bathroom. When you and I, yes, sweetheart. I confirm sadly. In a flash, she's out of my lap and vomiting into my wastebasket. Fuck. I curse, immediately going after her. Drake, I'm going to have to call you back in the morning. No. There's something else that can't wait, Drake interrupts urgently, refusing to hang up even as Celine's gagging grows louder, already on the ground next to Celine, holding her hair and rubbing her back while she retches. I call. Then get on with it. We were able to trace the feed to a cell tower. The Eros Alpha reports. We couldn't narrow it any further than that, but we have a general location on where the footage was being sent. That got my attention. Tell me. I hiss, fearing I already know where this is headed. Bastion, Drake sighs. I'm sorry, but it was going to Elysium. Tend. Way D. The soothing jets of the master bathroom's huge sunken tub pulse around our bodies, frothing sweet-smelling foam and bubbles on the surface of the deep water. The massaging streams of heated water are probably doing me more good than Celine, since she's sprawled out on my chest and not actually seated in the tub. But she doesn't seem to mind, after my mate finished emptying her stomach into my wastebasket. I hung up with Drake and brought her back up to our room. Half an hour ago we were both so exhausted we could have slept through a hurricane. Now I'm worried I won't be able to get Celine to sleep at all. And if I do, I'm afraid it will only be interrupted by nightmares. She hasn't said a word since I explained about the cameras. She was silent as I carried her upstairs, crooning sympathetic words. Silent as I started the bath and stripped her down. Silent as I guided her to the sink to brush her teeth. Celine bore it all in a sort of trance, looking so lost and empty. I've done nothing but fantasize about disemboweling whoever owns that safe house since. She's still not truly with me. Her sleek form rests atop mine, and her cheek is flushed to my chest. But her eyes are staring blankly into the distance, trailing my hands over her slender form in soothing patterns. I try to check in without pushing her. I breathe a sigh of relief when she blinks and looks up at me. Pleased she's still responsive. Unfortunately, that's the only good news I'm going to be getting tonight. I'm sorry I eavesdropped. Celine whispers pitifully, her beautiful eyes welling with tears. Hush now, little wolf. I hum, cuddling her closer and stroking her hair. I'm sorry I was such an ogre, I only wanted to protect you. She nods and hiccups. You were right. I wish I could unknow this. I know. I confirm sincerely. I wish you could too. It's so. Celine searches for the right words, retracting her gaze. So sick. She finally decides with a shiver. So violating. Hey, look at me, I ordered gently. She doesn't comply at first, but after a moment her little head tilts back and I'm staring into those bottomless pools of blue and violet once more. I promise you, Celine, if it is the very last thing I do, I will find whoever is responsible for this and I will make them pay. My voice is little more than a snarl at this point. I will make them regret ever laying eyes on you. I will make them wish they died instead of ever hatching this plan. I vow and I swear to you, I will kill them. From the look on my mate's face, you'd think I promised to buy her candy and roses, rather than issuing a string of violent threats. I know you will. Good. I praise, caressing her spine. After a moment, Celine looks up again. Does this mean? She trails off with a furrowed brow, as if the thought is on the tip of her tongue, but she can't grasp it. What are you thinking? Well, you think someone was trying to keep us apart, right? Celine asks. Yes. I confirm gravely, so... She's almost cringing as she spits out the words. They wouldn't have wanted you to mark me, and they had the access to see you on the verge of doing it when we were in the shower in the safe house. That alarm, I exclaim, realizing she's exactly right. Someone in Elysium set off that alarm to prevent me marking my mate. Someone in Elysium altered those DNA tests, took Celine out of the city after the fire and left her in neutral territory, then faked her death. I've known most of this for a while now, But I'm only just starting to realize the broader implications of these events. All this time I've been thinking about the problems in my city find. My father's murder and everything that's gone wrong since 1450, and my misfortunes with Celine as two separate issues. But now, it's glaringly clear. It's all connected. Whoever has been trying to ruin me as Alpha hasn't only been interfering in the pack, they've also kept me from my mate 2D, and then that is unforgivable. The Calypso Pack House is the most magnificent building I've ever seen. It's at least 3 times the size of the Nova Pack House, and if it wasn't for the imposing fortifications surrounding the marble behemoth, it might be mistaken for a luxury resort. The mansion is built on a hill in the center of the capital city. Clearly the architect designed it so the Alpha can look down on all his subjects, never freeing them of his watchful gaze and never letting them forget their place beneath him. Glorious. I think wistfully, finally, a true Alpha. The entire city makes Elysium look like a third-world slum, while the Novas seem content to remain living in the past Thiven, preserving ancient buildings, outdated traditions, and muddy forests. Was built with only strength in mind. The city's towering border walls keep out any undesirables, and the few that slip through the cracks are dealt with in short order. The poorest members of the pack are kept well out of sight and out of mind, living beneath the streets in the sprawling underground chambers which made up the civilizations of old 2EB, before the modern city was built overtop them. Of course, it really is much better this way. The above ground is preserved for the shifters who've earned their place, who actually contribute something to society. After all, the aristocracy's taxes pay for almost everything. Why should they have to share the bounty of their wealth with those who won't even make an effort to better themselves? So many of my problems would have been solved if Elysium was organized this way. Keeping the classes separate just makes everything so much cleaner and more tasteful. I swear, as soon as I get control of the Nova Pack, I'm going to recreate Elysium in the Calypso's image. I'd like to think I have a chance of winning over Blaze, convincing him to take me as his mate, but I'm not only doing this for power. Sure, I'll take it if I can get it, but I want revenge more. That means I can't commit to anything until I'm sure every bridge with Bastion has been burned. Worst case, I have to simply take Bastion's pack from him by force, but we aren't there yet. I'm just glad my audience with Blaze Denizen has finally arrived. It's taken me 2 weeks to secure this meeting, and I've been trying to be patient, but it's not easy when all my plans are at stake. Bastion's cousin Frederick turned out to be such a disappointment. I'm ready to meet a real man, a worthy partner. I'm wearing my best dress. At least the best one I threw into my suitcase when I fled Elysium. It's red and slinky, showing off all my best assets. This Alpha isn't going to know what hit him. My eyes immediately lock on Blaze when I enter his audience chambers. He's seated in an ornate chair on a raised dais, dressed in all black and looking so powerful my knees go weak. He's a bit older than I'd like. His dark hair is streaked with gray and slight wrinkles gather at the corner of his eyes, but he's in excellent shape. And Goddess knows he's younger than that gargoyle. Grigor. I strut down the aisle, swinging my hips and shooting the dominant wolf my best come hither look. I can see his dark eyes glinting from across the room, and I know he likes what he sees. Then again, who wouldn't? When I'm finally standing in front of him, I lower my gaze and curtsy, waiting for him to address me before speaking. I can feel his eyes raking over my body, lingering on my full breasts and the smooth swell of my hips. Tell me your name, my beauty, he orders, not giving me permission to stand. Arabella Winters Alpha. I murmur, I am of the Nova Pack and have traveled very far to reach you today. I didn't ask you for your life story. He snaps, sending a shiver of fear through me. But since you offered it, what brings you to my doorstep? Nervously licking my lips, I say, I have a proposition for you, an opportunity to spread your power to new territories. I can see Blaze standing out of the corner of my eye, but I'm too anxious to risk looking up at him. Do you believe I am not already powerful enough? He hisses. You think if I did not want more power, I could not take it? No, Alpha, I exclaim, my heart racing. That isn't what I meant. I'm simply looking for an ally. Your biggest competitor on the continent is the Nova Pack, and they grow stronger every day. But I know how to beat them. The Alpha is right in front of me now. His muscular body so close I can feel his heat. I can't bring myself to look him in the eye, but he solves that problem for me, latching his fist in my hair and yanking my head back. And how do you know that? Blaze demands, his eyes black as coal. Because I was raised by Gabriel Durand, I explain huskily, and I helped kill him. Blaze's eyes widen imperceptibly, and I feel a small rush of confidence. I know Bastien better than anyone else. I know what motivates him. I know his weaknesses. His hands aren't nearly so harsh now, and I raise my head, meeting his gaze head on. If you want Elysium, you need only ask. Send. Tay. Frederick. My mother has always been a cold woman. Even when Dad was alive, she was never the doting matriarch so many families boast. No, she was cunning and calculated. The perfect match for my ambitious father. When I was a boy, I used to feel cheated. I saw the other pups getting hugged and kissed by their parents, and I would while away the hours imagining what such a life could be like. However, I quickly learned the error of my ways. My mother explained to me that love never got anyone anywhere in life, and there was no place for it in our family's mission. My father should have been the Nova Alpha, but he was born second, and trying to claim his rightful place got him killed. Still, I can't deny how love has interfered in our plans. Mom says I'm weak, and maybe I am, but I can't help it. I don't want to hurt Celine. I can't stand seeing her with that mongrel Bastien. I did everything I could to keep my mother at a distance. But after Celine and Lila returned to Elysium, she refused to stay away. Now I'm stuck with her hovering over me, criticizing my every plan. You failed, she says, setting the dining room table. How are you possibly going to challenge Bastien now? We can still separate them. I insist, prodding the sauce I've been doctoring on the stovetop. Celine is vulnerable, easy to manipulate, and this is the woman you've thrown everything away for. Mom gripes, throwing down the napkins she's supposed to be folding. That isn't fair, I argue. She was abused, mistreated. Her vulnerabilities are perfectly natural. My mother snorts derisively as she returns to the kitchen. Only weak women let hardship get the better of them. She pulls the wooden spoon from my hand, raising it to her lips and grimacing. Too salty, reaching into the cabinets for some citrus. She continues. I don't care what happened to her. She's a fragile, silly little whore who doesn't have enough brains to recognize a true alpha when he's standing right in front of her. Don't talk about her that way. I growl, ripping the spoon back out of her hands. Well. Mom raises her brows. It seems caring for her has grown you a backbone, Fetty, if nothing else. I have news for you, Mother. I grouse. I intend to take Celine as my mate once Bastien's out of the way. You'd do well to get used to the idea of having her as a daughter-in-law. My mother's lip curls up, and I brace myself for her ire. You cannot take a mate who has already borne a pup to another alpha. You need someone pure fresh, she insists. Unless, of course, you're willing to get rid of her pup along with Bastien. Why would I demand. Her pup is a girl she'll never rule, and since they've been back together. Mom presses, are you sure she isn't already breeding again? Well, if she is, I'll be the first to know. I grumble. Besides, it's only been a few weeks. You're smarter than this, Frederick. My mother shakes her head. Don't let one foolish she-wolf undo all your hard work. It isn't that simple. I counter. I can't change how I feel. Well, you'd better, Mom orders. Or so help me, I will finish the job for you, and I won't spare the little halfling. Enough, I thunder. I'm done listening to your insults and following your orders. I exclaim, relishing the way my mother cringes away from me. This is my plan, my quest. Your time is past. You can fall in line or you can get out. For a long moment, I'm sure my mother will contradict me. I'm sure she'll fight back. Instead, she quells. Whatever you say, son, you're being ridiculous. He's standing across from me in our sunlit kitchen. His arms crossed over his chest and a stubborn grimace on his handsome face. After the events of last night, he's been on high alert, not letting me out of his sight for one moment. I actually had to kick him out of the restroom this morning, so I could have a bit of privacy. And now he's refusing to go to work. Can you blame me? He growls. In all fairness, I know my husband is also exhausted. We didn't go to sleep until around 4 this morning, and having a young pup means we didn't get the luxury of sleeping in either. If I thought he wanted to stay home with us to catch up on his sleep, I might be more understanding other. But that isn't the case. We've got to figure out a way to get past this. I sigh, feeling emotionally drained. We can't change what happened, but we can't let it take over our lives either. You have to go to work. I've got to take Lila to her playdate and go grocery shopping. And after I've got to start figuring out what on earth I'm going to do with my life. I add in my head, causing Luna to chortle softly. What playdate? Bastian asks, narrowing his eyes. With Donovan's niece, remember? I prompt. I told you about this yesterday. She needs to make some friends here. They can have the playdate here, he decides. And there's no reason for you to go to the store yourself. I'm not going to let this person control my life, Bastian. I insist. I've spent too many years living in fear and I refuse to do it any longer. I'm not going to hide away because of one creep who is too cowardly to come out of the shadows and challenge you directly. I'm seriously regretting the way I fell apart last night. It couldn't be helped in the moment, but my reaction has sent Bastian into an overprotective frenzy, and it's making things very difficult. Celine, you know that isn't what I want. He reasons coolly. But until we know what we're up against, laying low is imperative. It's not weak. It's smart. That's easy for you to say. I counter. But how long is it going to be until we know what we're up against? You've been trying to find this person for years, and you aren't any closer to identifying them now than you were when your father died. Maybe not, but we haven't had the full story until now. Bastian reminds me, I have a feeling you're the key to all of this, the piece we've been missing. His jaw twitches in agitation, which is all the more reason for us to be cautious. I'm not completely defenseless, you know. I mutter, thinking of my confrontation with the she-wolves in the ladies' room. With everything that's happened since, I completely forgot about the incident. The revelations about the safe house and the spy cameras completely overshadowed the strange new powers I channeled. Defending myself last night. But now that I think about it, I can't believe it's taken me this long to tell my mate. Speaking of which, I forgot to tell you. Trailing off, I crinkle my nose in thought. How on earth can I explain this? Honey, I forgot to tell you I'm magic. Or, hey babe, you didn't happen to hear about a bunch of unconscious women turning up in a restroom, did you? My bad, maybe. I know we can't afford any bad press, but I decided to reintroduce myself to the pack's she-wolves by knocking a bunch of them out with my mind. Definitely the first one. Luna quips, Bastian's brows knit together in concern as he watches my internal struggle. What is it? Something happened at the banquet. I think I somehow tapped into some new powers or something. I summarize feebly. What do you mean? He presses, moving closer. Well, when you took Lila to the garden, I went to the ladies' room and had a little run-in with a few she-wolves. I broached warily. 3 of them came in and started being really horrid about me and Lila, and I sort of lost my temper. Bastien immediately zones in on the wrong part of the story. Horrid how? Just saying the same sort of ugly nonsense they always did. Waving off the details, I continue. But they went after Lila this time, and I completely sunk to their level. I provoked the ringleader, and she attacked the Fantef. She attacked you, Bastien thunders, grasping me by the shoulders. Are you all right? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Who was it? I want a name. That's not the point, Bastien, I exclaim, shaking him off. When she came at me, something happened. I threw my arms out to protect myself, and all of a sudden they just collapsed. I didn't even touch them, but I felt this. I don't know, electricity inside me, and I pushed it outwards. I have no idea what it was or how I did it. But they went down as soon as it hit them. Was it the same bitch who pushed you into the pool and almost killed you? He rumbles. Bastien, focus. I'm trying to tell you something important. Dragging a hand through my long hair, I theorize the only explanation I can think of is that it's something to do with my blood. Something to do with being a Valana. Bastien is breathing heavily, standing with his hands on his hips and glaring out the window. I can see him trying to work through his anger, and I know he hasn't completely conquered it when he turns back to me. Okay, tell me again, fund in as much detail as you can. Don't leave anything out. I do as he asks, relating every word, thought and feeling that passed through my mind during the confrontation. He doesn't look any calmer when I finish, but I can see he's thinking hard. I've never heard of anything like what you're describing. You believe me, don't you? I ask hesitantly. The next thing I know, my mate is looming over me, holding my face between his hands. Of course I do, little wolf. What do you think it means? I wonder aloud. I think you're probably right. He shares. This has to be your Valana blood coming through. Maybe finally shifting triggered something, allowed your powers to start manifesting the same way it sent you into your first heat. So really what you're saying is this is all your fault. I tease, after all I never would have shifted in the first place if you hadn't found me. Bastien shoots me a wolfish grin. I'll gladly take credit, he replies. Only slightly smug. I know it's probably alarming, but the more defenses you have the better. If part of your bloodline gives you some sort of extra abilities, we should encourage them as much as possible, especially since Lila will have them too. I agree, only she's going to have to deal with them a lot sooner than I did. Bastien frowns, looking suddenly perturbed. I hadn't even considered that. We always knew there had to be a reason people talked about Valanas the way they do. I mean, no one knows the blood secret, so it had to be something like this, right? I'm not sure why I'm whispering, but it feels wrong to talk about these things at full volume. The problem is that I don't know how I'm supposed to encourage these powers when I don't even know how I tapped into them in the first place. We need to find someone who knows Valana lore. Bastien poses. There have to be books or histories. People who know more about the heritage than you and I. Yes. Well, finding them without advertising why we're looking is going to be a challenge. I remark dryly. Bastien rubs his jaw. That's a fair point. We're going to have to be very careful. Do you remember anything your mother might have shared with you? Any names or stories? Number. I grimace. I didn't even know I'd have powers like this. That's okay. Bastien assures me, pulling me into a hug. We'll figure it out, I promise. I relax instantly, breathing in his incredible scent and leaning my weight into his strong arms. The tension filling my body slowly unwinds, and even though nothing has been resolved, I feel calmer. I still want to know the names of those she-wolves. Bastien grumbles in my ear. His words flip a switch in my mind, and I lean back, looking up at him curiously. What if there was another way? I inquire slyly. What do you mean? He asks. Well, we know the powers came out when I felt threatened, right? I state rhetorically, so if we want to get them to come out again, tell me you aren't suggesting what I think you are. Bastien commands ominously, looking up at him from beneath my lashes. I purr. How would you like to attack me? Celine calls, taking up a defensive stance. I can't. I growl. This isn't right. We're out in the garden, positioned on a wide swath of manicured lawn and standing about 10 meters apart. Celine is dressed in workout garb and eyeing me with mild exasperation. Aiden and Donovan from the sidelines, wide grins on their faces even though nothing has happened yet. Attack me, my mate insists, throwing her arms out in encouragement. Celine. I really don't think, Bastien. You promised, she reminds me. It hadn't been easy for her to convince me to try and test her powers this way. And, to be honest, I still think it's a bad idea. I know Axel and I would never intentionally hurt her, but accidents happen and even a fake attack can go wrong. This is dangerous. I gripe. What if it doesn't work? What if I can't pull back in time? That's why Aiden and Donovan are here. She reminds me firmly. When I still don't move, she softens and bats her lashes. Please, baby. Grumbling under my breath, I agree. Okay, on my count. With a deep breath, I brace myself for the attack. 3, 2, 1. To my credit, I do manage to shift, but the moment Axel sees Celine, everything comes to a stop. I'm not even halfway across the grass before my snarls become purrs. My charge becomes an excited lope, and the most aggressive feeling I can conjure is lust. Celine throws her head back in frustration. This is ridiculous, Bastien. If you can't do it, then you need to let someone else. Shifting on the spot, I cross the garden and pull her flush against me. No one else is going to attack you, mate. I rumble. Do you know why? Because you're so overprotective and possessive that you even feel territorial about threatening me. She quips. Because fake or not, if I see another wolf showing aggression to my mate, I won't be able to control myself. I correct, skewering her with my gaze. I will defend you as if the threat is completely real, and I'd rather not kill my betas over an experiment. My mate casts a sulky glance. You can't think about this as if it's a true threat. She argues, just remind yourself that this is all to help me. You're doing a good thing by attacking me. You're teaching me to defend myself. Sighing heavily, I pry a few kisses from her soft lips, spoken like someone without a violent bone in her sweet little body. What is that supposed to mean? Celine asks, her striking eyes narrowed with suspicion. It means you don't understand the darkness that takes hold in these moments. I explain ruefully, and I hope you never do, Bastien. I need this. My mate murmurs urgently. I need to know what's happening with my own body, she implores. I know this isn't easy for you, and that I can't understand the kind of malice you're talking about. I know you might not be able to feel that towards me, but you spar with Aiden and Donovan all the time, Seven. Why is this any different? Because neither of them are my mate. I explain passionately. Oh, so you can spank me, but you can't pretend to fight me. Celine questions coyly. Chuckling darkly, I answer. Those are very different things. My wife has mentioned her spanking so frequently I'm beginning to think she wants another. You earned the spanking, I remind her huskily. You could never earn an attack. Pouting. Celine shifts restlessly against me, tempting me to no end. Please just give it one more try. She begs, trailing her slender fingers down my chest, groaning. I steal one last kiss before returning to my starting position. Bracing myself for the imminent battle, I try to put myself into a mindset that will allow me to do what is necessary. You're helping her, you're helping her, you're helping her, you're helping her. I think somewhat manically. Go! Celine calls with absolute determination. This time, I'm finally able to lunge at her with true ferocity, growling and snapping like the wild animal I keep buried deep inside. However, it seems I'm no longer the problem because, while I attack my mate with total commitment, she cannot seem to safeguard herself. Her defensive stance relaxes even as I charge forward, a beautiful smile stretching across her face as my wolf attacks. It seems Celine is no more capable of fearing me, as I am of threatening her. This is hopeless. End. Odette. Things have been very uncertain since Celine returned. The entire city has been in an uproar every second of the day, and convincing the aristocracy to accept my daughter-in-law and granddaughter has been no small feat. Needless to say, the last few weeks have been an emotional roller coaster, but I'm convinced it's all for the best. Bastien has been a shadow of himself ever since Celine left Tiva condition. I understand all too well. I'm beyond thrilled that his heart and spirit has been restored, and I want nothing more than peace for my family. Still, when I enter the garden this afternoon and find my son in his wolf form, midway through an attack on his mate, I can't help but pull up short. Granted, Celine doesn't seem the least bit bothered. In fact, she looks somewhat delighted to have her mate treating her so aggressively. What in the goddess's name are you doing? I question, glancing back and forth between them. I'm trying to get Bastien to attack me, but he's too chicken. Celine complains, her lovely eyes glittering with mirth. My son growls, and Celine shivers with delight. For a moment I'm reminded so viscerally of Gabriel that my heart hurts. I remember that glorious tension between lust and fear so profoundly that I feel a loss even now, so many years after my mate died. And why do you want him to attack you? I ask skeptically. Celine rolls her eyes as if her next words, because the other day someone tried to attack me, son. What? I interrupt, incapable of smothering my instinctive response. Are you all right? What happened? I'm fine. Honestly, everyone is missing the point, Celine exclaims, showing more defiance and backbone than I can ever recall seeing from her before. Which is that I was able to repel them without touching them. Her two-toned eyes bore into mine, imploring me to understand. It was like magic. I tapped into some sort of new power, and we're trying to recreate the phenomenon. It's a serious matter, but I cannot contain my amusement. Laughter bubbles from my chest in an irrepressible rush. Well, of course that won't work, I exclaim. He's your mate. You know he won't hurt you. What? Celine murmurs softly. It doesn't matter how tough or threatening he acts. I share. You trust him on an intimate level. He's never going to trigger the survival instincts you need. That may be, Bastien argues firmly, but I'm not letting anyone else attack her. Honestly, my darlings, it's not as if violence is the only solution. I state simply, why don't you come with me, Celine? Come with you where? Bastien asks hesitantly. I swear the man is so protective of his mate that even I'm not above suspicion. To my library. I drawl, rolling my eyes. I have a few books which might offer a bit more insight, and none of them will put your health or relationships at risk. Celine seems ready to come along without complaint, but Bastien catches her around the waist, whispering something in her ear so quiet that even my keen ears can't hear. Celine flushes bright red, and I have a feeling that whatever her mate just said was deeply personal indeed. When he finally leaves us alone, I ask, "How are you doing, my love, truly? I keep waiting for the rug to get dragged out from under my feet." Celine admits. I mean, I know Bastien loves me. At least I'm coming to realize that and trying to convince myself to trust it. Still, everything I've ever known has taught me the opposite. I don't really know how to deal with it. I understand. I affirm gently, it's difficult to accept that other people love you when you've been conditioned to think you aren't worthy of it. Exactly. Celine murmurs. He's so confident, so sure of his feelings and beliefs, when I'm just trying to keep my head above water. Do you think finding this new power will help even the playing field? I ask. I know what it is to be an alpha's mate, to question your own strength alongside that of such a dominant wolf. I wish I could tell Celine she has nothing to worry about, but the truth is that these issues never go away. I don't know, she admits. I just want my family to be safe. I want to know my pup won't have to live in fear. She won't. I promise, my own protective instincts rising to the forefront as I pull a volume from the packed shelves of my bookcases. I splay the text open for Celine, displaying the table of contents for the Vallana history annals. Of all my books, this text offers my daughter-in-law and granddaughter all they could ever wish to know about their heritage. Because you're going to learn to harness your power. And when Lila's time comes, you'll teach her too, I affirm. Together you'll have the world at your fingertips, and that's a strength no one can ever take away from you. Celine. I'm beginning to think my mother told me the wrong secret. Granted, she chose the most important Tumendai, not to mention scariest Temvid one, but talk about burying the lead. Sure, my blood can give eternal life, but that doesn't help me while it's still running in my veins. Learning that I can hypnotize people, on the other hand, could have really come in handy before now. Odette's history books aren't exhaustive, and half of their claims sound more like fairy tales than fact. But there's enough empirical data included to persuade me regarding other matters. For example, I seriously doubt that any Vallanas discovered how to become invisible the way one 13th century zealot insisted. But I believe the hundreds of contemporary accounts describing the way Vallana wolves could harness moonlight to increase their own powers. I can't believe I never knew any of this. I marvel, scanning through ancient censuses listing the names of my ancestors. I can. Luna rolls her eyes. I mean, when would we have had the opportunity to learn this stuff? It's not like Garrick gave us library privileges. I know, but Mom never taught me any of this. I answer. I was too young to understand some of it, but not everything. Why wouldn't she have wanted me to know our own history? We're an endangered species. Celine. My wolf reminds me. She probably thought you'd try to use your powers if you knew about them, Findy. And that could get you noticed. Luna makes a fair point. Hundreds of years ago, Vallanas were required to register with their elder councils, as they were considered so powerful that they needed monitoring to ensure they posed no threat to their packs. For the most part, I think this was just a lot of small-minded men being intimidated by any woman who defied their expectations, but I have to admit their fears weren't entirely in vain. In one case, a Vallana wolf overthrew her alpha and went on to conquer an entire continent, becoming the first and last woman alpha in history. Well, they certainly left that out of the textbooks. I snort. Admittedly, I missed out on half my education, but I worked very hard to make up for lost time after I escaped Garrick, and I've never heard of half of the events detailed in these volumes. That's because history is written by men. Luna quips, continuing to read. I can feel my eyes growing wider and wider all on their own. If even half of this is true, I'm much more powerful than I ever imagined. The documented Vallana abilities go far beyond power surges like the one I triggered in the restroom, or even harnessing moonlight. According to these books, I can not only hypnotize people with my eyes, but bend shadows to make them see things that aren't there. Navigate the most starless night, summon light, give sleep, slow time, and control the tide CV, in addition to simply being extremely hard to kill. I would probably find this more comforting if it weren't for the fact that these powers don't kick in until you're grown. Which means Lila has a long way to go before any of this helps her. Another problem is that knowing about the powers and using them are two very different things. I still have no idea how to tap into any of these abilities, or even how many of the powers listed here are legitimate. I do know for it. At least I'm fairly certain that all of this cycles with the moon itself. I'll be strongest when it's full, and weakest when it's new. Shaking my head, I turn the page, delving into an analysis about the bloodline's decline as time passed. Mommy, what are you reading? Lila pipes up next to me. She's been napping beside me for the better part of an hour, but now she's sitting up, rubbing her eyes and looking so adorably sleepy I could eat her right up. I'm reading about our bloodline, I explain gently. I haven't ever talked to Lila about this subject before, and I have no intention of getting into the details, but I don't intend on hiding it from her either. While I understand my mother's decision and desire to protect me, I can't help but feel that keeping me in the dark about all this set me at a disadvantage. It makes sense that knowing about the powers would encourage me to use them. But I'd rather use them and be able to defend myself than not know they exist and remain helpless against threats that are inevitable either way. Our what? Lila chirps. Our bloodline. I repeat slowly, brushing a lock of dark hair back from her face. Our family history. My mother and her mother's mother going back hundreds of years. That's long. Lila assesses with raised brows. It is long. I agree with a laugh, but it's also powerful. Everything we are comes from our ancestors. It's the reason your eyes are blue and violet, the reason you look so much like me. What about Daddy? Lila's dark head cocks to the side. It's the same for everyone. I share. We all have different histories, but everyone is shaped by the past tuned, including Daddy. The door opens behind us, and I can hear Bastian coming inside, as if our conversation conjured him. And you and I have a very special bloodline, one that means we have to be extra careful. Her little brow crinkles in confusion. Why? Because you two are the most important things in the world. Bastian's deep voice rumbles over our heads, and we both crane our necks back to look up at his smiling face. And when other people figure that out, they might want to take you for themselves. I want to roll my eyes. I'm doing my best to raise Lila with both of her feet, firmly planted on the ground, and telling her the world revolves around her is absolutely not going to further that cause. Still, it's hard to explain such complicated matters to a toddler, and Bastian's words do hit the nail on the head. Besides, I know he's speaking the truth. His truth, at least. To my immense surprise and amusement, Lila is rolling her eyes in my stead. Daddy, you wouldn't let Nyan take us, she says, as if the suggestion is preposterous. It takes all my will not to laugh, and I can see Bastian fighting the same impulse. Is that so? He asks her. Course, she exclaims, standing on the couch cushions and raising her arms to him. Wouldn't you? He immediately plucks her from the sofa, kissing her soft cheeks one after the other. I would never let anyone take you from me, Lila Bean. My daughter flips upside down, dissolving into a fit of giggles as Bastian leans over to kiss me hello. Daddy, why do you call Mommy that? Lila asks once she can breath again. She's not little, she's little to me. Bastian reasons, carting her off towards the kitchen. Now tell me all about your day. I want to hear everything. Powie, Bastian. It even said I could harness moonlight. Celine exclaims, so preoccupied with sharing her discoveries that she doesn't seem to notice me kissing a path down her flat tummy. Lila is finally asleep, and we're safely ensconced in our bedroom. My wife is splayed over our bed like a beautiful feast. Even if she seems unaware she's about to be devoured. That's great, baby. I praise her, truly meaning it but not having the brain space to focus on her powers at the moment. Instead, I busy myself with stripping off her bra and panties, bearing my stunning mate to my questing hands and mouth. The only problem is that it was all theoretical fed-in, describing what Valanas can do. Not how they Bastian. Celine arches off the bed, looking down at me with sudden need. I chuckled darkly, pinning her hips to the mattress while I swipe my tongue up her center. Yes, my love. I ask her with a Cheshire grin, continuing to tease her plump, pink flesh. Celine whines wordlessly, squirming beneath me. I'm trying to tell you about the books, so what's stopping you? I question, adding my fingers to the mix, circling her swollen clit and delving my fingers around her soaked entrance. I relish her soft cries. I'm listening. You're not playing fair, she complains, tangling her fingers into my hair. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I lie, sliding 2 long, thick fingers into her slick channel. Do you want me to stop? Celine's hips jerk, and she whimpers so sweetly I almost take mercy on her Sue. Almost. Instead, I crook my fingers inside her, feeling a rush of pure fire when her eyes roll back in her head and her tight muscles clench around me. Number. She murmurs. I'm just trying to tell you what I learned, and I want to hear all about it. I assure her, as soon as I'm done with you. Celine flops down in exasperation. Are you ever going to be done with me? I consider her question for one long moment before deciding. Number, I announce firmly. Never. My husband is impossible. I swear. It's not even dark out, and we're already in bed. We don't even have my heat to use as an excuse anymore. That ended days ago, but the way Bastian is acting, you'd think we were a pair of teenagers trapped in a frenzy of hormones. Not that he's solely to blame. It seems like every time he touches me I dissolve into a puddle. It may sound like I'm complaining, but I'm just overwhelmed by everything that's happened over the last few weeks. I'm not the least bit disappointed to have this incredible alpha lavishing his affection on me. I'm simply at a loss for how to deal with all these changes. Bastian is wrapped around me like the warmest of blankets, his big body cushioning every inch of me while his lips move over my soft skin. Goddess, I love you, he murmurs, nuzzling my neck. I love you too, I whisper, smiling widely. Even if you don't listen to me when I try to tell you about my powers. Bastian's warm chuckle vibrates against my skin moments before his fingers flutter over my sides, tickling me mercilessly. Squealing with laughter and writhing in his arms, I try to escape the tortuous touches, but only end up winding myself tighter in his embrace. I was listening, he promises, nibbling my shoulder. I simply had other things on my mind. Oh, I know what you had on your mind, I answer wryly, cuddling closer. But what do you think? I think if even half of what you read is true, then we need to figure out how to help you access that part of yourself. He claims simply. Really? I ask, glancing over my shoulder and trying to glimpse his rugged face. Of course, Bastian confirms. You don't think it is? I start with a shrug. I don't know, dangerous or something. I think you need to learn as much as you can. My mate assesses firmly. The more able you are to defend yourself, the better. I want to be able to teach Lila too, I confide, when she's old enough. Bastian purrs in confirmation. We need to find you a teacher somehow. Someone who knows about these things, someone we can trust. Where on earth are we going to find someone like that? I ask softly. I've never even heard of any other Valanas, and the people who wrote those history books have been dead for years. I don't know, Bastian answers, sounding like his mind is 1,000 miles away. But I can't see another option. We've tried to bring the powers out on our own and it's not working. We need help. Rolling over to face my husband, I tilt my face up for a kiss, My wish is granted almost immediately as his firm lips claim mine. Even as I dissolve into the moment, his words ring in my head, echoing through my thoughts as if holding some unspoken truth just out of reach. He's right that we haven't been able to trigger my powers on our own. But I can't forget what Odette said about my inability to see my mate as a threat Sivan, no matter what he does. I know Bastien won't allow anyone else to attack me, but my instincts will never kick in unless I'm truly afraid. Celine Luna pipes up. Rousing from her contented daze, the answer is obvious. We don't need to be attacked to be afraid, we just need to be in danger. What are you talking about? I complain. We were in danger with Martin and nothing happened. I can almost see my wolf shaking her head. Lila was with us then. We were trying to shield her, not fight. Well, how do you expect us to fight if no one is attacking us? I scoff. People aren't the only threats to us. Luna reminds me. In fact, I can think of one threat that's right next door. One we can face without risking harm to anyone else. Suddenly I know exactly what she means, Luna. That's insane. We have a child and a mate who has already survived our death once. We're not going to risk killing ourselves and leaving them all alone, just to test a theory. Don't you see? Luna implores. Lila and Bastien are precisely why we'll have to fight. She argues. They need us. Dying isn't an option. I insist. At least, not without some sort of backup. I can picture my sleek, white wolf nodding. I think it's time we pay another visit to Odette. Bastien. Heads jerk up when I walk through the front doors of Elysium Memorial Hospital with Aiden and Donovan. Doctors and nurses scanning our small group as if looking for signs of illness or injury, then furrowing their brows when they find none, reading my grim expression and determined stride. Most drop their gazes once they realize we aren't here for an emergency or social call. We march straight to the pathology lab, the falsified DNA tests safely clutched in my fist. When we arrive, the lab supervisor does a double take, her eyes going wide when she suddenly finds her alpha bearing down on her. I flatten the results page on the counter. What can you tell me about this? I demand, hesitantly reaching for the page. She eventually latches onto the corners, forced to tug it out from beneath my palm and looking more and more nervous every second. Her dark eyes flit over the results page before she looks back up at me with a frown. This appears to be a negative paternity test. My eyes narrow to slits. Perhaps I should have been clearer. This test was run in your labs, and the results have since been proven false. So I'm trying to figure out whether your staff is simply incompetent or criminal. The blood drains from the woman's face. Alpha, forgive me. This is the first I'm hearing of this. She stammers. May I ask? She trails off looking uncertain. I know they're false because my daughter has a starlight allergy which was recently triggered. I explain. My blood was required for the antidote. The supervisor's jaw tightens. I see. Turning to a computer on her left, she quickly types in a rapid stream of information, presumably pulling up the electronic records. Gnawing on her lip as she reads the results, she glances at me uncertainly. Everything in the system matches that printout. Which means what? Exactly? I interrogate. Well, either the sample was contaminated, or the wrong sample was run against your daughters. She hedges, intentionally or accidentally. Could someone have edited the results once they were generated? Aiden questions. I'd be able to see edits made after the fact. She explains. If I had to guess, I'd say the wrong sample was run. If you would be willing to provide me another, I could confirm this. Fine. I agree through a thick red haze. Who ran the tests? She scrolls up to the top of the screen, her brow knitting together in confusion. I don't. It's not. This doesn't make sense. Her words are running together in a rapid whir. What's wrong? Donovan asks gently. The supervisor stares up at me with pure trepidation. It says I ran these, but I wasn't even here that day. She immediately squeaks, I was on vacation down at the coast with my family. You can provide proof of this? I question. Of course, she promises, and my colleagues can confirm it. Who is covering for you? Aiden wants to know. My assistant Jane. She straightens her shoulders a bit, but she couldn't have done this. The system requires our ID badges to swipe in, and I leave mine at home when I'm not at work. It was exactly where I left it when we got back to the city. So what are you saying? Who could have done this? I press, getting more and more frustrated by the minute. Her mouth gapes wordlessly for one long moment. I don't know. She finally answers feebly. None of this makes any sense. The test was run after hours and the lab wasn't even open when it happened. Donovan leans forward, resting his burly forearms on the counter. Does everyone who enters the lab have to badge in? Yes, I can pull the log, she exclaims, latching onto the idea. As soon as the screen populates, I know the effort was for naught. The supervisor looks completely dejected. It says I swiped in just after midnight. She whispers. No one else was here. Aiden squeezes my shoulder, nodding towards the hallway. They installed security cameras a few years ago. If someone entered the lab using her badge, we should be able to see them on the footage. Shaking my head, I growl. If it hasn't been tampered with too. I gripe. How much do you want to bet the recordings from that night have been erased? My betas grimace, and suddenly Aiden's voice appears in my head. You believe her. Studying the supervisor bleakly, I reply. Yes, unfortunately I think she's telling the truth. So, where do we go from here? Donovan interjects. First, we check the security tapes. I decide. Then we need to pay Dr. Kane a visit. Dr. Kane. Aiden asks to file a complaint. It's a logical assumption. After all, Kane's been the PAC's chief physician since my father was alive. But that's not why I want to see him now. No. I counter. To ask him how he misidentified my mate's body after the fire. Dr. Kane looks as if he's been expecting us. After a thoroughly frustrating visit to the security offices, where we discovered nothing more than 12 hours of blacked-out camera footage. The night the paternity test was run, my betas and I navigated up to the chief physician's office on the 10th floor. We now stand in the doorway of his corner suite, carefully watching the doctor's reaction to our sudden appearance and finding nothing but a blank slate. He's seated behind his desk, his shiny loafers propped up on the sleek wooden surface and a takeout container splayed in his lap. It's been a long time since I've seen the man, and though he's only a few years older than myself, I can't help but think he's aged. His dark hair boasts a few streaks of gray, and the lines around his eyes and mouth are more pronounced than I remember. Alpha. To what do I owe the pleasure? Dr. Kane greets me, barely looking up from his lunch. As far as alphas go, I've also considered myself on the more relaxed end of the spectrum. I don't expect my people to stand on constant ceremony, but it does strike me that most shifters still show a degree of deference out of respect. Dr. Kane clearly does not. I can't decide whether or not it bothers me. Dr. Kane. I reply curtly. I have a few questions for you. The doctor gestures to the chair opposite him. Please have a seat. He encourages me with a warm smile. It's been a while. I owe you much congratulations. Oh, I prompt, sitting stiffly across from the familiar man. It's not every day a man becomes a father, or finds his long-lost mate. Kane elaborates as if this should have been obvious to me. No. It isn't. I agree, feeling a sudden spike of anger, especially when you told me with total confidence that my mate was dead. Dr. Kane purses his lips, lowering his feet from his desk and setting his lunch aside. You have my sincerest apologies, Alpha. I've already launched an investigation into the matter. What investigation? I demand. Aren't you the one who examined the body? His expression clouds. Bastian, I delivered the report to you out of respect for your position, and as a courtesy given our long-standing relationship. I reviewed every last detail of the case, but the medical examiner conducted the autopsy and ran all the tests. Not me. Anger simmers in my veins. This was absolutely not made clear at the time. Where is the medical examiner now? He left last year. Took a job in a different territory. Dr. Kane explains, but I have always had the utmost respect for him. I can't imagine him making such a grave error. Oh, I don't think it was an error, I growl. The physician's eyes widen. You mean you think he changed the results on purpose? I think someone wanted me to believe my mate was dead. I force the words out through clenched teeth. Just as someone wanted me to believe her pup belonged to another wolf and falsified yet another set of DNA results. Kane leans forward now, confusion and concern lacing his movements. What are you talking about? Relating our discoveries from the pathology lab as quickly as I'm able. I pin the doctor with my fiercest gaze. The way I see it, one of three things is happening here. Either you have some very incompetent staff here, or more likely, we're dealing with some form of corruption, whether it's coming from within the system, or someone has been paying your people off to falsify information. Remains to be seen. Dr. Kane's features harden. We take oaths in this hospital, Alpha Tuvi sacred oaths to do no harm. To suggest that anyone here would intentionally damage this pack's well-being is a very grave accusation. I'm aware of that, I rumble, though it's curious that you should talk about the pack's well-being rather than my own. You are an extension of the pack, are you not? Dr. Kane argues, to harm you is to harm us all. Be that as it may. Someone has been working against me. I assert coolly. And they've used this hospital's resources to further those aims. Oaths can be broken, and it is your duty to discover who might have forsaken theirs. Dr. Kane nods in acknowledgement. There's something else, Bastian. Go ahead. I allow. I think in your concern for your mate's misidentified body, you've overlooked a rather key detail. He announces confidently. Arching my brow, I state. I presume you're referring to the question that, if the body in the fire wasn't Celine's, who did it belong to? Dr. Kane nods, looking almost impressed that I caught the detail. Strange thing that, I acknowledge, unfurling to my full height. No one else was reported missing before or after the fire. Moving towards the door, I gesture for my betas to follow. Stopping just before we exit. But I know one place someone could have easily found a corpse to use. And where's that? Dr. Kane asks, the very picture of curiosity. I watch the man very closely when I reply, searching for any signs of emotion in his blank expression, and finding none. The hospital morgue. N.T. Celine. Celine. I don't know about this. Odette frets, wringing her hands. Look. You're a strong swimmer, right? I ask, stripping out of my clothes to reveal the simple black swimsuit I donned for my harebrained scheme. As my mother-in-law so fondly put it, yes. But too, she begins, only to be cut off by my determined tongue. And you agree that I need to find a way to tap into my survival instincts without endangering some poor guard's life, Thavanti. Assuming I could even convince one to attack me. I press, neither of us is worried my powers might be strong enough to harm an experienced fighter. The problem is Bastian, fake or not, There's a good chance he'd rip out the throat of any wolf daring enough to pretend to attack me. Yes. But Odette tries again, and you agree it can't wait, and Bastien will only overreact to the idea. I continue. We discussed it for more than an hour, going round and round in circles before finally landing here. While I don't think Bastien would oppose the idea completely, I doubt he would agree to let me try this unless he was with me Swan, and then I'd feel too safe. Celine. All of this is true, she sighs in exhaustion. Then, what's the problem? I inquire impatiently, throwing up my hands. The older wolf cuts her eyes to me. I swear, you're every bit as stubborn as my son is sometimes. Offering her a smile, I tease. Did you like me better when I was a timid little wallflower? Odette laughs. Oh, just go drown yourself, you impossible girl. Yes, ma'am. I salute her, turning towards the water. Of course, no sooner have I set the pool in my sights that I freeze in place. Now that it's staring me in the face, fear skitters down my spine. The crystalline surface looks so cool and welcoming, so serene. But I remember what it was like to be submerged in those depths. My lungs burning like fire, I can still feel the pressure bearing down on me. The way my limbs flailed desperately through the eerie blue abyss in slow motion. It's as if the darkness is already closing in again. And I'm trapped in those moments I was certain would be my last. You don't have to do this, sweetheart. Odette assures me, our earlier joke's a distant memory now. Frowning, I return my gaze to the elegant she-wolf. Do you know how many last moments I've had? I ask solemnly, how many times I've been so certain I was about to die, that I've seen my life flash before my eyes and said my final prayers. I know, my darling. Odette's eyes are full of sympathy, but no pity. Even one time would be too many, and every time, I've only been proven wrong through someone else's benevolence. I recall, Bastien. Drake, goddess knows who pulled me from the fire. Shaking my head I proclaim, I've spent my entire life being a victim. Every problem I've ever had has been solved for me by a man-to-en. And I can't do it anymore. I implore my mother-in-law to understand, staring into her vibrant irises with a pleading gaze. After a moment, Odette nods in solidarity, her lovely countenance so forlorn that I wonder if she hasn't been in these same shoes at some point in her life. I'm done waiting for other people to rescue me. I conclude, sighing heavily. It's time I learned to save myself. Before I can think about it for another moment, I leap, curling my body up into a little ball as I plummet towards the rippling water. Gulping in one final breath of precious air, I crash into the water with a tremendous splash, disappearing into the watery world that tried to kill me once before, and praying I will have the strength to survive again was a mistake. I know it the moment I hit the water. I was a fool to attempt such a ridiculous plan. I plunge beneath the turquoise surface like a ton of bricks, sinking to the bottom of the pool and trying not to panic. The pool is only about 20 feet deep. But even that shallow pressure seems crushing to me. I feel like I'm being flattened, like the entire world has come crashing down on top of me, and I'll never be able to get out from under it. I'm running out of air quickly, but all I can think is how strange it is down here. Time is moving so slowly, and everything is fuzzy and blue. It might be beautiful if it wasn't so terrifying. I spread my arms out to my sides, trying to imagine a well of power trapped inside me, picturing myself reaching into it and pulling out my own salvation. I can't hold in the air I've been storing in my cheeks any longer, breathing it out through my nose and watching the bubbles ascend to the glittering surface so far above. I feel some relief just letting that bit of weight go, but in my heart I know my window of opportunity is closing, clamping my eyes shut. I try to force my hidden strength into being. If I don't do something, I'm going to die. I think firmly, if I don't find a way out of this, I'll drown. A tiny spark flickers to life in my chest, an odd sort of electricity that feels alien and familiar all at once. It's working. I've got too little air and I'm too deep for Odette to reach me in time. I tell myself grimly, pulling at that spark with all my strength. The effort of resisting my instincts to breathe in is beginning to strain my lungs. I know I'll only take in water if I try to take a breath. But I can't hold out much longer. Bastien will have to relive your death. You'll be torturing your mate. The spark grows, expanding like a miniature ball of light in my heart. That's it, Luna encourages. Keep doing that. The electricity is growing, flooding through my limbs, little by little. The power is building. But in a wave of fresh panic I realize I don't know what to do with it. I can feel it, but I don't know how to use it. What good is this light? This electricity? It can't give me oxygen. At that moment my lungs finally give out, and I suck in a great gulp of water. The pain is instantaneous, salty fluid flooding my lungs, burning in my chest like 1,000 needles. No. I think as the light dims, I grapple for the edges of the power, trying desperately to hold on to the nascent force as I sputter and cough. Drowning for the second time in my short life, darkness closes in, encroaching around my vision in a dense black cloud. Pain, both physical and emotional, pierces my heart as I realize I've failed. And, just like that, the spark goes out. Ed, you, Shui, Bastien. I knew something was wrong the moment I got back to the pack house. I can't explain why or how, only that my hackles raised and Axel went on high alert the second I stepped through the door. I immediately went up to our top-floor apartment to check on Celine and Lila. But when I arrived, I found only half of my family. Lila and Donovan's niece, Maeve, were happily playing in the living room, watched over by my beta's sister. The poor woman looked so startled when I entered she jumped half a foot in the air. Before I could apologize to her, Lila was toddling to her feet and rushing forward to greet me. Daddy, hello little one. I knelt down to her level, sweeping her into a quick hug. Where's Mommy? With Gamma, Lila peeps, trying to climb into my arms even though I'm attempting to look her in the eye. With Grandma, where? I press, glancing between my pup and her babysitter. Daddy, want up? Lila pouts, squirming her way into the crook of my arm, caving. I lift her as I stand and approach. Donovan's sister Anna, do you know where they went? Is something wrong? She asks anxiously. They're just next door at Nova Hall. I'm not sure. I explain honestly. Something feels off. Do you know what they're doing there? I'm sorry, I don't. She shakes her head, reaching for Lila. Here you go, I'll watch her. Lila immediately begins to whine when I hand her over. Daddy, I want you stay. I'll be right back, Angel. I promise. I just want to check on Mommy. Take me with you. She begs, looking up at me with wide puppy dog eyes. Not this time, Lila Bean. I answer apologetically, be good for Anna. My pup begins to cry as I stalk out of the room. The sounds and smell of her tears, tugging at my heartstrings so powerfully, I might have turned back if it wasn't for the terrible sense of dread eating away at my insides. My unease is so great I almost shift, not trusting my human legs to carry me to the hall quickly enough. Instead, I storm through the halls at top speed, Aiden and Donovan never leaving my side. What is it, Bastien? Aiden presses. Something's wrong. I grit out. I don't know what, but something's wrong. Do you think Celine's in danger? Donovan questions. I don't know. It might just be bad memories. It doesn't escape my notice that the last time Celine went off with Mom, Arabella set fire to our family cabin and destroyed my happiness for 3.5 long years. Donovan shakes his head, already on the same wavelength. You were feeling this before you knew she left with Odette. Fuck. I think breaking into a run, He's right. By the time we reach the hall, a small contingent of guards trailing behind us, I can hear a commotion by the pool, splashing, and Mom calling Celine's name, her voice strained with fear. Goddess, surely she's not in the pool. I think desperately. Did she fall in? What the hell were they doing? Pain rips through my chest. So suddenly it stops me in my tracks, bending me double and making me gasp for air. Axel is howling desperately, calling for his mate and begging for her to reply. Aiden and the other men are gathered around me, anxious to help but unsure what to do. But there's nothing to be done. This pain can only mean one thing. Celine is dying. My last thought before the world goes black is of Lila. I'll never see my pup again, and she'll be forced to grow up without me. I won't be there to protect her. I won't be there to teach her or guide her through life. This ridiculous effort to figure out my powers so I can help her deal with her own one day won't just be in vain. It will have made things a million times worse. She won't just be without a Valana teacher. She'll be without a mother. I won't be there to kiss her hurts and wipe away her tears. I won't be there to watch her blossom into a woman. I know what it's like to lose your mother too soon. And though I know she'll never suffer as I did at Garrick's hands, that doesn't change the fact that I will have abandoned her to face the world without me. I can't explain how so many thoughts went through my head in such a short burst of time. But that's the way of final moments. The world seems to slow to a standstill, making space for all the sorrow, fear, and rage a heart can conjure at one's end. I can hear him. Luna moans suddenly. Bastian's wolf is calling for me. Bastian? I think desperately. I only just got him back. Lila only just got 2 parents. It wasn't intentional. I don't know how it happened, but one moment I was manically thinking Bastian, Lila, and the next the spark had returned, more powerful and furious than before. It consumes me completely. My pain and fury at myself combine with an outpouring of love for my daughter and mate, exploding out of me in a brilliant ray of light. The electricity is building to a blinding crescendo that blocks out the rest of the world entirely. I'm rising then. The same sort of power I managed to channel in the bathroom propelling me upward, carrying me out of the water and throwing me onto the cold tiles at the side of the pool. Immediately water spews from my lungs, as I cough and retch, bringing up everything in my stomach and moaning pitifully. Celine, Odette exclaims. Thank the goddess, I'd almost reached you, and then Isaac. Celine. Bastian's roar blocks out his mother's next words, and before I know it he's there, bundling me into his lap, crying and kissing every inch of skin he can reach. You scared the shit out of me, he growls. Bastian is holding me so tightly I can't breathe. But I don't mind. I'm so relieved to be alive and in his arms that I'd let him strangle me unconscious. Tears pour from my eyes as he rocks me in his arms, his lips moving frantically against my ear. What the hell happened? How did you end up in the pool? He pulls back to look me over. Are you all right? Are you hurt? My mate's silver eyes widen as he finally realizes I'm in a swimsuit. What are you wearing? Whoops. Bastian? Put me down, I exclaim, squirming as he carts me through the pack house in his arms. I can walk. I know you can walk, he growls, hitching me closer. I'm carrying you because I don't trust you not to run away and do something crazy if I leave you to your own devices. This isn't good. Bastian has barely said a word to me since realizing that I must have intentionally jumped into the pool. Instead, he scooped me up and stormed out of Nova Hall, refusing to speak to his mother or anyone else. He charged back over to the pack house so quickly I can scarcely believe he's still in human form. Now he's stomping around in a silent rage, swinging me around like a sack of potatoes. While steam billows from his ears, Bastian charges up the stairs and pushes into the apartment without pausing, and the sounds of Lila's tears immediately reach my ears. I twist around, trying to find my pup, But Bastian doesn't let me move from his iron grip. Lila, I call, listening with Bastian's breath as her wails dissolve to sniffles, and then her tiny voice chirps, Mommy, I'm here, my love. I promise. But to my surprise, when she appears in my periphery, I am not the one she's running towards. Daddy, where you go? She exclaims sullenly, charging my mate's legs. Sorry, Lila Bean. Bastian professes gently, setting my feet on the ground and leaning down to catch her before she collides with his shins. I'm here now, come here. My pup throws her arms around his neck, crying pitifully while he rubs her back and whispers soothing nonsense in her ear. I'm not entirely sure what to do. This is a first. I'm always the one Lila turns to for comfort. I've never had to stand by and watch someone else care for my daughter this way. On one hand, I think I should feel upset, but honestly, I'm simply touched to know how quickly Lila has bonded to her father. Thank you, Anna, I say to Donovan's sister, knowing that in a few minutes the last thing we're going to need is an audience. I appreciate your help this afternoon. What do I owe you? After paying Anna and seeing her to the door, I turn to find my husband glaring at me from a few feet away. For one panicked moment, I contemplate running out the door behind the babysitter, but then my pup is looking me up and down with confusion. Mommy, why are you wet? Lila asks, crinkling up her tiny nose. Before I can reply, Bastian answers in a low growl. Because Mommy has been very bad, shooting my husband a furious glance I mouth. Don't tell her that. He arches a heavy brow, as if to ask if he should lie to her. Before I can react, Lila has another question on her tongue. Mommies can be bad? She inquires with amazement, her two-toned eyes wide. Of course, my mate explains ominously. Anyon can be bad, and today your mommy decided to try and go for a swim. But Mommy, you can't swim, Lila reminds me. No, she can't. Bastian agrees darkly, looking me up and down. She's lucky to be alive. I don't appreciate him saying these things in front of my pup, but I also don't understand why he's dragging things out this way. I know how angry he is. It doesn't make any sense that he brought me back up here without first dealing with the matter at hand. I know he's not going to fight with me in front of Lila. So why did he bring me back up here? Why is he dragging this out? Just what is he planning on doing with me? Bastian. I'm working very hard to stay calm. I'd like to say I brought Celine back to the apartment so quickly out of concern for my pup, but the truth is I needed time to cool down. I knew that seeing Lila would help me rein in my temper, even if my mate is the one responsible for her current upset. Comforting my daughter put my wolf in a caring mindset rather than a furious one. It's a good thing, too, if I'd attempted to talk to my mate about her little pool adventure before. I would have completely lost control, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. You can't leave like that, Daddy. Lila scolds me, her little face twisted up into an adorable glower. If Mommy in trouble, I wanna come. If Mommy is in trouble, the last place I want you to be is anywhere near her. I answer sternly, squeezing the grumpy bundle in my arms. It's very important for you to be a good girl and do what you're told in those moments. In fact, the times when it feels hardest to obey Mommy and Daddy are the ones when it's most important you do so. Lila doesn't look convinced, so I continue. I don't like leaving you any more than you like being left. But I promise I will always come back. Movement flashes in the corner of my eye, and I realize Celine is trying to slink off to our bedroom. Hold it right there. Celine freezes in place, her little body overflowing with guilty energy. If I weren't so livid, I might find it tempting. She's standing there in a sleek black bikini, her dark hair wet and disheveled, her fair skin flushed with excitement and anxiety. A very pretty picture. If only she hadn't just risked her beautiful neck diving into a death trap. I think you owe Lila an apology. I announce, prompting my little wolf to wrap her arms self-consciously around her body. Bastian. I think we should discuss this in private, she remarks coolly. Believe me, we will. I promise menacingly. But first, you owe our daughter an apology. Her stunning eyes flash, and for a minute I'm certain she's going to argue with me. But then her sullen gaze slips from my disapproving glare to Lila's confused expression, and she softens. Moving forward, she pulls the pup from my arms and cuddles her close. I'm sorry, Angel. Why, Mommy? Lila asks, returning her mother's affection even though she doesn't understand it. Her plump arms are wrapped around my mate's shoulders, her face buried in the curve of her neck, because I wasn't as careful as I should have been. Celine murmurs, causing Axel to snarl in protest. Both she-wolves start in surprise, but my wife doesn't amend her words. She offers me a defiant stare, and my palm begins to itch. I'm suddenly very glad she sent Anna away. This way we won't be able to speak until Lila goes to bed this evening. I certainly need the time to calm down. And I'm pleased to know my mate will be forced to stew in apprehension. By the time night actually falls, Celine is practically twitching with worry, her earlier bravado fading the closer we come to her inevitable reckoning. After putting Lila to bed, I take Celine by the hand and guide her into our bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed and standing her between my legs. Well, little wolf, I begin gruffly. What do you have to say for yourself? Celine sighs in exasperation, her lovely pink lips parting on my name, Bastian. And don't you dare try to excuse your actions. I caution her, please don't be mad. She beseeches, sounding more frustrated than sincere. It's too late for that. I confess gravely, but I'll do my best not to get any angrier. Just when she's beginning to look relieved, I add, assuming you don't give me any reason to. Celine squirms restlessly, shifting into her feet and avoiding my gaze. I needed a way to test my strength without having you as a safety net. Are you telling me that you planned this? I demand. You left our daughter with a babysitter and went to intentionally try drowning yourself while I was too far away to reach you? You make it sound a lot worse than it was. Celine argues. I brought Odette with me in case anything went wrong, and I knew my powers would save me anyway. No, you hoped your powers would save you. I explode, forcing myself to lower my voice when she flinches, and you were very nearly wrong. I felt you dying, Celine. Do you have any idea what that was like? How painful it was. I'm sorry. Celine's brow knits together in concern. Truly, Bastian, I didn't mean to distress you, but I knew I'd never be able to feel enough fear to trigger my powers if you were with me. What were you thinking? Keeping my hands braced on her hips, I have to resist the urge to curl my fingers into fists. You could have been killed. You have a child, Celine, and a mate. This didn't just affect you. But I wasn't killed because I was right. I was right about my powers. They kicked in right when I needed them to, and I'm truly sorry it hurt you, but I had to do this. Celine insists, for Lila's sake as well as my own. If you thought it was such a good idea, why didn't you tell me about it? I inquire bitterly. Because you never would have let me do it, she exclaims. Damn straight I wouldn't. I retort fiercely. I'm glad you tapped into your powers, but not at the cost of almost losing you. I mean, how are you planning on reaching them again? Do you intend on trying to kill yourself every time you want to practice? Bastian, can you please just acknowledge that I made a huge breakthrough today? She requests, pressing her palms to my chest. Don't avoid the question, Celine. I admonish. I don't know what to say. My mate admits, looking determined. You promised me it wouldn't be like last time. You promised you wouldn't coddle me. Coddle you? I repeat, an edge of pure steel entering my deep voice. Before she knows what's happening, I tip her face down over my lap, raising her round bottom into the air and landing the first of many hard spanks on her rear end. How's this for coddling, baby? Eee. Suddenly I'm staring at the floor, bent over my mate's lap and flailing my arms to protect my, now bare, behind. How did he do that so fast? Luna bemoans at the same time, I think. I've got to stop wearing dresses. It makes my body far too easy for him to access. My hands are immediately trapped behind my back, while my furiously kicking legs quickly become caged by Bastian's powerful thighs. Unlike last time, I don't weakly squeal or beg for explanations. No. This time I kick up as much of a fuss as I can, absolutely furious to find myself back in this situation. I can't believe Bastian is doing this to me again. It seems like the incident in the cafe opened an entire can of worms. Is this how he's going to respond every time I do something of which he disapproves? I suppose I shouldn't have provoked him. But I can't bring myself to regret it either. I know in my heart that I'm right about this. Still, it isn't fair after all. It's not like I'm strong enough to escape him. I don't have any choice but to simply endure my mate's punishment. Or do I? I'm much more powerful than I knew even a week ago. Maybe defending myself from mortal peril isn't my only skill. Maybe this is the exception to the rule about not seeing Bastian as a credible threat. Because this is certainly credible, and I certainly want it to stop. Reaching deep down into my soul, into that deep well of power I managed to find at the bottom of the pool, I strain to take hold of my newfound strength. I can feel it. I can feel the currents of electricity dancing at my fingertips, but I can't seem to wrap my hands around it or bring it forward. Fire courses over my bottom, radiating from Bastian's massive palm and spreading across my punished skin in a crimson flush. He spreads his swats evenly over my cheeks and upper thighs, seeming to know exactly when one patch of flesh starts to feel relief, then stealing it away before I can feel comforted. Again, I strive to take hold of my power, to bring it to the surface and project it towards my mate. Again, I fail, fruitlessly grasping for the unnamed force only to have it slip through my fingers at the last moment. Suddenly Bastian's rumbling laugh is vibrating against my side. I know what you're doing, baby. He purrs, gently massaging my aching behind and making me whimper pitifully. Tears are streaming down my face, but goddess help me, my sex is also swollen and throbbing with need. Would you like to know why it's not working? My mate continues, sounding far too smug as his fingers dip between my legs, dragging an embarrassed moan from my lips when they meet the pooling wetness at their center. Suddenly, I'm surging upward. Bastian tipping me back onto his lap and holding me still with a possessive paw on the back of my neck. I wince when my backside meets his leg, sniffling as he arranges me in his arms. It's because you know this is right, he growls, petting my thighs as he skewers me with his gaze. You need this. You've been testing your limits ever since we came home, and you certainly hit them today. Little wolf, his lips descend to my neck, where he lovingly nibbles his mark. You could repel me if you wanted, but you don't want to, do you, Celine? That's ridiculous. I argue weakly, shifting my weight to try to find a comfortable position and finding none. Is it? Bastian asks, arching a brow. We both know this isn't like the other times. When I pretended to attack you, your power stayed completely closed off, didn't it? But that's not the case now. He claims with more confidence than should be allowed. You can reach it, you just can't bring yourself to use it. And how do you know that? I grumble, swiping at my cheeks indignantly. The stronger our connection grows, the less we can hide from one another. He declares, his silver eyes glinting hungrily. I can feel your intentions, your desires, and I can feel when your power is welling. I felt a surge at the banquet, but I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until this afternoon that I understood. When you escaped the pool, I felt a burst of pure light. He shares, like you were glowing through the bond. And now? I gulp. A wide grin splits Bastian's cheeks. You're pulsing like a little strobe light, delving into the power, but not using it. His nimble fingers slip between my legs again, rubbing my sensitive clit and coming away glistening with moisture. And then there's this. He reminds me, sliding his fingers into his mouth and licking off all my honey. That doesn't mean anything. I insist, flushing scarlet. Don't worry, sweetheart. He teases, massaging my nape. You're going to have plenty of time to keep trying. The next thing I know, I'm upside down again, a surprised cry on my lips as Bastian's gravelly voice sounds from somewhere above me. Because I am nowhere near being finished with you. Tian. On Tuesday, I wake up with a throbbing behind and a sour stomach. I make it to the bathroom just in time, retching miserably, and wishing my mate was there to comfort me. Bastian got up first thing this morning to spend some time with Lila before starting his workday, so the house is completely empty. When my stomach is finally empty, I drag my sore body into the kitchen with a groan, putting on a kettle of tea and wondering if using my powers would always make me feel so wretched, or if this was just the after effects of almost drowning to death. Thankfully, by the time Bastian and Lila return, I almost feel human again. The last thing I need is to end up bedridden today. Not only did I promise Lila to show her where I grew up, a prospect which I'm sure did nothing to help my stomach, but tomorrow is a lunar eclipse, which means the entire city is in a frenzy throwing together a lavish moon festival. Mommy. Lila collides with my legs, hugging my knees while I laugh and stroke her hair. Daddy pushed me onto swings for hours. He did, I exclaim, grinning as Bastian enters the kitchen. My husband crosses the room and wraps me in a hug, planting a deep kiss on my lips. Good morning, my love. He greets me, sliding his hand down my spine to squeeze my tender bottom and chuckling when I whine and squirm against him. What do you two have planned for today? He asks when we part, still smirking while I glare up at him mutinously. Pausing to get Lila settled at the table with a plate of sliced fruit, I avert my gaze before answering. I'm going to take Lila Bean to see where I grew up. I share, trying to keep my voice neutral. I can't see Bastian's face, but I can feel his sudden tension as if it's my own. You're taking her to Garrick's. It was my childhood home before my mother died. I explain evenly. Not all my memories of it are bad, and it's not as if there's any danger to be had now. I'm not concerned about danger. Bastian answers simply, studying me carefully. Are you sure you want to do this? Lila has asked me about 10 times since we arrived. I whisper, transferring the cutting board to the sink. I promised her. Why don't you wait until I can go with you? He suggests, sliding his arms around my waist from behind. Just in case. It'll be fine. I assure him, wishing I could feel as confident as I sound. Bastian huffs a disgruntled sigh, his warm breath fluttering my hair. I don't like this. Turning to face him, I catch his angular jaw between my hands. We'll be fine, I repeat, gazing into his silver eyes. And you'll call me if you start to feel even a little bit uneasy. He presses, looking anxious. Of course, I vow. But it won't be necessary. A few hours later, I'm eating my words, wishing I'd caved to Bastian's pressure and allowed my mate to join us. We barely made it past noon before the day took a turn for the worse, and to my immense surprise, it's not even my PTSD causing the problem. It's not ghosts of my past, nightmares or bad memories. No, it's a very real, very present threat. With the world spinning around me and fear pulsing in my veins, I scramble for my cell phone, staring at my beautiful pup with a rush of guilt. This was such a foolish idea. I should have known better. The shrill dial tone rings for only half a second. Baby, is everything okay? Bastien answers immediately, no. I breathe nervously. Bastien, I think we're being followed. When Lila and I reached Newtown, the streets rearranged themselves before my very eyes. All of a sudden the world around me transformed. The cars and modern advertisements faded, reverting to styles and campaigns from the forgotten past. New restaurants and shops disappeared, replaced by businesses which have long since closed. Everything appears as it did 15 years ago. The last time I truly spent time here, the last time I walked these streets before my mother died, and Garrick took me prisoner. After I escaped, I rarely came here. I avoided this neighborhood like the plague. But here I am again, 10 years old, and about to lose everything I ever knew and loved. This is it, Mommy. Lila's tiny hand squeezes mine, her beloved voice jolting me out of my reverie. This is it. I confirm. I grew up in that very house. And lost everything there too, Luna adds. Hush. I tell my outspoken wolf, can we go inside? Lila asks eagerly. Okay. I agree hesitantly. Walking through the unlocked front door feels like stepping straight into the past. It's even worse than being out of the street. In this familiar foyer, I feel like I'm no taller or wiser than my pup. The house has been emptied, but the lingering scent of my childhood remains. It's not all bad. I was right when I told Bastien there were some happy memories here. I remember coming home from school to find my mother pulling freshly baked cookies out of the oven, or building blanket forts with her in the middle of the living room. I can still see her smile. I can even imagine I smell her perfume. Being here evokes sensations I never thought I'd feel again, feelings I want to hold on to and never let go. However, the moment I look at the heavy basement door, I see only darkness. I turn away from the door with determination, watching Lila wander the deserted space. Mommy, Deary's no furniture. There was when I lived here, I explain. There was furniture and artwork and all the sorts of things we have at home. Where'd everything go? Lila asks curiously. Well, I explain, gathering her into my arms. My mother died when I was still just a girl. So after I met your daddy, I went to live with him. There wasn't a reason to keep anything here. Her little head cocks to the side. What about your daddy? A heavy weight settles in the pit of my stomach. I've never talked to Lila about Garrick, and I don't plan on doing so until she's much older. If ever. I never knew my daddy. I state calmly, sticking to the truth without revealing more than I have to. The way I didn't. She reasons. That's right. Of course your daddy found us, so now you'll always know him. I smile, trying to force the unwelcome memories of Garrick from my mind. Sorry, Mama. Lila squeezes her arms around my neck. I wish your daddy found you too. Returning my pup's hug, I almost want to cry. She's so innocent, so pure. The thought of anyone doing to her what Garrick did to me makes my newfound power surge to life, rising inside me like a tidal wave of protectiveness. Suddenly, my fury towards Blaze Denizen hits a fever pitch, and I have to smother the energy pulse fighting to burst out of me. It seems now that I've unlocked my power. Controlling it is going to be the true challenge. It's enough to give me emotional whiplash. This time last week, I couldn't summon my strength for anything in the world. Now it pulses like a wild thing inside of me, but I can neither harness it when I desire, nor hold it in when it's not needed. It's better this way. Luna assures me, better to my out of control than completely helpless. I have to agree, though it does worry me to have this kind of force at my disposal when my precious pup is so nearby. What do you think, Angel? I ask Lila. Have you seen enough? My pup nods eagerly. Can we get ice cream? Giggling at the way my daughter pronounces ice cream, I decide nothing has ever sounded more appetizing. You bet, I promise, as we step out of the house. I noticed that the same black SUV which was driving behind us when we first arrived is now parked a few spaces down from our car. The windows are tinted, but I can just decipher the outline of the driver, who still sits inside. A spike of unease pulses through my nerves, but I remind myself that there could be a perfectly reasonable explanation. I buckle Lila into her car seat, then slide behind the wheel and turn the car towards the ice cream parlor. I barely remember the drive. I don't think I looked forward for more than 1 second at a time through the entire route. Instead, my eyes were glued to the rearview mirror, watching the black SUV crawling along behind us. It's definitely following us. I'm certain now. When I park in front of the ice cream shop, the SUV stops too. I yank Lila out of the car and stride into the parlor as quickly as I can, pulling out my phone while my toddler presses her nose to the glass case holding the cold treat, oohing and ahing in delight. The shrill dial tone rings for only half a second. "Baby, is everything okay?" Bastian answers immediately. "No," I breathe nervously. "Bastian, I think we're being followed. Are you sure?" he asks, instantly on edge. "Yes," I insist. "Someone has been following us since before we got to Newtown. We left a while ago and went for ice cream. And they're parked outside right now. I don't have the first clue why, but somehow Bastian sounds more relaxed now." "What do they look like?" "I'm not sure." "It's a black SUV," I report. "I can't see their face, and I can't scent them. But it's a man. He looks pretty big, wearing dark glasses and a dark hoodie." As we speak, movement flashes inside the car, and I'm able to see my stalker raising a phone to his ear. "Is he taking a phone call?" my mate asks with psychic precision. "Yes." Drawing out the word suspiciously, I add, "How did you know that?" "All right. It's okay." Bastian sighs with relief. "It's just Jerome." "What do you mean it's just Jerome?" I demand. "Who the hell is Jerome?" "He's the sentee I assigned to guard you too," my husband explains, as if this was the most obvious thing in the world. "What?" I question. "With everything that's going on, I didn't feel comfortable with you and Lila running around the city without protection," Bastian rumbles. "When did you do this?" I question sharply. "Before or after I told you our plans for the day?" "Before," he answers easily. "But trust me, I was very glad of it this morning." "How did it go?" "Oh no. Don't you go changing the subject on me, mister." I object. "Maybe I'll consider telling you about our visit after you explain yourself." "Baby, I'm not going to apologize for looking out for you and our daughter," Bastian proclaims coldly. "The problem isn't the protection." I complain in exasperation. "It's the fact that you didn't tell me about it." "Sweetheart," Bastian begins in a placating tone. "He scared the hell out of me." Bastian: "Did you not consider that having someone dressed like a complete creep trailing after me would be alarming?" The teenagers working behind the ice cream counter shoot me a few curious glances, and I lower my voice. "Hold on a second." Crouching down to Lila's level, I tickle her round belly. "Do you know what you want, Munchkin? Can I has a sundae?" She requests with big eyes practically bouncing up and down. My supernatural hearing picks up on Bastian's voice through the receiver. "Not before lunch." Nonetheless, I ignore him. "You can have whatever you want, Angel," while my pup gives her order to the grinning girl on the other side of the counter. I return my phone to my ear. "I know you heard me, little wolf." Bastian gripes. I snort, rolling my eyes into the back of my head. "Hey, if you get to make security decisions about my pup." "Our pup," Bastian interjects. "Our pup," I amend, digging in my bag for my wallet. "Without consulting me. Then I get to make food decisions about her without consulting you." "Celine," I'm sorry Jerome startled you. Bastien exhales heavily. The idea was that you would never know he was there. I thought it might make you more afraid to think you needed a bodyguard rather than comforted. Bastien Durand. I hiss, managing to hold on to my temper, even as the waitress hands a humongous banana split to Lila. It doesn't matter how I might react or feel about the situation. I have a right to know either way. We're supposed to be partners. You can't keep excluding me from decisions about our family. If you recall the last time I tried to exclude you from something, and you forced your way in, you came to regret it. He retorts, referring to the revelations about the safe house. Well, you know what? I lash out, feeling irrationally angry for reasons I don't even understand. Much more of this, and I'm going to begin regretting coming back at all.